Prologue. In mid-October 1918, a hospital train, the sides of its carriage, is defaced by revolutionary slogans, slowly wended its way through Germany toward the secure eastern marches of the Empire. Among the hundreds of casualties on the train were blinded victims of a recent poison gas attack in Belgium. It had followed a devastating British artillery assault on the night of the 13th. One of a relentless series of hammer blows that the German front, bending but not breaking, had sustained since the battle turned so decisively 3 months earlier. The 16th Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment, which took the brunt of the attack, was dug in on hills and fields. A spectral battleground churned into a morass of craters, the men physically exhausted and dispirited as much by ugly rumors of mutinies along the front as by the unceasing Allied attacks. Huddled in trenches while British shells tore up the ground around them, the veterans were numbed, the recruits terrified. Suddenly, thuds mingled with the explosions and a pungent cloud drifted into the trenches. Someone shouted gas. It was their first experience with mustard gas. To some, it smelled sweet, to others acrid. In every case, it clung tenaciously to the nostrils. The men slapped on their masks, then hunched inanimate against the sides of the trench as hours passed. The air inside the masks became dense and stale. One of the recruits, driven half-mad by suffocation, wrenched the mask from his face only to gulp in the deadly poison. It caught him by the throat and flung him back choking, gurgling, suffocating, dying. It was dawn before the gas began to dissipate and the shelling resumed. The men tore off the masks and gulped in the morning air. It was still stinking of the stuff, writes one, and reeked again of high explosives. But to us it was the very breath of heaven. The relief was short-lived. In that cruel and unpredictable pattern, calculated to reduce the enemy to madness, gas bombs again mingled with high explosives. Those too slow in putting on their filthy masks killed over and died as the young recruit had. Those who escaped with their lives were painfully blind. It all but one, who still could see faintly. He suggested to the others that they hang on to each other's coattails as he attempted to lead them to safety. Thus, they stumbled in goose file, the half-blind leading the blind until they reached a first aid station. Among the men thus rescued from a choking death was a 29-year-old Jeff, writer corporal named Adolf Hitler. Still blinded as the train carried him eastward, Hitler was in a state bordering on collapse. Like the other victims, his eyes were swollen, his face puffed up. The voices of these men were ghost-like without timbre, and they irritably rejected the care of their nurses. They would not allow their inflamed eyes to be treated. They would not eat. In vain, the doctors told them that they would soon regain their vision. These men had been deceived too long. They wanted only to lie still and moan, and be delivered from pain, even if by death. This wounded and demoralized corporal, who 15 years later would be the leader of the Reich, was not yet aware of the magnitude of Germany's defeat. For years earlier, as the first great German offensive rolled over Belgium, French and British resistance, Hitler's regiment had first been bloodied in battle in that same area, losing an almost inconceivable 80% of its personnel in less than a week. To the ardent Hitler, these loss is far from discouraging, had been proof of the fighting spirit of German troops. With pride I can say our regiment handled itself heroically from the very first day, and lost almost all our Officers, and our company has only 2 sergeants now. He wrote to his Munich landlord on the 4th day, only 611 were left out of the 3,600 men of our regiment. Many Germans in those early days shared this exultant view of Teutonic heroism, but as the months past the war degenerated into dead-lucked trench warfare, the armies facing each other across a scarred no-man's land, clashing as one or the other tried to effect a break, counting advances in a few miles or even yards with casualties in the millions, the early mood of enthusiasm faded. Defeatism and despair corroded the morale of the men who lived rat-like in their dugouts and trenches. Hunger and misery stalked the homeland as the British blockade cut off the flow of essentials to the German people. As the war extended into its 3rd and then 4th year, the soldiers' thoughts turned from victory to survival. They would assail the stupidities of their high command and the futility of further fighting. Hitler was one of those few who fully rejected such defeatist talk. Despite repeated acts of heroism, he was still a corporal, but was not distressed by this lack of recognition. Particularly the youthful recruits who brought with them the poison of the hinterland, and if anyone argued with him, he railed at his comrades according to one comrade, become furious, and then jam hands into his pockets and pace back and forth with long strides, abusing the pessimists. And perhaps the pessimists were wrong after all. As 1918 dawned, the Germans, after nearly 4 years on the defensive, were poised to return to the attack. For the Western Front was stalemated on all the other battlefields. German arms had conquered. Serbia, Romania, and finally Russia had succumbed, the last one, as much to revolution as to the German assaults. The peace treaty with the new Soviet regime had put the Germans in command of the vast Ukrainian plain, the breadbasket of Europe, and over 1 million men released by the collapse of enemy resistance in the east now streamed into France to bring the dead-locked issue of the Western Front to a decision. The Emperor's bat, Leah's General Erich Ludendorff, the junior but dominant member of the German High Command, called it, was at hand. Throughout the spring, in 4 mighty assaults, the Germans forced first the British and then the French to retreat. The British, with backs to the wall, were ordered to fight to the last man. When the final big battle began on July 15 near the city of Reims, both sides were aware that the outcome of the war was at stake. If my attack on Reims succeeds, said Ludendorff, we have won the war. Marshal Foch, commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, concurred. If the German attack at Reims succeeds, he was reported to have said, we have lost the war, the attack failed. No German reserves were left. The Allies, on the other hand, were fortified not only by fresh American divisions, but by supplies and provisions streaming from the United States. In the German army, desertions multiplied, and when the British launched a surprise attack near Amiens in early August, the German lines caved in practically without resistance. Everywhere there was talk of mutiny and revolt. The Kaiser's men surrendered en masse at times to a single enemy infantryman. Retreating men shouted to reinforcements coming up to the front strike breakers, yet it was not the end. The Germans retreated, but the line held. For every defeatist there still were hundreds of soldiers ready to do their duty, but at home faith was fading. There were numerous strikes, and everywhere in the cities, radical socialists were talking revolution. To stout spirits like Hitler, the secure and unmolested home front, its laggards, its profiteers, its malingers, its traitors, its Jews who had no love or respect for the German fatherland, had betrayed the fighting front in its gravest hour. In fact, it was Lud, and of who lost his nerve and pressed the civilian government for an armistice. Even at this late hour, the ardent spirits like Hitler were convinced that some solution, if not victory, was possible so long as resistance continued, the front had not broken, and was retreating in an orderly fashion. It was these profiteers, these malingers, these Jews, who would bring defeat from within. The tragedy to which Hitler was a blinded witness. The collapse of the authority which he held in such unquestioning respect would eventually open the road for his own astounding rise to power. The world he had known was one ruled by the elite, the descendants of ancient royal houses, high state offices, diplomatic posts, army commissions were all held by men of ancient lineage. Aristocrats of superior breeding and education, the war had changed all that. In the trenches, men of high and of low births fought side by side. The depleted ranks of noble officers were gradually filled with commoners. Throughout Europe, royalty was clinging to hollow power. From the untitled masses were emerging men like Hitler, who would come to wield the substance of power, men of common and often vulgar beginnings, riding the relentless wave of popular revolt against a war which had demanded sacrifice, is for goals no one could define. As the train took Hitler to a hospital in the Pomeranian town of Pacewalk, his own pain and despair obliterated any such aspiration. But after several weeks of medical treatment, he began to regain his sight. The piercing in my sockets began to diminish, and slowly I succeeded in distinguishing the broad outlines of things about me. With sight came an end to depression and the mental instability that had required special treatment from a consulting psychiatrist. Inflammation of the mucous membrane and swelling of the eyelids had receded. Professor Edmund Forster, chief of the Berlin University Nerve Clinic. Little was known about mustard gas, and Hitler's inexplicable recovery confirmed Dr. Forster in his diagnosis of the blindness as hysteria. In fact, the patient had experienced the usual symptoms of moderate mustard gas poisoning, burning, swelling, moaning, depression, and recovery in several weeks. Sight also brought Hitler hope and renewed interest in the events of the day. Berlin itself was in a state of virtual siege as the new chancellor urged the Kaiser to abdicate so that an armistice could be signed. Hitler had heard stories of rebellion throughout Germany, but discounted them as rumor until a delegation of Red German sailors burst in his ward early that November in an attempt to convert the patients to the revolution. Hitler's detestation of Bolshevism was heightened by the fact that 3 of the leaders were young Jews, none of whom he was sure had been at the front. Now they raised the red rag in the homeland. Indignation was followed by shock. Hitler took to his bed. I lay there broken with great pains all, though I did not let on how I felt. For it was repugnant to me to cry out at a time when you could feel that the collapse was coming. A little later, on November 9, a dignified elderly pastor arrived at Pacewalk Hospital to confirm news of the uprisings. Revolution had even broken out in Munich. The patients were gathered in a little hall, and the pastor, so Hitler recalled, seemed all a tremble as he informed us that the House of Hohenzollern should no longer bear the German imperial crown. That the fatherland had become a republic, as the aged speaker eulogized the service, is rendered by the Hohenzollerns. He began to sob gently to Himmel. In the little hall the deepest dejection settled on all hearts, and I believe not an eye was able to restrain its tears. The pastor went on to say that the war must now be ended, that all was lost, and they had to throw themselves upon the mercy of the victorious Allies. To Hitler the revelation was intolerable. It became impossible for me to sit still 1 minute more. Again everything went black before my eyes. I tottered and groped my way back to the dormitory, threw myself on my bunk, and dug my burning head into my blankets and pillow. It was the first time he had wept since standing at his mother's grave 11 years earlier. She had died in agony of cancer in the churchyard of the Austrian village of Londing. He had borne the fear of blindness in dull silence, endured the loss of so many good comrades. But now I could not help it. Only now did I see how all personal suffering vanished in comparison with the misfortune of the fatherland. Out of his black despair came a decision. The great vacillation of my life, whether I should enter politics or remain an architect, came to an end. That night I resolved that if I recovered my sight, I would enter politics. There was no medical reason for Hitler's second blindness, and Dr. Forster was reinforced in his initial conclusion that his patient was definitely a psychopath with hysterical symptoms. Hitler, however, was convinced that he was permanently blind. The shame of Germany's surrender on November 11 in the forest of Kampen overwhelmed him. Life seemed unbearable, but that night or the next Hitler was abruptly delivered from his misery. As he lay in despair on his cot, by a supernatural vision, perhaps deliberately induced by Dr. Forster like streaks Joan, he heard voices summoning him to save Germany. All at once a miracle came to pass. Of darkness encompassing Hitler evaporated, he could see again. He solemnly vowed, as promised, that he would become a politician and devote his energies to carrying out the command he had received. That night in the lonely ward at Pace, the most portentous force of the 20th century was born. Politics had come to Hitler, not Hitler to politics. One, the possibility that Dr. Forster induced Hitler's hallucination through hypnotic suggestion is given credence by a novel about Hitler and Forster, written by the latter's friend, Ernst Weiss, a medical doctor turned playwright and novelist. In this book, the eyewitness, a soldier, A.H. arrives at Pace, military hospital in 1918, claiming to have been poisoned by gas. A psychiatrist, the narrator, diagnoses the case as hysterical blindness and induces an hallucination through hypnosis. Part 1, IVISIONARY, Chapter 1, DEPARETHEROOTS. Hitler rarely talked about his family, but to a few confidants, he did confess an inability to get along with his father, a dictatorial man, while he revered his mother, a quiet, soft soul. It soon became evident that the former would be the dominating force in his life. Both parents came from the Wald, Ertel, a rural area of Austria, northwest of Vienna, not far from the present Czechoslovakian border, and according to one member of the family, there was Moravian blood in the line. Hitler was an unusual name for an Austrian, and quite possibly it was derived from the Czech names Hitler or Hitleric. Variants of these names had appeared in the Wald, Ertel since 1430, and changed from Heidler to Hitler. In 1650, A direct ancestor of Adolf Hitler on his mother's side was called Georg Hitler. His descendants occasionally spelled their name Hitler and Hitler. In those days, spelling was as unimportant and erratic as in Shakespearean England. The WWII Ertel was a district of modest beauty, hilly and wooded, its graceful slopes covered with orderly forests, broken occasionally by fields cleared by generations of hard-working, frugal peasants. Hitler's father was born on June 7, 1837, in the village of Strens. His mother was a 42-year-old unmarried woman, Maria Anna Schickel, Gruber. Strens was too small to be a parish, and so the baby was registered in Dalsheim as Alois Schickel, Gruber. Illegitimate, the space for the father's name was blank, generating a mystery that remains unsolved. He probably was a man from the neighborhood. There is the slight possibility that Hitler's grandfather was a wealthy Jew named Frankenberger or Frank. Rather, that Maria Anna had been a domestic in this Jewish household at Graz, and the young son had got her pregnant when Alois, as his name would be spelled henceforth, was almost 5. Johann Georg Hitler, an itinerant millwalker from near by Spittal, married Maria. But her little son continued to have a blighted family life. She died 5 years later, and the stepfather apparently resumed his drifting. Alois consequently was brought up by Hitler's brother Johann Nepomuk at house number 36 in Spittal. This farmhouse and the one next door would play an important role in the life of young Adolf Hitler, for here, in this isolated village, he spent half a dozen pleasant summer holidays. The situation in Spittal became intolerable for Alois, and at 13 he laced his tiny knapsack and ran away from his home. This is the touching, if accurate, scene later painted by his son Adolf in Mein Kampf. A desperate decision to take to the road with only 3 gulden for travel money and plunge into the unknown. He worked his way to the Mecca of venturesome youth, Vienna, where he became apprenticed to a shoemaker. But 5 years later, after learning this trade, he decided to become something better, so enlisted in the frontier guards. This made him a civil servant, a step above the priesthood. He studied diligently, passed a special examination, and by the time he was 24 was promoted to a supervisory rank. An exceptional honor for a boy from the WWII Ertel. Promotions came regularly to the ambitious Alois, and in 1875 he was made a full inspector of customs at Braunau on the Inn River, just across from Germany. No one was prouder of Alois' success than the man who had brought him up, Johann Nepomuk Hitler. No Hitler had ever risen so high. There was no son to carry on the name of Hitler, and on a late spring day in 1876, Johann decided to do something about it. On June 6, his son-in-law and 2 other relatives made the short trip to the town of Weitra, where they falsely testified before the local notary that Hitler's brother, they spelled his name Hitler, had several times stated in their presence and before his death in 1857 as his last and unchangeable will that he had fathered an illegitimate Alois and wanted him made his legitimate son and heir. Perhaps the change of name from Hitler to Hitler was carelessness, but more likely it was a cunning peasant trick to load the issue. The next day Johann Nepomuk Hitler traveled with his 3 relatives to Dalsheim, where the original birth record of Alois was registered. The elderly parish priest affirmed from the parish marriage book that a man named Georg Hitler had indeed married a girl named Schickel Gruber in 1842. After examining the document signed by the three witnesses, and so he agreed to alter the birth register, but he must have been reluctant or leery. Although he changed the illegitimate to legitimate and crossed out Schickel, Gruber in the space for the child's name, he failed to write in another name. In the last space, in extremely cramped writing, he penned, "It is confirmed by the Underzig, nid that Gau, org Hitler, whose name is here entered as father, being well known to the Underzig, nid, did accept paternity of the child Alois, and did desire his name to be entered in the register of baptisms of this parish. He himself signed the names of the three witnesses, and each, according to the statement of the child's mother in turn, made his mark a cross. The amendments on the register were neither dated nor signed. The parish priest had reason to be devious. Not only had he written in the father's name as Hitler, instead of the Heidler appearing in the marriage book, but he must have known the entire procedure was illegal on two counts. A deceased man could not be recognized as a father except by legal proceedings. Moreover, the mother had to corroborate the facts. There was yet another ambiguity in the matter's willingness of Alois Schickel, Gruber, to accept the new name. Illegitimacy had been of little embarrassment to him. In Lower Austria it was common, and in some remote districts ran as high as 40%. Children were the lifeblood of any farm community, and every healthy worker was welcome. It could even have been more of an embarrassment to change his name once he had achieved a measure of success as Schickel Gruber. Whatever the motivation, Alois was somehow induced by Johann Nepomuk Heidler to change his name. The talk in the village was that he had been persuaded by a promise that the old man would change his will, and this gossip was somewhat confirmed 6 months after Heidler's death, when Alois bought a farm for 5,000 florins. In any case, his decision to assume the name of Hitler was momentous. It is difficult to imagine 70 million Germans shouting in all seriousness, Heil, Schickel, Gruber. To the girls of Spittel, Alois must have cut a dashing figure in his uniform, close-clipped military hair cut, bushy eyebrows, sweeping Kaiserbart handlebar mustache, and two fiercely jutting tufts of hair on either side of a clean-shaven chin. He had an eye for the girls. Like his legal father, he had already sired an illegitimate daughter, nor had marriage to the daughter of an inspector in the imperial tobacco monopoly been much of a restraint to amorous adventures. After all, she was sickly and 10 years his senior. One of the most attractive Spittel girls was Johann Nepomuk Heidler's granddaughter Clara Paulsel, a sweet-faced, quiet 16-year-old. She was slim, almost as tall as stocky Alois, with abundant dark brown hair and even features. Whether it was love at first sight or simply a desire to provide his ailing wife with a willing house, a maid, he managed to persuade the family to let Clara follow him to Brauna. She was installed with the Hitlers in an inn where Alois was already carrying on an affair with a kitchen maid, Franziska Fanny, to the customers Matzelsberger. This situation was too much for Frau Hitler. She left Alois and was granted a legal separation. Now it was Fanny's turn to enter the Hitler manage, and she established herself more as common-law wife than mistress. She was only too aware of how tempting a pretty maid could be to the susceptible Alois, and one of her first acts was to get rid of Clara. 2 years later, in 1882, Fanny gave birth to a boy, like his father, illegitimate. The following year, Hitler's estranged wife died of consumption and he married Fanny. The ceremony was timely. Within 2 months, a second child, Angela, was born. At last, Alois had a legitimate child, even if conceived illegitimately. He also accepted legal responsibility for the boy, became Alois Hitler, Jr. Fanny, restored to respectability, was no happier since Alois Sr. once more showed signs of wandering affections. Like her predecessor, she contracted a serious lung ailment and was forced to leave Brauna for the country air of a near-by village. Since this left Alois alone on the top floor of the Palmer Inn with 2 infants. It was only logical for him to seek help from his attractive niece. Once more the compliant Clara was installed in the Palmer Inn, and this time she became maid, nurse, maid, and mistress. Adolf Hitler's mother-to-be was such a good-hearted girl. She also did her best to help restore Fanny to health. Visiting her frequently, curiously, Fanny welcomed the ministrations of her rival. In the summer of 1884, the wretched life of Fanny ended. Predictably, the next lady-in-waiting in the Hitler household was already pregnant. Alois wanted to marry Clara. She could care for his 2 children, and he was genuinely fond of her. But the church forbade their marriage since by the fake legitimization, his own father and Clara's grandfather were brothers. Alois appealed to the local priests for a special dispensation from Rome. It was granted within the month, undoubtedly because of Clara's pregnancy, and at the first possible moment on the morning of January 7, 1885, Alois and his niece were married at the Palmer Inn. Present were the 2 children, Alois Jr. and Angela, and 3 witnesses, Clara's younger sister, Johanna, and 2 customs men. Their new maid had taken care of all the arrangements. In her enthusiasm, she overhit the parlor, and throughout the ceremony Alois teased her for it. There was no honey, and after a simple meal Alois returned to the customs station. Before noon, as Clara later wistfully recalled, my husband was already on duty again. Remarkably, the untidy private life of Alois had never interfered with his professional duties. He continued to be an efficient and honest public servant, esteemed by colleagues and superiors alike. He held himself in the same high esteem, although his local reputation was not good. Extramarital affairs in such a small town inevitably became common gossip. Among the ugly rumors was one that he had bought a coffin for his first wife while she was still alive. Clara flourished in her new role as housefrau. She was a model housekeeper and completely devoted to Alois Jr. and Angela, treating them as if they were her own. 4 months after the ceremony, she gave birth to a son, and within 2 years to a girl and another boy. The youngest died within a few days of birth, and shortly afterward, both of the older children contracted diphtheria and succumbed. The tragedy was hard for Clara to bear. Fortunately, she had an outlet for her affections in Alois Jr. and Angela, but relations with her husband were strained. From the first, she had regarded Alois as a superior being, and the road from house, a maid to mistress to wife, was so complicated for a simple girl from Spittal that she still addressed her husband as uncle. The death of 3 children apparently affected her regular rate of pregnancy, and it was not until April 20, 1892, that the 4th child was born. He was 1/4 Hitler, 1/4 Schickel, Gruber, 1/4 Paulzel, and 1/4 uncertain. In the baptismal registry, he was entered as Adolphus Hitler. Later, Clara claimed that Adolf was a sickly baby and that she always lived in fear of also losing him. But there how? Some maid remembered Adolf as a very healthy, lively child who developed very well. In either case, Frau Hitler lavished love and attention on her boy and as a result, probably spoiled him. Life went on placidly at the Pomerin. The father spent more time with his cronies and his hobby keeping than he did at home. But he apparently had ceased his sexual wanderings, or at least was becoming more discreet. He was remembered pleasantly by the house, a maid, who described him as a very strict but comfortable man, who treated the help with consideration. One day, for instance, this exalted official actually took off his boots rather than soil the freshly cleaned floor. But to his new customs supervisor, Alois Hitler was an unsympathetic figure. He was very strict, exacting, and pedantic. A most unapproachable person, he took pride in his uniform, and always had himself photographed in it. When Adolf was 3 years and 4 months old, his father was promoted and the family moved to Passau, a good-sized city down the Inn on the German side of the river, where the customs inspection office was located. Living in a German city and playing with German children made a lasting mark on the youngster. The distinctive Lower Bavarian dialect, for instance, would remain his mother tongue. It reminded him, he recalled, of the days of my childhood. Frau Hitler had not become pregnant again, and it has been suggested that in overcompensating the sickly child, she was still nursing him. It was not until Adolf was almost 5 that the next child, Edmund, was born. At last, Adolf was freed from his mother's constant surveillance, and almost complete freedom came shortly after, when his father was reassigned to Linz. Stayed in Passau, and the 5-year-old Adolf now could play endlessly with the German children or wander at will for hours. The family, apparently because of the newborn baby, his own master. For a year he reveled in this carefree life. Then, in the spring of 1895, the family was reunited in Hafeld, a small farm community some 30 miles southwest of Linz. They lived in a farmhouse situated on 9 acres of gently rolling fields. The property established the Hitlers near the top of local society. A month later, the 6-year-old Adolf was further separated from his possessive mother by entrance int a small Volksschule primary school several miles away at Fischlum. The regimentation of education was reinforced within a few weeks by rigorous supervision at the hands of his father, who had just retired after 40 years of service to a life of modest comfort as a minor country gentleman. It was a pretty house on a slight rise, almost completely hidden by an orchard of frid and wall, nut trees, and flanked by a brook, artificially straight, churning with clean water. Despite the new restrictions, Adolf must have led a happy life in such pleasant surroundings, for there was no lack of neighboring children for companionship. It took Adolf and his half-sister Angela more than an hour to walk to school, a rigorous trip for a small boy. The building, shabby and primitive, was separated into 2 classrooms, one for the boys and one for the girls. The Hitler children made a good impression on the master, who remembered Adolf as mentally very much alert, obedient, but lively. Moreover, both children kept the contents of their school bags in exemplary order. It was at this time that the first ideals took shape in my breast. Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf an account with the usual exaggeration of an autobiography, all my playing about in the open, the long walk to school, and particularly my association with extremely husky boys, made me the very opposite of a stay-at-home. Even at this age, he could express himself vocally, and before long he became a little ringleader, which sometimes caused my mother bitter anguish. In the months to come, his position at home became increasingly difficult. Retirement was proving to be a drudgery for Alois, since he had no talent for farming. To add to the aggravation, another child, Paula, was born in the late fall of 1896. With 5 children, including a crying infant in the cramped quarters, Alois probably drank more heavily than usual, and certainly became quarrelsome and irritable. His main target was Alois Jr. For some time, the father, who demanded absolute obedience, had been at odds with the son, who refused to give it, complained bitterly that his father frequently beat him unmercifully with a hippopotamus whip. But in the Austria of those days, severe beatings of children were not uncommon, later Alois Jr. being considered good for the soul. Once the boy skipped school for 3 days to finish building a toy boat. The father, who had encouraged such hobbies, whipped young Alois, then held him against a tree by the back of his neck until he lost consciousness. There were also stories that Adolf was whipped, if not so often, and that the master of the house often beat the dog until the dog would cringe and wet the floor. The violence, according to Alois Jr., extended even to the docile Clara, and, if true, must have made an indelible impression on Adolf. As for young Alois, life at Hafeld had become unbearable. He felt not only mistreated by his father but neglected by his step-mother, and out of this deprivation came a deep resentment of his half-brother Adolf. He was imperious and quick to anger from childhood onward, and would not listen to anyone. He told an interviewer in 1948, still resentful after 52 years, "My step-mother always took his part. He would get the craziest notions and get away with it. If he didn't have his way, he got very angry. He had no friends, took to no one, and could be very heartless. He could fly int, a rage over any triviality." Feeling abused and rejected, Alois Jr. followed in the footsteps of Alois Sr. and ran away from home at the age of 14, never to return in his father's lifetime. His vengeful elder retaliated by reducing the boy's inheritance to the legal minimum. The departure of his half-brother left Adolf the principal butt of their father's frustrations. The elder Hitler piled additional chores on the youngster's back and carped at him constantly for failing to come up with expectations. A few months later, the disgruntled country gentleman sold the burdensome farm for the more enjoyable town life of Lamb, back 6 miles away. For 6 months, the family lived on the 3rd floor of the Gasthof Lingärtner, just Appas, at the imposing Benedictine monastery. Freed from farm chores, Adolf's existence also became more palatable, and he did well at the modern school. His marks were excellent, and in the last quarter of the school year, he had 12's, the highest grade. He also had a good natural singing voice, and on certain afternoons attended the choir school at the monastery, under the tutelage of Padre Bernhard Gunnar. On the way, he had to pass by a stone arch in which was carved the monastery's coat of arms, its most prominent feature, a swastika. At this time, he became intoxicated with that solemn splendor of brilliant church festivals. The abbot became his idol, and he hoped to join the church himself. one aspiration that curiously met his anti-clerical father's approval. Adolf later told Frau Helene Hahn Stangl that as a small boy it was his most ardent wish to become a priest. Climbed on a kitchen chair and delivered long and fervent sermons, his devout mother would certainly have welcomed such a career. He often borrowed the large kitchen apron of the maid, draped it about his shoulders in vestment fashion. But Adolf's interest in things priestly ended as quickly as it began. Before long, he was caught smoking. The family was now living in pleasant quarters on the second floor of a spacious house connected to a mill. It was an ideal headquarters for the venturesome boy, providing him with a variety of arenas for his favor, at game of cowboys and Indians. Adolf was a little rogue, rarely at home, but always where something was happening, usually as the leader in raids on pear trees and other pranks. To the couple who owned the mill. When the wild boy did come home, his trousers were torn, his hands and legs scratched and bruised from his adventures. Back proved to be as dull as the farm to the restless Alois, and in 1899 he bought a snug house across from the cemetery wall in Londing, a village on the outskirts of Linz. The house was no larger than usual, but the location was far more to Alois' taste. Londing had 3,000 inhabitants and took on an air of civilization from its proximity to Linz with the latter's theaters, opera house and imposing government buildings. The local companionship was more congenial. With Alois Jr. gone from home, it was Adolf who bore the brunt of the father's discipline. It was he, recalled Paula Hitler, who challenged my father to extreme harshness and got his sound thrashing every day, and all attempts of his father to thrash him for his rudeness and to cause him to love the profession of an official of the state were in vain. He was a scrubby little rogue. How often, on the other hand, did my mother caress him and try to obtain with her kindness, where the father could not succeed with harshness. In a show of rebellion, Adolf decided to run away from home. Somehow Alois learned of these plans and locked the boy upstairs. During the night, Adolf tried to squeeze through the barred window. He couldn't quite make it, so took off his clothes. As he was wriggling his way to freedom, he heard his father's footsteps on the stairs and hastily withdrew, draping his nakedness with a tablecloth. This time Alois did not punish with a whipping. Instead he burst into laughter and shouted to Clara to come up and look at the toga boy. The ridicule hurt Adolf more than any switch, and it took him, he confided to Frau Hahn Stangl, a long time to get over the episode. Years later, he told one of his secretaries that he had read in an adventure novel that it was a proof of courage to show no pain. I then resolved never again to cry when my father whipped me. A few days later, I had the opportunity of putting my will to the test. My mother, frightened, took refuge in front of the door. As for me, I counted silently the blows of the stick which lashed my rear end from that day on. So Hitler claimed. His father never touched him again. Even at the age of 11, there was something in the thin-faced youngster's look that set him apart from his fellows. In the class picture that year of the Londing Volksschule, he sits in the center of the top row, several inches taller than his comrades, chin up, arms crossed. With his glint of rebellion, his cocky assuredness, he is patently the top boy. He was breezing through school with little effort, and had already discovered another talent: he could draw. A picture of Wallenstein dated March 26 of that year, 1900, indicates a budding talent as an artist. In the class, room he would spend some of his study time surreptitiously sketching. A boy named Weinberger once watched in wonder as Hitler recreated from memory the castle of Schomberg. At recess and after school he remained the leader. He had already resided in more places than most of his comrades would visit in their lives, and they saw him as a man of the world. In play, he was inspired by the adventure stories he was devouring by James Fenimore Cooper and his German imitator, Karl May. The latter had never been to America, but his tales of noble Indians and hardy cowboys were accepted as gospel by generations of German and Austrian boys. To Adolf, the adventures of old Shatterhand and his comrades were almost an obsession. He tirelessly led his schoolmates in violent reenactments, and when the enthusiasm of the older boys flagged, he recruited younger ones and even, on occasion, girls. It was about this time that he found more significant stimulation into illustrated magazines devoted to the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. He pored over the words and pictures. It was not long before the great historic struggle had become my greatest inner experience, he claimed in Mein Kampf, which occasionally twisted the truth for political purposes. From then on, I became more and more enthusiastic about everything that was in any way connected with war, or, for that matter, with soldiering. The Boer War, which broke out that same year, also inspired him with Germanic patriotism, as well as providing play material. For hours he led his Boers in hot battle against those unfortunate ones who had to portray the English. Often he would become so involved that he kept his father waiting an hour or so for the tobacco he was supposed to pick up at the store. The result, recalled Weinberger, was a hot reception at home. These adventurous days perhaps helped shape the course of Hitler's career. Woods and meadows, he once wrote, were the battlefields on which the conflicts which exist everywhere in life were decided. That year, 6-year-old Edmund died of measles. 4 deaths were almost too much for Clara to bear, and with Alois, Jr., Gunther was only one son to carry on the family name, coming as Adolf was completing his last year at the Volksschule. This latest domestic tragedy heightened the conflict between father and son. Alois wanted the boy to follow his example and tried to inspire him with stories from his own life as a civil servant. His son yearned to be an artist, but for the time kept this revolutionary plan to himself and without argument accepted his father's plan for the next step in his education. He was eligible to enroll either in a gymnasium, which placed emphasis on classical education and prepared a student for university, or in a Realschule, which was more technical and scientific. The practical Alois decided on the latter, and Adolf acquiesced, since such a school also had a course in drawing. The nearest Realschule was in Linz, and on September 17, 1900, he set out for the first time, green rucksack on his back. It was a long trip, more than 3 miles, and halfway there he could see the city lying below him, flanked by the Danube River. It must have been a magic yet formidable sight to a boy raised in villages and small towns. There, on a rise, jutted the famous Kernberg Castle, where the Nibelungen Genlieder were said to have been composed. Below stretched a forest of church spires and clusters of impressive buildings. His road wound down a steep hill to the heart of the city and the Realschule, a gloomy 4-story building on a narrow street. Utilitarian and forbidding, It looked more like an office building than a school. From the beginning, Adolf did poorly. No longer the leader, the brightest, the most talented, he was overwhelmed by his surroundings, and the personal interest and attention he had received from teachers in the smaller schools were not to be found in such a large institution. The other students tended to look down on boys from a country suburb. In that year's class picture, he again was perched on the top row, but gone was the cocky Adolf. In his place sat a lost, forlorn youngster, retreating int. His shell he showed increasing lack of interest in schoolwork. I thought that once my father saw how little progress I was making at the Realschule. Whether he liked it or not, this explanation in Mein Kampf could be either an excuse or a reason for his failure to be promoted because of deficiencies in mathematics and natural history. He would let me devote myself to my dream. His detractors claim his failure was due to inherent laziness, but it was just as likely a form of revenge against his father, some emotional problem, or simply unwillingness to tackle uncongenial subjects. The next year, however, Adolf changed tactics and showed a marked improvement in the classroom. Older than his mates, he once more became the leader. We all liked him, at desk and at play, said Joseph Keppelinger. He had guts. He wasn't a Hasid, but really more amenable than a good many. He exhibited two extremes of character which are not often seen in unison. He was a quiet fanatic. After school, the boys, under the leadership of Adolf, who had learned to throw a lasso, played cowboys and Indians down by the Danube meadows. Hitler also held sway at recess, lecturing his group on the Boer War and passing out sketches he made of gallant Boers. He even talked of enlisting in their army. The war helped arouse in young Hitler a yearning for German nationalism, a feeling shared by most of the boys. Bismarck was for us a national hero, recalled Keppelinger. The Bismarck song and lots more German hymns and songs of the same character were forbidden to be sung. It was a crime even to possess a sketch of Bismarck, although privately our teachers felt well enough that we boys were in the right. They had to punish us severely for singing these songs and brandishing our German loyalties. For some reason, Adolf took his Germanism far more seriously than the others, perhaps as a rebellion against his father, who was a stout advocate of the Habsburg regime. Once Keppelinger accompanied him part of the way home up the steep Kapuzinerstrasse. At the top of the hill, Hitler stopped before a small chapel. "You are not a German old German," he bluntly told Keppelinger. "You have dark hair and dark eyes." His own eyes, he noted proudly, were blue, and his hair at that time, according to Keppelinger, was light brown. He was already entranced with the heroic figures of German mythology, and at the age of 12 attended his first Wagnerian opera, Lohengrin, at the Linz Opera House. He was captivated at once as much by the Germanic feelings it aroused in him as by the music. Inspirational word, such as those of King Henry to his knight, wakened in him the primal urge of race and nationalism. Let the Reich's enemy now appear. We're well prepared to see him near. From his eastern desert plain, he'll never dare to stir again. The German sword for German land. Thus will the Reich in vigor stand. This time he finished the school year successfully, passing all subjects and receiving good and very satisfactory in conduct and diligence. But almost from the beginning of his second form, he again began slipping. Once more mathematics was too much for him, and he dropped to a variable in diligence. Then, near the end of Christmas vacation, crisis at school was overshadowed by a major family disaster. On January 3, 1903, Alois left home for his morning visit to the Gastus Stifler. No sooner had he seated himself at the table for regular patrons than he remarked that he wasn't feeling very well. Moments later, he died of pleural hemorrhage. He was buried 2 days later in the church cemetery in sight of the Hitler House. On the gravestone was attached an oblong picture of the former customs official, eyes fixed determinedly ahead. The sharp word that fell occasionally from his lips could not belie the warm heart that beat beneath the rough. Exterior read the commendatory obituary notice in the Linz Tijspast. At all times an energetic champion of law and order and universally well informed, he was able to pronounce authoritatively on any matter that came to his notice. Contrary to popular belief, Alois did not bequeath his family a life of penury. At the time of his death, he was receiving a pension of 24 kronen, a sum considerably more substantial than that received, for example, by the principal of a Volksschule. The widow was granted half of this amount, as well as a lump sum, equivalent to a quarter of 1 year's pension. In addition, each child would receive 240 kronen annually until its 24th birthday or until it becomes self-supporting. Whichever shall be the earlier. The remarkable change in the little house was the absence of tension. Gone was the authoritarian shadow cast by Alois. Adolf, almost 14, was the man of the family. Clara attempted to carry out the wishes of her husband concerning the boy, but her only weapon was entreaty. Needless to say, this was no deterrent to Adolf's dream. Whenever anyone asked what he was going to be, the answer was invariably a great artist. Even the gentle influence of his mother was diminished at the beginning of the spring term, when Adolf was permitted room in Linz so that he wouldn't have to endure the long daily trip to school. He was installed in the home of an elderly lady, Frau Sekera, with 5 other schoolboys. Here he became known for his reserve, always using the formal Sie, not only with the landlady but with his peers. While this change of locale did little to improve his low standing in school, it did give him more time for drawing and reading. According to Frau Sekera, he used in Orden it amount of candles for night work. Once she found him bent over a map which he was decorating with colored pencils. "Why, Adolf, what on earth do you suppose you are doing?" she asked. The curt answer was studying maps. The desultory school year ended with a failure in mathematics, and Frau Hitler was informed that her son would again have to repeat a year unless he passed a special examination in the fall. This cast only momentary gloom on the household. For that summer, they were all invited to Spittal for a vacation. With 2 large old-fashioned trunks filled with clothes and dishes, the Hitlers set off by train for the country. They were met in Weitra by Clara's brother-in-law, Anton Schmidt, who drove them to the tiny settlement of Spittal in his ox cart. It was a pleasant summer. Clara found companionship and sympathy in her family, and Adolf, who contrived to avoid work in the fields, would occasionally play with the Schmidt children. Once he made them a large dragon kite with a long colorful tail from different colored paper which rose beautifully in the air, but more often he spent his time reading and drawing. The last 2 pursuits already had marked him as a peculiar youngster. He preferred living in his own dream world. When it rained, Adolf was forced to stay in the children's room. On such occasions, recalled Maria Schmidt, he often paced up and down Ordre, or painted and was very angry if he was interrupted. He pushed me out of the room, and if I cried outside, he tried to get his mother to give me some tea or something else. We often teased Adolf Hitler and threw something against the window when he was inside, whereupon he quickly jumped out and chased us. Shortly after the return to London came another change in the family. Angela, a jolly person who enjoyed life and loved to laugh, married a Linz tax official, Leo Robel. Adolf intensely disliked Leo, and later claimed he drank too much and gambled. But the youngster probably objected more to the fact that his new brother-in-law, a civil servant, heartily disapproved of art as a profession. Adolf had succeeded in passing his make-up exam, and was now involved in the demanding work of the third form. His most difficult subject was French, which he would condemn years later as a complete waste of time. Professor Hummer, the French teacher, had mixed feelings about young Adolf. He had definite talent, though in a narrow field, he recalled, but he lacked self-discipline, being notoriously cantankerous, willful, arrogant, and irascible. He had obvious difficulty in fitting in at school. Moreover, he was lazy. Otherwise, with his gifts, he would have done much better. In freehand sketching, his style was fluent, and he did well in scientific subjects. But his enthusiasm for hard work evaporated all too quickly. Dr. Hummer had more than a passing interest in Adolf, since he also taught him German and was the class advisor. He reacted with ill-concealed hostility to advice or reproof at the same time. Indulging in many a less innocuous prank of a kind not uncommon amongst him. Sure, yes, there was something about the gaunt. He demanded of his fellow pupils their unqualified subservience, fancying himself in the role of leader. Pale-faced youth that appealed to Hummer, and he did what he could to guide him, but such efforts were fruitless. Young as he was, Adolf had grown set and stubborn in his ways, withdrawing whenever anyone attempted to pry into his private world. The history professor, Leopold Patz, did manage to make an impression on the secretive youngster. Adolf was fascinated by his lectures on the ancient Teutons, which were illustrated by colored slides. Even today, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, "I think back with gentle emotion on this gray-haired man, who, by the fire of his narratives, sometimes made us forget the present, who, as if by enchantment, carried us into past times and out of the millennial veils of mist, molded dry historical memories into living reality." On such occasions we sat there, often aflame with enthusiasm, and sometimes even moved to tears. Outside of this class, however, Adolf was more often moved by tedium, and by the spring of 1904, school had become a dull routine. That May he was confirmed on wits. One day at the Linz Cathedral, this too was a bore to the young artist. Of all the boys Emanuel Luggert had sponsored, none was so sulky and surly as Adolf Hitler. I had almost to drag the words out of him. It was almost as though the whole business, as though he only went through with it with the greatest reluctance as soon as the confirmation party got back to London. The whole confirmation was repugnant to him. Adolf ran off to his playmates, and then recalled Frau Luggert. They started charging around the house playing at Red Indian, a fearful row. That year Adolf failed in French. In the autumn his make-up exam was given a passing mark, but only on condition that he not return to the Linz school for the final form. The nearest real schule was some 25 miles away in Steyr. Once again, Adolf would be forced to live away from home. Frau Hitler and the 15-year-old journeyed to Steyr, where she found a little room for him at the home of the Sitcheny family. From the beginning, Adolf was unhappy. He detested the new town and the view from his room was sinister. I often used to practice shooting rats from the window. Adolf spent more time shooting rats, reading and drawing than on school work. As a result, his grades for the first semester suffered, while he received an excellent in gymnastics and good in freehand drawing. He was only adequate in two favor, its subjects history and geography, and failed mathematics and German. He would go to ridiculous lengths to avoid schoolwork. Upon arriving in class one morning with a huge scarf tied around his neck, he pretended to have lost his voice and got himself sent home. Despite all this, his marks gradually improved, and he was informed he could graduate if he returned in the fall for a special examination. Adolf brought this relatively good news to his mother on a sultry day in July 1905. She had sold the farm at Londing, scene of so much turmoil and unhappiness, and now lived in a rented flat in a dour stone-faced building at Humboldtstrasse 31 in the middle of Linz. The year away from his mother's protective care had brought a marked change in Adolf's appearance. He was no longer a boy but a youth with unruly hair, the rudiments of a mustache, and the dreamy expression of a romantic young bohemian. One of his classmates in Steyr, named Sturmberger, caught all of this in a pen and ink drawing that could have been entitled Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. He was greeted as a hero by the adoring Clara, and mother and son resumed their warm relationship. Shortly they left with Paula for another summer in Spittal. Here the youth was stricken by a lung infection. The family had a history of respiratory diseases. This illness brought mother and son even closer together, and the summer, despite its problems, must have been a pleasant change for both of them after Adolf's exile in Steyr. By the time the Hitlers left the country, the youth was well enough to return to Steyr for his make-up examination on September 16. He passed, and that night he and several comrades celebrated with a secret wine party which left him dead drunk. I've completely forgotten what happened during the night. He only remembered being wakened at dawn on the highway by a milkwoman. Never again would he suffer such humiliation. It was the first and last time he got drunk. Despite the certificate, Hitler could not face his abitur, the final examination for a diploma in fact. The mere thought of additional skilling at an Oberl, Schule, or technical institute was repugnant. Using his lung condition as an excuse, suddenly an illness came to my help, persuaded Clara to let him discontinue his studies. Detractors later charged that Hitler had lied about his ill health in Mein Kampf, but Paula testified that her brother did suffer a hemorrhage. Faggy Days and a neighbor testified that he was in poor health and had to leave his studies because of a lung problem, as a result of which he was spitting blood. A boyhood friend remembered that he was plagued by coughs and nasty catarrhs, especially on damp. With no father and no school to deter him, the 16-year-old was free to drift, his own master. A despisor of authority, it was an escapist existence. Adolf read voraciously, filled sketchbooks with drawings, went to museums, the opera and the waxworks. Once saw a movie near the railroad station that shocked his moral sense. What a horror of a film! No longer did he seek out companionship, no longer was he the leader of childhood games. He wandered the streets of Linz solitary but not lonesome. His mind churning with dreams of the future. The company of others became tedious late in the fall of 1905. He finally met someone he could tolerate. August Kubisk, son of an upholsterer, also had a dream he would be a world-famous musician. Already he could play the violin, viola, trumpet, and trombone, and was studying musical theory at Professor Desser's School of Music. One evening, the two young men met at the Opera. Kubisk noted that Hitler was reserved, meticulously dressed, who was following the performance with glistening eyes. Kubisk himself had a sensitive look, and with his high forehead, he was a remarkably pale, skinny youth, about my own age. Curly hair and dreamy eyes seemed destined for an artist's life. Together, Adolf and Gustl Hitler refused to call his new friend August, began attending almost every performance. Other nights they would stroll along the Landstrasse, Adolf twirling his ever-present black ivory-handled cane. Once Kubisk got up the nerve to ask his uncommunicative companion if he worked. Of course, Nat was the gruff reply. A bread and butter job was not for him. Since Hitler did not like talking about himself, their conversation centered on music and art in general. One day, however, Adolf abruptly drew out a black notebook to read a poem he had just written. A little later, he showed his new friend several drawings and designs, then confessed he was going to be an artist. Determination at such an age impressed Kubisk. I was thrilled by the grandeur which I saw here, and from that moment his admiration for Hitler approached hero worship. Although his recollections consequently are often exaggerated and sometimes even fictionalized. No comrade knew the young Hitler so intimately. While the two had much in common, they were of conflicting temperaments. Kubisk considered himself adaptable and therefore always willing to yield, while Hitler was exceedingly violent and high-strung. These differences only solidified the friendship, for it made me realize how much my friend needed me. Hitler warmed to such a sympathetic audience and would often make speeches accompanied by vivid gestures. Kubisk, a patient listener, relished his own passive role for my benefit alone. These orations, usually delivered when they were walking through the fields or on some deserted woodland path, reminded Kubisk of an erupting volcano. It was like a scene on the stage. Forgetting to applaud, it took some time before Kubisk realized his friend was not acting but was in dead earnest. He also discovered that all Hitler could stand was approval, and Kubisk. I could only stand gaping and passive, enthralled more by Adolf's oratory than by what he said, readily gave it. On fair days during this seminal period, the two young men would occupy a bench on the Leitenweg where Adolf read, sketched, and painted watercolors, or they would perch themselves on a rock ledge far above the Danube. In such seclusion, Hitler poured out hopes and plans, giving his vivid imagination free rein. It was no one-sided relationship. Adolf seemed to know exactly how Kubisk felt. He always knew what I needed and what I wanted. Sometimes I had a feeling that he was living my life as well as his own. While Adolf was enjoying the carefree existence of a young bohemian dandy, he occupied humble quarters. The apartment on the third floor at Humboldtstrasse was rather pleasant if restricted. The kitchen, its single window looking out on the courtyard, was small but homey. Paula and Clara slept in the living room, which was dominated by a portrait of Alois, the personification of the dignified civil servant. The third room, hardly larger than a closet, was occupied by Adolf. Unlike the previous homes, this was a peaceful one, run largely for the young master, whose present each Christmas to his mother was typically a theater ticket, and she resisted the practical suggestions of relatives that Adolf learn a respectable trade so he could contribute the family income. To Clara, he was a young prince with slumbering talent, obviously destined for fame. In the spring of 1906, one of Adolf's dreams was realized. His mother allowed him to visit Vienna, the Mecca of art, music, and architecture. For a month he roamed the romantic old city. He probably stayed with his godparents, Johann and Johanna Prinz. Totally enthralled, he kept Gustl posted. Tomorrow, I go to the opera to see Tristan, the day after to Flying Dutchman, etc. He wrote on a 3-sectioned postcard on May 7. Even though I find everything very fine, I am longing for Linz again. To the Stat Theatre Today, a second postcard, sent the same day, pictured the Royal Opera House. Adolf found the interior uninspiring. Only when the mighty waves of sound roll through space and the whistling of the wind yields to the frightful rushing billows of sound does one feel nobility and forget the gold and velvet with which the interior is overloaded. These lines were typical of the budding artista. Rowe shows grammar mixed with poetic imagery, grandiose but sensitive sentiments. Adolf returned to Linz more dedicated than ever to a life of art and architecture. He insisted that Gustl share this dream, finally persuading him to go in partnership on a 10-kronen state lottery ticket. Hitler talked endlessly of how their winnings should be spent. They would rent the entire second floor of a large house across the Danube and work in the 2 rooms far. This depends so that Gustl's music should not be a distraction. Adolf himself would furnish every room, create the murals, and design the furniture. Their apartment, he daydreamed, would become the headquarters for a circle of dilettantists. There we would make music, study, read. Above all learn. The field of German art was so wide, said my friend. A lady of exquisite culture would preside over the household as chat, Elaine, but this educated lady would have to be sedate in temperament and years in order that no expectations or intentions should be aroused of a kind unwelcome. Us this fantasy, that there could be no end to the study of it. There was a final delightful and revealing provision, like most, was dissolved by reality. Their ticket did not win. After another uneventful summer vacation in Spittal, highlighted by his present of a magic lantern to the Schmidt children, Adolf resumed his existence as budding artist and dreamer. In early October, he began taking piano lessons from Gustl's teacher. Paula recalled her brother sitting for hours at the beautiful Heitzmann grand piano. My mother had given him no expense was too great for such a son. It was about this time that Hitler revealed himself to Kubizek in a startling new role. It occurred on the evening they first saw Wagner's Rienzi, the story of the hero's rise and fall as Tribune of Rome had a curious effect on Adolf. Ordinarily, he began criticizing the performers or musicians once the final curtain dropped. This night he not only said nothing, but rebuked Kubizek to silence with a strange, almost hostile glance. Hitler strode in. The street silent, paler than usual. The collar of his black overcoat turned up against the November chill. Looking almost sinister, he led his puzzled companion to the top of a steep hill. Suddenly, he grasped Kubisek's hands tightly. Eyes feverish with excitement, he began speaking in a hoarse, raucous voice. It seemed to Kubisk as if another being had taken over his friend. It was a state of complete ecstasy and rapture. With visionary power to the plane of his own ambitions, till now Kubisk had been convinced that his friend's true goal was to be an artist or perhaps an architect, in which he transferred the character of Rienzi without even mentioning him as a model or example, ranting as if possessed of a special mission which one day would be entrusted to him, a call from the people to lead them to freedom. This Adolf was a complete stranger. This scene may have been one of Kubisek's fictions, but it surely reflected the state of mind of his romantic friend. It was 3 a.m. by the time they descended to Kubisek's house. After the boys solemnly shook hands, Adolf did not head home. Instead, he started up the hill again with the explanation, "I want to be alone." His family became the dubious beneficiary of his visionary experience. Very often remembered Paula. He used to give lectures on the themes concerning history and policy to my mother and me in a rhetorical way. The vision on the hill was followed by a moody period in which he felt as rejected and injured as a Dostoevsky hero. He could have stepped out of the pages of the adolescent. The piano lessons stopped within 4 months. Monotonous finger exercise did not sit Adolf at all, but it was more likely occasioned by the ill health of Clara. Hitler. Kubisk felt it was because those dull. On January 14, 1907, 2 weeks before Adolf's last piano lesson, his mother called on Dr. Edward Black, a Jewish physician known locally as the poor people's doctor. In a quiet, hushed voice, she complained of a pain in her chest. It kept her awake night after night. An examination indicated that Frau Hitler had an extensive tumor of the breast. Dr. Black did not tell the patient she had cancer, but the following day he summoned Adolf and Paula. Their mother was a gravely ill woman, and the only hope, and that but a slight one, was surgery. Black was touched by Adolf's reaction. His long, sallow face was contorted, tears flowed from his eyes. Did his mother, he asked, have no chance? Only then did I recognize the magnitude of the attachment that existed between mother and son. The family decided to risk an operation, and Clara Hitler entered the hospital of the Sisters of Mercy in Linz on January 17. The next day, Dr. Karl Urban removed one of her breasts. By this time, Aunt Johanna, hunchback, irascible but always on hand, had arrived from Spittal to keep house for the children. For 19 days, Clara recuperated in a third-class ward at 3 kronen a day. She could have afforded more comfortable quarters, but typically economized on herself. The 3 flights to the apartment on the Humboldtstrasse were too difficult for Clara to climb, and late that spring, the family moved across the Danube to the suburb of Erfurt. 3 rooms on the 2nd floor of an attractive stone building at Bildingus 9. It was a quiet, pleasant neighborhood, a short ride on the streetcar across the long bridge to Adolf's favor. It haunts. The youth had a new preoccupation. He fell in love. Until then, his relationship with girls had been trifling. During one vacation in Spittal, for example, there had been a brief encounter in a barn with a girl who was milking a cow. But when she showed a willingness to go further, Adolf had rushed off, knocking over a large pat of fresh milk. While strolling the Landstrasse with Kubisk, they had approached a distinguished-looking girl. Tall and slim, with thick fair hair swept in't. A bun, a young Valkyrie Adolf excitedly gripped his companion's arm. "You must know," he said resolutely, "I'm in love with her. Her name was Stephanie Janston, and she too lived in our far." He composed numerous love poems to her, including one entitled Hymn to the Beloved, and read them all to his faithful Gustl. Adolf confessed he had never spoken to her, but that eventually everything would be clear without as much as a word being exchanged. Theirs was such an idyllic match. Said Hitler that they communicated by eyes alone. These things cannot be explained. He said, "What is in me is in Stephanie too." Kubisk urged him simply to introduce himself to Stephanie and her ever-present mother. Hitler refused to do this. He would have to mention his profession, and he was not yet an academic painter. He was immersed, moreover, in Norse and German mythology, where the women were anything but ordinary, and he probably had a romanticized, knightly concept of all things sexual. No prosaic introduction for this young Siegfried fantasy, built on fantasy. If all else failed, he would kidnap her while Kubisk engaged the mother in conversation. When Stephanie continued to ignore Hitler's presence, he imagined she was angry with him. She was about to become engaged to a lieutenant, and it would come as a complete surprise to learn years later that Hitler had been her devoted admirer. Despondent, he swore he could bear it no longer. "I will make an end of it." He decided to jump off the bridge into the Danube, but Stephanie would have to go with him in a suicide pact. He devised a plan complete in every detail with appropriate dialogue for everyone, including Kubisk, who must witness the tragic event. It was a convenient love affair for a susceptible youth of imagination. Success would have led to marriage and the end of an artistic career. Failure only contributed to another pleasurably painful fantasy. More important matters soon put Stephanie in the background. Adolf's creative drive had made a turn from art to architecture. He was still an indefatigable watercolorist, but these paintings, while pleasantly executed with a degree of talent, could not satisfy the ideas and emotions sitting inside him. Adolf never took painting seriously, said Kubisk. It remained rather a hobby outside his more serious aspirations. His architectural designs, on the other hand, gave expression to an irresistible urge to create, as well as a sense of order that was almost obsessive. He was driven to alter the shape of Linz. He would stand in front of the new cathedral, praising some features, criticizing others. He redesigned structure after structure in a passion for improvement. He gave his whole self to his imaginary building and was completely carried away by it as he ranged the streets with his one-man captive audience. Hitler pointed out features that must be changed, then explained in detail what had to be done. The town hall was uninspiring, and he envisioned in its place a stately modern structure. He would also completely remodel the ugly castle, restoring it to its original grandeur. The new museum did please him, and he returned time and again to admire its marble frieze, which depicted historical scenes. But even this had to be changed. He would double the length to make it the longest frieze in Europe. His plans for a new railroad station showed a flair for city planning. To rid the growing Linz of tracks that were ugly as well as a traffic hindrance, he set his station on the edge of town. Running the tracks under the city, the public park would spill over onto the old station site. His imagination was boundless. He planned to run a cog railway to the top of the Lichtenberg, where he would place a spacious hotel and a 300-foot steel tower which, in turn, would look down upon a magnificent new high-level bridge spanning the Danube. His life had become one of isolation. Hitler slept late and stayed in the house most of the day, reading, painting, and designing. The downstairs neighbor, the wife of the postmaster, would see him leave the house after 6 p.m. and on his return from his adventures with Kubisk, hear him pace around the living room until early morning. One day her husband suggested Adolf enter the postal service, but he replied that he was going to be a great artist someday. When it was pointed out that he lacked the necessary means and connections for this, he replied briefly, "Mackert and Rubens worked themselves up from poor circumstances." Adolf was restless, and Linz had no more to offer him. He yearned for the world outside, specifically Vienna. He tried to convince his mother that he should be allowed to enter the Academy of Fine Arts. Clara was pressed from the other side by arguments from her son-in-law and Joseph Meyerhofer, the children's guardian. Both insisted that it was time the boy selected a respectable profession. Meyerhofer even found a baker who was willing to take Adolf as an apprentice. But Clara could not resist her son's passionate pleas, and that summer he was allowed to withdraw his patrimony, some 700 kronen, from the mortgage bank of Upper Austria. This was enough for a year in Vienna, including tuition at the academy. Adolf's victory was marred by a deterioration in his mother's health, and he probably left home with emotions of guilt, regret, and exultation. But examinations for the Academy of Fine Arts were held only in early October, and if he didn't go to Vienna, now his career would have to be postponed another year. On a late September morning in 1907, Kubisk appeared at Bultingus 9. Both Clara and Paula were weeping, and even Adolf's eyes were wet. His suitcase was so heavy it took both youths to carry it down the stairs and to the street car. During Adolf's first trip to Vienna, he had deluged his friend with postcards, but 10 days passed without a word. Kubisk conjured up scenes of illness, accident, and even death. He decided to find out what had happened from Frau Hitler. Her first words were, "Have you heard from Adolf?" Her face was more care worn than ever, her eyes were lifeless, her voice listless. With Adolf gone, she seemed to have let herself go and become an old, sick woman. She began repeating all the laments he had heard so many times. Why hadn't Adolf chosen a proper profession? Why was he wasting his patrimony on this crazy trip to Vienna? Why did he refuse to take any responsibility for raising little Paula? He would never earn a decent living painting or writing stories. Adolf was living near the Westbahnhof on the second floor of Stumpergus 29 in the flat of a Polish woman named Zacharias. He was depressed. He had taken his exam at the academy with confidence. Test drawing unsatisfactory. When the stunned young man asked for an explanation, the rector assured him that his drawings showed my unfitness for painting. The verdict was shocking, and that my ability obviously lay in the field of architecture. It took the downcast Hitler a few days to realize what Kubisk had already guessed. His painting was only a hobby, and his true destiny was as an architect. Entrance in the Academy's School of Architecture depended on a diploma from the building school, and to enter this institution he needed a diploma from Real Schule. The road ahead seemed insurmountable. Determined to succeed, yet depressed by the difficulties, he spent the next weeks aimlessly, reading for hours in his little room, attending the opera, and wandering the streets to admire the buildings. In Erfurt, Clara Hitler was dying. The postmaster's wife wrote Hitler and he rushed back. On October 22, he again consulted Dr. Bloch, who revealed that drastic treatment was necessary to save the patient's life. Clara, it seemed, had been operated on too late, and there were already metastases in the pleura. The treatment, continued Dr. Bloch, was not only danger, see large doses of iodoform on the open wound a bit extremely expensive. Money was no object to Adolf, and he agreed to narrate Dr. Bloch for the iodoform in advance, while promising to pay for the treatment itself later. Kubizek was startled when Adolf unexpectedly turned up at his home, deathly pale, eyes dull. After explaining what had brought him from Vienna, Hitler burst into a diatribe against doctors. How could they say his mother could not be cured? They simply were incapable of curing her. He was staying home, he said, to help take care of his mother, since his half-sister Angela was expecting a second child. Kubizek was surprised that his friend didn't even ask about Stephanie, nor did Adolf mention her for some time. So deeply engrossed was he with his mother. By November 6, she was receiving an almost daily dosage of iodoform. It was an agonizing procedure. Gauze was saturated with iodoform, which had a nauseating, clinging hospital odor, and then folded around the open wound. Not only did the iodoform burn its way into the tissue, but once it entered the system, the patient could not swallow. Clara's throat burned, and yet she could not quench this burning thirst, since all liquids tasted like poison. Hitler devoted himself to his mother, sharing the household duties with the postmaster's wife, Paula, and Aunt Johanna. Clara had been installed in the kitchen, since it alone was heated all day. The cupboard had been removed and replaced by a couch. Adolf slept here so he could be in constant attendance. During the day, he was part-time cook, and Frau Hitler confided to Kubizek with pride that her appetite had never been better. At these words, her usually pale cheeks colored. The pleasure of having her son back and his devotion to her had transfigured the serious, worn face. In the cold, damp days that followed, Kubizek could not believe the change in Hitler. Not a cross word, not an impatient remark. No violent insistence on having his own way. Adolf lived only for his mother, and even took over as man of the house. He would scold Paula for doing poorly at school, and one day made her swear solemnly to their mother that she would henceforth be a diligent pupil. Kubizek was deeply impressed by this uncharacteristic behavior. Perhaps Adolf wanted to show his mother by this little scene that he had mean, while realized his own faults. Each waking hour was filled with pain for Clara. She bore her burden well, recalled Dr. Bloch unflinchingly and uncomplaining, but it seemed to torture her son. An anguished grimace would come over him when he saw pain contract her face on the evening of December 20. Kubizek found Frau Hitler, mouth drawn and eyes sunken, sitting up in bed, supported by Adolf to ease the pain. Hitler motioned his friend to leave. As he started out, Clara whispered Gustl. Usually she addressed him as Herr Kubizek. Go on being a good friend to my son. When I'm no longer here, he has no one else. By midnight it was apparent that the end was near, but the family decided not to disturb Dr. Bloch. Clara was beyond his help. In the dark, early morning hours of December, in the glow of a lighted Christmas tree. According to Hitler's died quietly after daylight, Angela asked Dr. Bloch to come to the Bultingas and sign the death certificate. He found Adolf's face wan at his mother's side. On a sketchbook was a drawing of Clara, a last memory Dr. Black tried to ease Hitler's grief by saying that in this case death had been a savior, but Adolf could not be comforted. In all my career, recalled Dr. Black, who had witnessed many deathbed scenes, I never saw any one so prostrate with grief as Adolf Hitler. One, he may have had other motives. There was village gossip that Alois was his natural son. It has also been suggested by Franz Jetzinger, author of a generally accurate book on Hitler's youth, that Hitler may have wanted to legitimize Alois as insurance for the young man's career, a strong motive if his father had been a Jew. 2. Crown Prince Rudolf had recently committed suicide at Mayerling. 3. The Austrian and German anthems had the same music by Haydn, and the Pan-Germans would rebelliously sing the lyrics of Deutschland über alles. They would also greet each other in secret with the German Heil. For that spring, while visiting in a nearby town, he wrote a revealing poem in a guest book, for words cannot be deciphered. 1. There the people sit in an airy house, refreshing themselves with wine and beer, and eat and drink riotously. Out then on all fours. 2. There they climb up high mountains with proud faces, and tumble down in somersault fashion, and cannot find their equilibrium. 3. Then they arrive sadly at home, and then are forgotten the hours. Then comes his wife, poor man, and cures his wounds with a beating. The poem was illustrated by the sketch of a smallish man being beaten with a large stick by a woman with huge breasts. The sketch and poem are remarkable, coming from a boy just turned 16. It is equally remarkable that he could make such a bizarre entry in a guest book. 5. A contemporary mock Chagall was rejected by the Academy of Art in St. Petersburg. Chapter 2. THESCHOOLOFMYLIFEDCMB May 1913. The morning of December 23, 1907, was damp and faggy. Clara was carried out of Bultingus 9 in a hard polished wooden coffin with metal corners, and the hearse headed down the slushy street to a church. After a short service, the little funeral cortege, hearse and 2 carriage, Cipro, seated slowly across the Danube and over the hill to Lounding. She was buried as she wished beside her husband with her own name inscribed on his mocker. The family, all in black, stood silently in the misty graveyard. Within sight of the snug little house they had once occupied, Adolf, in a long black overcoat, held a black top hat. He seemed even paler than usual to Gustl, his face stern and composed. Christmas Eve was lugubrious for the Hitlers. The family made a formal visit to Dr. Black to settle the medical bill. The total was 359 kronen, of which 59 kronen had already been paid on account. It was a considerable sum, representing more than 10% of Clara's estate, but it was extremely reasonable, since it included 77 home and office visits and 47 treatments. Most of them with iodoform. The balance was paid with profuse thanks. The sisters talked while Adolf, wearing black sid and loosely knot tie, stared at the floor, a shock of hair tumbling over his forehead. Finally he grasped the doctor's hand and looked directly at him. "I shall be grateful to you forever," he said, and bowed. "I wonder if today he recalls this scene," wrote Dr. Black 3 years later in Collier's. "I am quite sure that he does, for in a sparing sense Adolf Hitler has kept his promise. Favors were granted to me which I, Phil, were accorded no other Jew in all Germany or Austria." Both Adolf and Paula had been invited to spend the rest of the day with the Robles, and Adolf turned down invitation, he was becoming increasingly uneasy with brother-in-law Leo, who couldn't resist taking every opportunity to urge him to abandon his foolish dream of becoming an artist. In fact, the youth confided to Kubizk. All his relatives were constantly pestering him, and so he was escaping to Vienna. He was bound to become an artist and prove to that narrow-minded clan he was right, not they. He was equally determined that his friend leave his father's upholstery shop to become a professional musician. The Kubizks had refused to let Gustl go to Vienna the previous autumn, but Hitler renewed his pleas and arguments, firing the imagination of both Gustl and his mother with tales of Vienna operas and concerts. The unlimited opportunities for the study of music convincing Herr Kubizk was more difficult. He regarded Adolf as a young man who had failed at school and thought highly of himself to learn a trade, but Hitler's power of persuasion even at that age was exceptional, and this practical man agreed to let his son go to the capital for a trial period. One of the arguments that had helped sway him was that Gustl would be living with a bona fide art student. Hitler journeyed again to London to tell his guardian of his decision to return to Vienna for good. This time there was no argument. Gave his consent, told his daughter it was his duty to do so, and Adolf spent the next few weeks with Angela and Aunt Johanna. Herr Meyerhofer readily, if reluctantly, making final family arrangements. By now all bills had been paid to the last groschen, including that for the funeral, which came to the considerable sum of 370 kronen. The neighbors were thanked for their help during Clara's illness. Adolf was so grateful to the postmaster and his wife that he gave them one of his paintings. Even after all obligations were settled, there must have remained at least 3,000 kronen from the estate of the economical Clara. Since Angela had assumed responsibility for the 11-year-old Paula, it is likely she got more than 2/3. Later told his elder son that he had persuaded Adolf they should turn their part of the inheritance over to the girls, since the Robles were short of funds. Alois Hitler Jr. Adolf promptly gave his share to Angela, while Alois gave his to Paula. If true, that left Adolf very little with which to start his career in Vienna. An orphan's pension and what was left of his patrimony. Early in February, Adolf received unexpected encouragement from Vienna. A neighbor persuaded Professor Alfred Roller, director of scenery at the Royal Opera, to take a look at young Hitler's paintings and advise him on his career. The offer from Roller helped beat down the family protests, and Adolf made definite plans to leave. On February 10, 1908, he filled out the form for his Aunt Paula's pensions. It was returned 3 days later with a note that it should have been countersigned by their guardian. Adolf passed on the form to Herr Meyerhofer, but was too impatient to wait for an answer from the pensions office. He packed his clothes, books, and art materials, bade farewell to his family, and left Bildingus 9 for the last time. Gustl accompanied him to the station. It was probably February, and during the wait for his train, Adolf spoke of Stephanie. He still had not introduced himself to her, but perhaps he would write her. Gustl, it is doubtful if the young man's reading extended to the inspirational works of Horatio Alger, but he certainly would have felt a kinship with Alger's heroes. As the train moved out of the station, Adolf called through the open window, "Follow me, Sin." The third-class fare on the local train was 5.3 kronen, and after 5 hours the 18-year-old Adolf Hitler arrived. for the third time in the magic city of Vienna. It was only a few minutes' walk from the west, Bahnhof Frau Zach, Rise establishment at Stumpergus 29, but it must have been an arduous one with such bulky luggage. Although the weather was dreary that month, Adolf's spirits were high. On February 18, he wrote an enthusiastic card to Kubizk. Dear friend, eagerly await news of your coming. Write soon and definitely, so that I can get everything ready to receive you in style. All Vienna is waiting. As we said to start with, you stay with me, we can see later how we get on. Piano to be had here in the so-called door. Of government pawn. Shop for as little as florins. Well, many greetings to you, also to your esteemed parents from your friend Adolf Hitler. Once again, please come soon. 5 days later, on a faggy Sunday, Gustl arrived at the West Bahnhof, a brown canvas bag overflowing with food as he stood used by the bustle of the station waiting room. He saw Adolf coming toward him already, a citizen of Vienna. In his dark, good quality overcoat, dark hat and walking stick with the ivory handle. He appeared almost elegant. Hitler was so delighted to see his friend. He kissed him on the cheek. He took one handle of the heavy bag, Kubiz, the other, and they emerged into the turmoil of the city. It was already dark, but electric arc lights made the station plaza as bright as day. They passed through the wide entrance of Stumpergus 29, in imposing structure, crossed a small courtyard to its humbler annex, and struggled up dark stairs to a room on the second floor. Sketches were scattered everywhere. Adolf spread a newspaper over the table and brought out his own sparse food sup, lye milk, sausage, and bread. Kubizk shoved these aside and, like a magician, produced from his canvas bag roast pork, freshly baked buns, cheese, jam, and a bottle of coffee. Yes, Hitler is supposed to have exclaimed, "That's what it is to have a mother." After the feast, Hitler insisted on conducting his tired friend on a tour of the city. How could Kubizk possibly go to sleep without seeing the ring? First Adolf introduced him to the grandeur of the Opera House. Felt as though I had been transplanted to another planet. So overwhelming was the impression. Then came the graceful spire of Street Stevens, and finally Adolf insisted on something else special, the delicate street Maria Amjestade Church. But it was so misty that Kubizk could see little, and he was grateful when they finally got home well after midnight, and he crawled into the bed the landlady had made up on the floor, since the room was too small for two and a piano. The persuasive Adolf convinced Frau Zach Rise to give up her own large room and move into his. The young men agreed to pay 20 kronen a month, double the original rent. The grand piano took up more space than imagined, and since pacing was a requirement for Adolf, the furniture had to be rearranged to give him a promenade 3 strides in length. Within 2 days, Gustl had registered at the Academy of Music and passed the entrance examination. I had no idea I had such a clever friend, was Hitler's curt comment. Nor was he interested in hearing about Kubizek's progress in the weeks to follow. He made a scene when Gustl was visited by a fellow student, a pretty young girl, and after she left, delivered a tirade. As he paced back and forth about the senselessness of women studying, Kubizk had the impression that Adolf had become unbalanced. He would fly into A temper at the slightest thing nothing gustal did seem to sit Adolf. And he made our life together very hard to bear. He was at odds with the world. Wherever he looked he saw injustice, hate, and enmity. The underlying reason was Hitler's own rejection, and this came in't the open when he suddenly burst in't a bitter denunciation of the Academy of Fine Arts. A lot of old-fashioned, fossilized civil servants, bureaucrats devoid of understanding, bid lumps of officials. The whole academy ought to be blown up. His face was livid. His eyes, there was something sinister about them, glittered with hatred. Then he finally revealed that he had been thrown out, turned down, what now asked the concerned Kubaisk. Hitler sat down at the table and began to read a book. Never mind, was the calm reply. Despite his talk of determination to succeed, he had yet to take advantage of Professor Roller's offer of help. Several times, portfolio in hand, he had gone to the studio of the noted stage designer, but could never get up the nerve to knock on the door. At last he tore up the letter of introduction, so he would not be tempted again. He could have been afraid his work was not good enough, or been driven by some inner urge for failure, or simply have been overwhelmed by Roller's fame, and feared meeting him. About a week after Hitler left Linz, Herr Meyerhofer was informed by the pensions office that the two orphans, Paula and Adolf Hitler, would each be granted 300 kronen a year until they reached the age of 24. Meyerhofer was authorized to divide the entire 600 kronen a year as he saw fit, and he decided to give each orphan 25 kronen a month. This regular sum, equivalent to some 6 current American dollars, undoubtedly gave renewed hope to Hitler, but assuming that he still had most of the 650 kronen from his patrimony, life would still have been Spartan. His roommate later insisted that Hitler often went hungry. For days on end, he could live on milk and bread and butter. Only Kubais never knew how much money Adolf had and assumed he was secretly ashamed of how little it was. Occasionally, anger got the better of him, and he would shout in fury, "Isn't this a dog's life?" The money Hitler saved on food and other economies pressed his trousers, for example, under the mattress, enabled him to go to the Burg theater or the opera several times a week. Nor would Hitler sit in the gallery with Gozel. They were afterwards flirting. He made Kubaisk stand with him in the promenade, where women were not admitted, at the considerable cost of 2 kronen a ticket. They never saw the end of the longer operas, since they had to leave at 9:45 p.m. in time to get home before the entrance to Stumpergus 29 was closed. Otherwise, they would have to tip the concierge. Back in their own room, Hitler would force Kubaisk to play on the piano what they had missed. Hitler never tired of hearing Wagner. Even when Gustl wanted to see a first-class production of Verdi at the Royal Opera, Adolf insisted on dragging his friend to the People's Opera for a second-rate Wagner production. The music would transport him, and was that escape in't a mystical world which he needed in order to endure the tensions of his turbulent nature. Together they saw Adolf's favor it opera, Lohengrin 10 times. Die Meistersinger similarly entranced Hitler, who never tired of quoting the lines from the second act. And still I don't succeed. I feel it, and yet I cannot understand it. I can't retain it, nor forget it. And if I grasp it, I cannot measure it. Kubaisk did manage to inveigle Adolf to several Verdi operas, but he only approved of Ada. He objected to the trick theatrical effects. What would these Italians do if they had no daggers? One day, they heard an organ grinder playing La Donna Mobile, and Hitler exclaimed, "There's your Verdi. Can you imagine Lohengrin's narration on a barrel organ?" The two young men also spent many evenings at concerts for which Kubisk, as a student at the Academy, got free tickets. Gustl was surprised when Adolf began developing a taste for symphonic music and a particular fondness for the Romanticists Weber, Schubert, Mendelssohn, and Schumann. Other favorites included Bruckner, Beethoven, and Grieg, whose piano concerto in A minor never failed to move him. Lack of money did not dim the luster of their Vienna. It was the golden era for opera and music. Gustav Mahler had just quit the Royal Opera for the Metropolitan in New York City, but had left behind magnificent productions. Many designed by Roller. Particularly notable were their collaborations on Rienzi and the first two parts of The Ring. The new director, Felix Weingartner, while causing some furore by making cuts in certain Mahler productions, was already carrying out his predecessor's plan to complete The Ring with new Roller scenery. Both directors incidentally were Jews, as were many Viennese luminaries of literature and the theater, such as Hugo von Hofmannsthal, Arthur Schnitzler, Richard Beer Hoffmann, and Hermann Bahr. Vienna was the capital of an empire in its final years of flowering, a polyglot center with no common tongue and a population gathered from the four corners of Austria-Hungary. It was a brilliant, cosmopolitan city where joy of life ran hand in hand with a sense of impending doom. This seat of the Habsburg dynasty was German in tradition, yet unique among metropolis. It was a capital not only of banking and finance, but also of fashion and culture. Unlike Germany, it was a melting pot of incongruous peoples, swamped for long centuries by the Slavs, the Magyars, and the Italians, commented one contemporary reporter. "This town, they say, has no longer a drop of German blood. There was a Bohemian theater, an Italian opera, singers from France, and clubs for the Polish, and in some coughs there would be Czech, Slav, Polish and Hungarian newspapers, but not one in German. You might be a German of pure breed, but your wife will be a Galician or a Pole, your cook a Bohemian, your nurse, the maid in Istri, out or a Dalmatian, your valet a Serb, your coachman a Slav, your barber a Magyar, and your tutor a Frenchman. No, Vienna is not a German town. Those like Adolf, who had left the cities and villages of the realm for Vienna, fell under its spell despite, perhaps because of its disturbing contradictions. It was a city of glamour and slums, of cast iron conventions and radical intellectual experiments, of free thought and violent racial prejudice. Drawn as he had been to this glittering city, the dubious magic of the national melting pot, as he later described it, began to repel Hitler as the months passed and any kind of success eluded him. Passed through dingy middle-class streets to the center of the city, with its splendid mansions of the nobility, with garishly attired servants in front and the sumptuous hotels, Adolf became increasingly rebellious. He and Kubisk would leave their room on the Stumpergus, often with empty stomachs, railing endlessly at the social injustice of all that unearned wealth. What bothered him more than hunger was the filth of the bug-infested room on the Stumpergus. Hitler, Kubisk recalled, was almost pathologically sensitive about anything concerning the body. His feeling for the city was not unique. Every outstanding personality brought up in the peculiar intellectual atmosphere of Vienna lived ever after in a dialectical syncretism of love and hatred for the city, which offered splendid potentialities for the highest accomplishments, as well as the most stubborn resistance to their realization. So wrote Bruno Walter in his biography of Mahler, whose inspired production of Tristan with its striking orange, purple and gray sets by Roller, Adolf Hitler would see almost monthly for the next 5 years. Vienna, in short, was peopled by the Rounzer grumblers, and had a tradition of attacking its most outstanding citizens. It derided Freud's psychoanalysis, hissed at the too modern sounds of Arnold Schoenberg and the too bright colors of Oskar Kokoschka, and found much to criticize in the works of Hofmannsthal and Schnitzler. The youthful Hitler, alternately fascinated and repelled, spent time ferreting out the evils of the gaudy city. According to Kubizek, who saw him as a young Werther with a social conscience, he followed an erratic program of self-education, wandering the Meidling section to research the housing conditions of the workers. He haunted the Ringstrasse, inspecting it and adjoining areas by the hour, before returning to his dingy hole of a room to redesign large sections of the capital. The youth was as much city planner as architect, and as he strode up and down the narrow passage between door and piano, returning with the announcement that the tenements will be demolished, and proceeded to work all night on designs for a model workers' settlement. He forced Kubizek to listen to endless lectures on conscientious planning. Once he disappeared for 3 days. Adolf also would sit at the table until late at night, writing in the uncertain glow of their single source of illumination, a smoky kerosene lamp. Curious Kubizek finally asked what he was doing, and Hitler handed over several scribbled sheets. Holy Mountain in the background, before it, the mighty sacrificial block, surrounded by huge oaks. 2 powerful warriors hold the black bull, and press the beast's mighty head against the hollow in the sacrificial block. Behind them, erect in light-colored robes, stands the priest. He holds the sword with which he will sacrifice the bull. All around, solemn bearded men leaning on their shields, their lance is ready, are watching the ceremony intently. Hitler explained to the puzzled Kubizek that it was a play. Excitedly he described the action which took place at the time Christianity was brought to Bavaria. The mountain men would not accept the new faith and were determined to kill the Christian missionaries. This play was probably never finished, and others, such as a drama about the painter Murillo, were envisaged and occasionally started. Their plots usually lifted from Germanic mythology or history. Adolf would write until dawn, then toss the results on Gustel's bed or read aloud a page or 2. Each of these dramas required expensive productions with scenes ranging from heaven to hell, and Gustel suggested that Adolf write something simpler, for example, an unpretentious comedy. This adjective infuriated Hitler, and he put his mind to an even more ambitious project. It was inspired by a casual remark of Kubizek's that the outline of a music drama about Wieland the Smith had been discovered in Wagner's posthumous papers. The following day, Kubizek returned from lunch to find Hitler at the piano. "I'm going to work up Wieland int, a musical drama," he said. Adolf's plan was to compose the music and peck it out on the piano to Gustel, who would put it on paper, adapt where necessary, and finally write the score. A few nights later, Hitler played the overture on the piano, then anxiously awaited Gustel's opinion. Kubizek thought it was second-hand Wagner. But the basic themes were good, and he offered to put the music in proper metric form, while Hitler was never satisfied with his friend's changes. He continued to compose day after day, as well as to design the scenery and costumes and sketch the hero in charcoal. Adolf would spend his evenings on the libretto, keeping one eye on Kubisk. And when he fell asleep over, the orchestration would shake him awake, and then read out, in a soft voice because of the late hour, from his manuscript after several weeks. However, Adolf put aside the opera. Perhaps some problem or other had come up that demanded his attention, or perhaps the fire of creation that had possessed him had burned out. He talked less and less about their unfinished project, and finally ceased mentioning it. That spring, Kubisk went home for the Easter holidays. He wrote back that he had contracted conjunctivitis, probably from studying so much in the kerosene light, and might arrive at the West Bahn, half wearing glasses. It was a lonely, dreary Easter Sunday for Adolf. That year, 1908, it fell on April 19, the day before his 19th birthday. His answer to Gustlon morning paper was filled with heavy humor. It filled me with deep sorrow to hear that you are going blind. You will hit more and more wrong notes, misread the music and end up blind while I slowly go deaf. Oh. The room on the Stumpergus seemed more dismal than ever to Gustl after the countryside of Linz, and he persuaded Hitler to go on excursions in the open country. In the mild spring sunshine, they spent several Sundays in the Vienna woods and took steamer rides down the Danube. Although it was the season when a young man's fancy was supposed to turn to love, sex played little overt part in their lives on promenades. Girls and women would often slyly glance at them. At first Kubisk thought their interest was directed to him, but it soon became apparent that the reserved Adolf was the object. He coldly ignored their silent invitations. If the two did nothing about sex, they spent hours at night discussing women, love, and marriage, with Adolf as usual dominating the conversation over and over. He insisted that he must keep the flame of life pure. He believed, in accordance with his Catholic upbringing, a man and woman should keep themselves chaste in body and soul until marriage, and thus be worthy of producing healthy children for the nation. That is. But the dark side of sex also haunted him, and he talked by the hour about depraved sexual customs. He railed against prostitution, condemning not only the whores and their customers but society. His condemnation approached obsession, and one night, after attending a performance of Wedekind's Spring's Awakening, he took Gustl's arm and said, "We must see the sink of iniquity." Once they turned down a small dark alley. It was the Spittal. Bargassi and walked past a row of small houses, so brightly lit that one could see the girls inside. In their scanty and slovenly attire they sat there, recalled Kubisk, making up their face, or combing their hair, or looking at themselves in the mirror, without, however, for one moment losing sight of the men strolling by occasionally. Man would stop in front of a house, converse with a girland. The light would go out. When the two youths reached the end of the alley, Adolf maneuvered them in an about-face, and they took another long look at the appalling sight. Adolf went into a lengthy tirade on the evils of prostitution with a cold objectivity, as though it were a question of his attitude towards the fight against tuberculosis back in their room, or towards cremation. Gustl finished his competitive examinations with excellent grades and conducted the end-of-term concert. 3 of his songs were sung and 2 movements of his sextet for strings performed. In the artist's room, a proud Adolf at his side, he was congratulated not only by the head of the conductor's school, but by the director of the Academy of Music. It was early July, time for Gustl to return to Linz. He was spending the summer with his parents, but insisted on paying his half of the rent until his return in the autumn, when Gustl vowed to get a position as violinist with the Vienna Symphony Orchestra, so he could pay more than his half of their expenses. Adolf himself was silent about his own plans, and Hitler's reaction was irritable. The compliant Gustl, inured to his friend's dark moods, and still glowing with his own success, took no offense. Adolf assured him for the 100th time how dull it would be living in the Stumpergus room alone, but showed no apparent emotion as they parted the more anything touched him. At the West, Bonn, half the cooler he became. Then he did something unusual, grasped both of Kubice's hands, pressed them firmly, and made off hastily without looking back. Gustl wrote from Linz a postcard and a letter, and received a picture postcard explaining that Hitler had been working very hard, often till 2 or even 3 in the morning. Adolf promised to write before he went to Spittal for his own vacation, adding testily, "Shan't want to at all, if my sister is coming." He probably was referring to Angela, who, along with her husband, remained critical of his way of life. A fortnight passed without word from Adolf. Finally, a letter arrived about July 20, which, by the things it said and those it omitted, told much of the curious and lonesome life he was leading. "Dear friend, perhaps you will already have guessed why I have not written for so long. The answer is very simple. I could think of nothing to tell you, or what would have interested you particularly. I am still in Vienna, and here I stay alone here for Frau Zach. Rise is at her brother's. Still, I am pretty well in my hermit life. There is only one thing I miss. Up till now, Frau Zach Rise has always drummed me out of bed in the morning. I have been used to getting up very early in order to work, whereas now I have to look after myself. Is there no news from Linz?" He asked for a guide to Linz and a timetable of the Danube-steamer. "Otherwise, I don't know any news. Only this morning I caught a murderous stream of bedbugs that sin after was swimming dead in my blood. And now my teeth are chattering with heat. I think such cold days as this year are rare in summer." Hitler spent the remainder of the month in the stifling, bug-infested room. That his life continued to be dull was indicated in the next letter Kubice received in August. It was a lovely letter to the uncritical Gustl, probably the most revealing letter that he ever sent me, revealing it, while replete with Hitler's usual self-pity, mistakes in grammar, and spelling from its emotional greeting. "Good friend," first he asked forgiveness for not writing lately. "There were good reasons, or rather bad ones. I could not think of any news. That I am suddenly writing to you now, after all, shows merely that I had to search for a very long time in order to collect a few items of news for you. So here goes." He passed on their landlady's thanks for the rent money, carelessly calling her Zay, Kays, and then Zacrays, although he had correctly spelled her name in a previous letter. He revealed he had just recovered from a bad attack of bronchial catarrh, and joked heavily about the weather. "It's lovely pleasant weather with us at the moment. It is raining heavily, and in this year of boiling heat, that is truly a blessing from heaven." He noted that the Linz authorities had decided to patch up the old shack yet again, and charged that they had as much idea of building a theater as a hippopotamus of playing the violin. Rather than rebuild the theater one of his own favor, it projects. Hitler revealed that he was at last quitting Vienna for Spittal and would probably be leaving on Saturday or Sunday. By the end of August he was enjoying the fresh air of that village. There was little else to enjoy. Increased pressure was being brought to abandon his way of life in Vienna, this time by his Aunt Johanna. This last attempt to persuade him to take up the career of an official was in vain. Even Paula was showing signs of crossing her big brother. But, recalled Paula, now 12, she resented his advice, including the reading list he prescribed. One item was Don Quixote, which he had sent from Vienna. Naturally, he was a great brother for me, but I submitted to his authority only with inner resistance. In fact, we were brother and sister who did frequently quarrel, but were fond of each other, and yet each spoiled each other's pleasure of living together. As it had been with Angela and Alois Jr., so it was now with Paula. There was affection, but little understanding or common interest. The unpleasantness of Spittal that summer marked the end of Hitler's youth. His refusal to consider a more practical profession cut him off from his family. Never again would Spittal, the scene of so much pleasure in his boyhood, be a refuge. For the fourth time he set off for Vienna, this time truly on his own. In mid-September, Hitler once more applied for admission to the Academy of Art. But the drawings he submitted, the labor of a year's solitary study, were so lowly regarded that he was not allowed to take the test. Along with the crushing blow of a second rejection, Hitler was faced with the problem of survival. His stay at the Stumpergus Room had probably exhausted his patrimony. Even if he had accepted his share of his mother's inheritance, seeing this is doubtful, it could have amounted to no more than enough to last another year in Vienna. His first economy was a cheaper room. In mid-November, he gave Frau Zacharias notice and paid his share of the rent for the month, without leaving a note for Kubizk, who was expected momentarily. He moved to the other side of the West Bahnhof, to a gloomy building on the Felberstrasse overlooking the railroad yards. On November 18, he registered his new address with the police, a regulation in both Austria and Germany whenever one moved, listing his occupation as student rather than artist. Several days later, Kubizk arrived in Vienna. Adolf had sent him a picture postcard from Spittal with a one-line message. Best wishes for your esteemed name day, though Kubizk had received no word since. He was accustomed to Adolf's long silence, and upon arriving at the West Bahnhof, he expected to see his friend on the platform. There was no Hitler. He checked his heavy case and hurried to Stumpergus 29. He couldn't understand why Adolf had moved without leaving a message, and gave Frau Zacharias his own present address. Week after week passed without word from Hitler. Kubizk was puzzled. Had he somehow offended Hitler without knowing it? But they had parted the best of friends, and Adolf's letters had certainly not been cool. On his next trip to Linz, Kubizk visited Adolf's older sister. When he asked for Hitler's new address in Vienna, Angela crossly replied that she didn't know, he hadn't written. She began criticizing Kubizk for contributing to her brother's flight from reality. He defended his friend vigorously, believing she was only mouthing Leo's prejudices, and when the conversation grew unpleasant, left abruptly. Adolf had cut himself off from Kubizk from everything that reminded him of Linz and home. His feeling for Kubizk was not as strong as Gustle's for him. As far as Hitler was concerned, their relationship had run its course, at least for the time being. Moreover, Gustle had succeeded and he had failed. He celebrated his 20th birthday alone on April 20, 1909, in the forbidding building on the Felberstrasse. Month after month, he endured the cheerless surroundings, continuing the dream life he had led in Linz. He lived a quiet, solitary existence, rarely breaking out of his isolation. His neighbors remembered only that he was polite and distant. The cashier of a near by resta and the Kaufkübete, however, unlike the rest of the young men, she esteemed him so highly that she always gave Dolfo an extra large portion of Mehlspeisen, was deeply impressed by Hitler because he was very reserved and quiet and would read books and seemed very serious. A meatless, flour-based dish. By late summer, Hitler had to face another crisis. Except for the 25 kronen a month pension, he had reached the end of his resources. He moved from the Felberstrasse to a smaller building on the south side of the West, Bahnhof. The address was Sektionstrasse 58, and he occupied another small room, number 21. It was just about as noisy as the last place, with the streetcars running down the narrow street. This time listing himself as writer, but in less than a month he left this last refuge of respectability and disappeared into the underworld of poverty. On August 22, Hitler registered his change of address at the police station. He left behind no word, and on his police form there was a blank for future address, and unknown mocked the question. When moved out without funds and unable or unwilling to work, he wandered for the next 3 months a tramp. He slept in parks and doorways. For a time his home was a bench in the Prater, the famed amusement center on the other side of the Danube, and in rain he found refuge under the arches of the rotunda, using a jacket as pillow. Winter came early that year, and by late October 1909 he was forced to find refuge indoors. He slept in bars, in dingy rooms, in cheap floff house, in a coffee house on the Kaiserstrasse, in the crowded warming room on Erdbergstrasse established by a Jewish philanthropist. Once he found a strange shelter in a laborer's barracks, a dirty refuge that had to be shared with other homeless people. He could not sleep for the fetid air and the constant noise of crying children or of some drunk beating his wife. Even now I shudder, he later wrote, when I think of those pitiful dens, the shelters and lodging houses, which had once been an enchantment out of the 1001 Nights, had been transformed in a jungle of misery, and represented merely the living memory of the saddest period of my life. He turned to the church for help and would queue up morning at 9 at the convent near his old room on the Stumpergus for soup. Those sinister pictures of dirt and repugnant filth and worse still Vienna, I am sorry to say. To tramps this was calling on Cathy, because it was either the name of the Mother Superior or that of street Cathler Eames convent itself. By late fall he had sold most of his clothes, including his black winter overcoat, and so the snow and cold drove him to further humiliation. Huddled in a light jacket late one afternoon just before Christmas, he trudged all the way to Meidling in the outskirts of town. It took 2.5 hours to reach his destination, the Asyl für Ob Dak, Lowe's, a shelter for the destitute, and by the time he arrived he was exhausted, his feet sore. Run by a philanthropic society, whose principal supporter was the Epstein family. It was originally constructed in 1870 and had been extensively rebuilt and reopened the year before. Here, for a modest fee, the homeless, including entire families, were accommodated. Each physically able occupant was expected to help in the housework or tend the grounds. It was a large, modernized structure, sitting alone in a large open field. Its dormitories were spacious and airy with beds lined in military precision, each with its number above, a metal clothes rack. The main dining hall, which served a substantial soup with bread, was a model of efficiency yet had a pleasant atmosphere. There were numerous showers, wash, balls and toilets all spotlessly clean. On that cold December evening, Hitler lined up with the other shivering, dejected ones outside the main gate of the asylum. At last the door opened and the mob of homeless quietly filed in to be segregated by sex, with children accompanying mothers. Hitler got a card entitling him to a week's lodging and an assignment to one of the large dormitories. To a young man who cherished privacy, it must have been a harrowing experience. First, he had to endure the humiliation of showering in public and having his bug-ridden clothes disinfected. Then his group was trooped like prison inmates to the main dining hall for soup and bread. It would be difficult for anyone but another recipient of institutionalized charity to understand the shame suffered by a proud young man on his first day within the gates of such an establishment. Entrance into an institution like this, ill with its efficiency and protectiveness, marks an irrevocable enrollment into the bottom rank of the destitute. The inmate has lost the independence of scrounging on his own and becomes in a sense a prisoner. The newcomer, overwhelmed by his surrender, is momentarily at a loss. Hitler, too, must have been a picture of dejection that first night in the asylum. Sitting on his knit cat in a large military-like dormitory, surrounded by jabbering comrades, most of whom were veterans of such community living. A wandering servant in a near-by cut took charge of Hitler. He showed him the ropes to stay at the asylum more than the prescribed week, for example. One had only to buy for a fee cruiser the unused portions of admittance cards of those living. The servant, his name was Reinhold Hannischel, so had dreams of being an artist, and was impressed by Adolf's facile talk. Hitler, in turn, was fascinated by the tales that Hannisch, who had spent several years in Berlin, spun about Germany. Hannisch we met every night and kept up our spirits in spite of our troubles, taught his new friend the words "Watch on the Rhine," noting how Hitler's eyes sparkled at such words as "We Germans fear God, but nothing else on this." Hannisch taught his student that to survive a winter in the lower depths, not a step must be wasted nor an opportunity lost. More important, on mornings they left the asylum, Alf in his thread bare jacket, blue and frost, bitten early enough to negotiate the long walk to Cathy's in time for soup. Then to a warming room or a hospital for several hours, protection from the bitter cold and a little sip, and back to this ill at dusk, just as the gate opened. In between the major stops they would occasionally earn a few kreuzer by shoveling snow or carrying baggage at the West Bahnhof. But Hitler was too weak for much physical labor. Every step on his sore feet was painful. Once there was a call for ditch diggers, and Hitler wondered if he should apply. Hannisch advised him to forget it. If you begin such hard work, it is very difficult to climb up. Adolf tried his luck at begging, but he had neither the talent nor the gall for panhandling, and become a client of a comrade at the asylum who made a living by selling addresses of those who were soft-touch, as Hitler agreed to split the proceeds 50-50 and set off with not only the address, but specific instructions for each customer. He was to greet an old lady on the Schatenring with, "Praised be Jesus Christ," and then say he was an unemployed church painter or a wood cutter of holy figures. For example, usually she gave 2 kronen for such a story, but Hitler only got religious platitudes for his trouble, where he got 3 meat patties and 1 kronen from the Mother Superior by greeting her with, "Praised be Jesus Christ," along with a reference to the street. He had similar bad luck with the other prospects, and he again turned to the Church Vincent Association. Hanisch couldn't understand why a man with such education and talent allowed himself to drift so helplessly, and asked what Hitler was waiting for. "I don't know myself," was the listless answer. Hanisch had never seen such apathy in the face of distress, and decided to do something about it. His interest was not purely altruistic. Seeing a potential meal ticket in the skinny, woebegone Adolf Hitler urged him to make money painting postcards. Hitler protested that he was too shabbily dressed to sell them on the street or door to door. "No problem," said Hanisch, he would do it for 50% commission. But they both might get in trouble with the police without a peddler's license. "No problem," Hanisch would sell them in taverns disguised as a blind man or consumptive. Hitler's next argument, that he had sold his painting equipment along with his clothes, was again no problem to the resourceful Hanisch. Didn't Adolf have relatives, nor was Adolf's final protest that he had no writing materials a deterrent to Hanisch. Together with a salesman from Silesia, Hanisch escorted Adolf to the Kauf Arthur Appes at the Meidling station, following the dictation of the 2 promoters and using a borrowed pencil. Hitler wrote a card to a member of his family, probably Aunt Johanna, asking her to send some money, general delivery. A few days later, Hitler picked up a letter at the post office. In it was a 50 kronen banknote, a nice piece of money in those days. That evening, the exuberant Hitler couldn't resist exhibiting the bill as he stood in line at the asylum. His crafty companion advised him to keep the money hidden, he'd be robbed or, just as bad, hit for a loan. The first priority was a winter coat for the painter, whose cough was getting worse. Hitler rejected the suggestion that he buy a second-hand coat in the Jewish quarter on the grounds that he had been cheated there when he sold his own. Instead, they went to the government pawn shop and found a dark coat for 12 kronen. Hanisch wanted Hitler to start painting at once, but he insisted on a week's rest. Moreover, there was no suitable place to work in the asylum. There were better facilities at the Mannerheim, the men's hostel, where a man had his own room, tiny to be sure, as well as a common room for hubbies. On February 9, 1910, he made the long trip to the hostel across the center of Vienna to the other side of the Danube. Hanisch did not accompany him. He had decided to get a job as a servant rather than be a maid to Hitler. The 8th district Brigitina was industrial with a diverse population, including more Jews than any other section except Leopoldstadt. It was a transient area with many of its inhabitants using it as a stop. Over on the way up the ladder, the Mannerheim, about a half-mile from the Danube, was a large building at Meldemonstrasse taking up most of a block. It could accommodate 500 men. Its facilities were such that some of Vienna's middle-class citizenry were shocked by its luck. Curiousness on the main floor was a large dining room brightly illuminated by arc lights. A modern structure, not 5 years old, the lower half of its walls tiled with a warm shade of green. Food could be picked up at counters and paid for by tokens acquired from a marvel of the day, an automatic machine. The food was cheap but good and the portions generous. Roast pork with 1 vegetable came to 19 kreuzer, and the complete meal cost an additional 4 kreuzer. To those who couldn't afford this much, a dozen or so gas stoves were located in an adjacent room. For no charge, any guest could cook up his own modest meal in the most fantastic cooking utensils. The potato was basic ingredient. Scrambled potato pancakes with or without meat filling was a favor. Combines were formed. Those without jobs stayed at home to do the cooking while others worked and paid for the materials. Just off this kitchen up 3 steps was a reading room with a dozen tables. There were a number of other reading rooms and game rooms, as well as a library and a writing room where a dozen or so men could carry on private business. A Hungarian cut postcards out of cardboard and sold them in the Prater taverns. One old man copied names of betrothed couples from the newspaper and sold them to stores. There were several dormitories as neat as those at the asile, but most of the occupants enjoyed privacy in tiny cubicles about 5 feet wide and some 7 feet deep. There was just enough space for a small table, a clothes rack, a mirror, a chamber pat, and a narrow iron cat, complete with 3 sectional mattress headrest filled with horse hair, double blanket, and miracle of miracles to any sojourner of the lower depths, 2 clean white sheets that were changed every week. These were not cheerless cells, for each had its own window in addition to adequate artificial lighting. Every floor had an abundance of wash, bowls, foot bath troughs, and toilets. In the basement were a score of tiled showers. Here too were tailor and barber shops, a shoemaker, and a laundry. In addition, there were long rows of clean lockers that could be rented by those who needed to store extra clothing or other possessions. The director was noted as a disciplinarian. He insisted that certain rules be adhered to strictly. The men were to be out of their rooms during the daytime. Only chess, checkers, and dominoes could be played in the recreational rooms. Undue noise, whether argument or enthusiasm, led to expulsion. Wine and beer could be consumed on the premises after all. This was Vienna, but not hard liquor, and city property was to be respected. There will be no standing on the beds. There were few disciplinary problems. A few hopeless tramps did a little stilling, but most of the men were sincerely trying to work their way back to respectability. It was to this snuggery for the homeless that Adolf Hitler came on that chill February day in 1910. Cheaper by the week, went through another shower and disinfectant routine and was assigned a cubicle on the 3rd floor. According to its present habitudes, he paid his fee, half a crown a day. Good as the facilities had been at the asile here, where charity was not so institutionalized, he could feel more like an individual. In less than a week, Hennisch appeared at the Mannerheim 4 days as a servant had been enough for him. Again he took charge of Hitler and established his with his art materials in the writing room at a long oak table near a window. Before long, Hitler was turning out pictures the size of a postcard. He worked slowly, painstakingly copying photographs or paintings of city scenes. Hanisch had little trouble selling these sketches at Prater taverns and pocketing half the proceeds. But he soon realized there was more money in larger works, and so Hitler turned to watercolor scenes of Vienna, usually double the size of a postcard, completing about one a day. Within a few weeks the fruits of this partnership, together with the tolerable conditions at the Mannerheim, had rescued the two young men from winter and poverty. No longer did they suffer from the cold or go to bed with growling stomachs. Hitler reveled in the cleanliness of the tile showers, and since he had but one shirt, would launder it every few days as he scrubbed himself. Despite his relative prosperity, he still could not afford new clothes, and was a disreputable sight in his tattered, disinfectant strict clothing, long hair and beard. Warmth and food inspired an interest in politics, and Adolf did much to turn the writing room into a forum for dispute and discourse. Here the intelligentsia of the Mannerheim gathered 15 or 20 from the upper and middle class, those with some acquaintance with literature, music, and art, holding forth at length on political corruption, just as other down and outers in Skid Rows throughout the world were doing. A scattering of workers were also tolerated if they behaved decently. Adolf became a leader of this group. These lectures, which occasionally degenerated into shouting matches, were sometimes held during the workday. If a political discussion started in the other end of the room while Hitler was at work, he couldn't resist the call of battle and would join in, waving his T-square or brush like a knight bound for combat. If Hanisch returned from his peddling during one of these sessions, he would disarm his client and coax him back to his seat. But once Hanisch left, Adolf would be on his feet again, denouncing the villainy of the Social Democrats or praising Karl Lueger, the anti-Semitic Christian Socialist Party leader, whose mass appeal impressed Hitler. When he got excited, Hanisch recalled Hitler couldn't restrain himself. He screamed and fidgeted with his hands. But when he was quiet, it was quite different. He seemed to have a fair amount of self-control and acted in quite a dignified manner. Adolf became so interested in politics that he spent hours in the magnificent House of Deputies listening, entranced, the colorful debates which often degenerated into a babel of multilingual arguments and even brawls. He would return to the writing room and carry on his own harangues, which involved a hodgepodge of pan-Germanism, along with denunciations of the Social Democrats for their atheism, their attacks on the state, and their efforts to seize total power. And he remained convinced that Hitler, most of his favor, its actors and singers were Jewish, was by no means anti-Semitic. Hanisch never heard his friend rail at the Jews during these tempestuous debates or in private. On the contrary, Adolf would express gratitude for the Jewish charities of which he had been a beneficiary, along with admiration for Jewish resistance to persecutions, and once denied that Jewish capitalists were usurers. Hanisch remembered only one derogatory comment Hitler made when someone wondered why Jews had remained strangers in the land. His answer was that they were a different race with a different smell. Two of Hitler's closest friends at the Mannerheim were Jewish, a one-eyed locksmith named Robinson, who often helped him, and a part-time Hungarian art dealer, Joseph Niemann, who took pity on Adolf's tattered attire and gave him a long frock coat. Hitler highly esteemed the latter and once remarked that he was a very decent man. He also expressed great regard for the three Jewish art dealers bought most of his work, and more than once told Hanisch, still his agent, that he preferred doing business with Jews because only they were willing to take chances. Hitler himself claimed in Mein Kampf that he had become a dedicated anti-Semite in Vienna upon his discovery that the Jew was the cold-hearted, shameless and calculating director of prostitution, that the music and art worlds were controlled by Jews, and that the Social Democrat press was directed predominantly by Jews. More likely these revelations came much later, and his prejudice was little more than that of the average Viennese. Most important, almost every Gentile in the Austrian capital was an anti-Semite. Organized groups worked tirelessly to spread hate against Jews, and young Hitler became an avid reader of the trash literature which filled the newsstands. There is evidence that he was a regular reader of such magazines as Ostara, The Creation of Lands von Liebenfels, a mystical theorist who shared many of Hitler's own theories and attitudes. Its editorial policy, the practical application of anthropological research for the purpose of preserving the European master race from destruction by the maintenance of racial purity. Liebenfels' recurring theme was that Aryans must rule the earth by destroying their dark. The magazine itself was a concoction of the occult and erratic, racially mixed enemies. The latter were damned as inferiors, and yet the pages of Ostara abounded in lurid illustrations of Aryan women succumbing to the sexual power and allure of these hairy, ape-like creatures. The magazine appealed simultaneously to superiority and fear, featuring such headlines as AREYOUBLONDTHENYOUAREACULTURECREATOL AND AREYOUBLONDIFSOD Ostara stirred in its readers the primal fear of the limitless power of Jews, their control of money, their ascendancy in the world of art and theater, their strange attraction for women. How the erratic pictures in Ostara of blonde beauties embracing dark men must have inflamed Adolf. But as yet all these ideas were unrealized. Unfocused, and his anti-Semitism would wane as new ideas and projects pushed it into the background, and his sister Paula that he was convinced his failure in painting was only due to the fact that trade in works of art was in Jewish hands. One can only guess at the personal thing which Hitler claimed motivated his hatred of all things Jewish. Later Hitler would tell Frau Hahn Stangl that his hatred of Jews was a personal thing. Perhaps an art dealer or pawn shop operator, perhaps an official at the Academy of Art, perhaps some combination of these things, or even something which lay dormant in the recesses of his mind. There could have been a dawning hatred of Dr. Wu, even though Hitler sent him cordial year's wish is a year after Clara's death, and signed it your ever grateful Adolf Hitler. It is not at all uncommon for a bereaved son to blame a doctor, black consciously or unconsciously, for the death of a beloved parent. How much more reason in a case involving a Jewish doctor and a dangerous treatment already in disrepute. Bloch himself later eliminated all mention of iodoform in his accounts of Clara Hitler's treatment, revealing not only the possible physical effects of such a submerged obsession. I often grew sick to my stomach from the smell of those kaftan wearers, but a disgust with doctors and a feeling of his own destiny. During this seminal period in Vienna, Hitler wrote a letter to a friend. It was probably no more than a little stomach colic, and am trying now to cure myself by a diet free and vegetables, since all the physicians are idiots anyway. I find it absolutely ridiculous to speak of a nervous ailment in my case, when I am the healthiest of men otherwise. At any rate, I am again working with brush and palette, and have great joy in doing so, even if the oil technique is giving me great difficulties. You now, without exaggeration, always believe that the world has lost a great deal in that I could not attend the academy and learn the technical end of the art of painting. Or has fate chosen me for something else? By the spring of 1910, Hitler had become so involved with politics and the state of the world that he couldn't fill Hanisch's orders. He promised to be more diligent, but as soon as Hanisch left the building, Adolf would read his newspapers from cover to cover, and when he finally sat down to work, it wouldn't be long before some discussion lured him from the repetitious painting that was becoming a chore. Reproached, in desperation, or to get away from Hanisch's nagging, Adolf disappeared on the first day of summer with his Hungarian Jewish friend Niemann. The two had often talked of emigrating together to Germany, and so set off in quest of their dream. Somehow they got sidetracked by the wonders of Vienna, particularly Adolf's favor at museums, and never left the city. This spree lasted 5 days then, on June 26, with scarcely a cruiser in his pocket, Hitler returned to the Mannerheim. But the brief freedom had its effect. For the next month he worked in spurts, saving only enough to finance another vacation, and before long the partnership with Hanisch ended. Adolf was once more on his own. In the autumn, Hitler made another attempt to enroll in the Academy of Fine Arts. Toting a large portfolio of paintings, he made his way to the office of Professor Ritschl at the Hof Museum. He requested Ritschl, who was charged with the care and restoration of pictures, to help him get into the Academy. Hitler's work did not impress the professor, although he admitted it was executed with remarkable architectural precision. Dejected, Adolf returned to the Mannerheim and resumed painting in the writing room. But without Hanisch he found it next to impossible to sell anything. Desperate for money, he appealed to his Aunt Johanna, either by mail or on a short trip to Spittal. They had parted acrimoniously several summers ago, but Johanna was close to death, and apparently had misgivings about her harsh treatment of Adolf. On December 1, she withdrew her entire life savings from the bank. It was a considerable sum, 3,800 kronen, and she gave her nephew a substantial part of it. She died a few months later in early 1911, leaving no will. When Angela Robel learned that Adolf had received a much larger share of Aunt Johanna's money than anyone else, she immediately applied to the Linz court for her half-brother's share of the orphan's pension. It was only fair, since she was a recent widow, and supported not only her own children but Paula, either through pressure or shame. Adolf agreed to renounce the 25 kronen a month that had been keeping his head above water the past few years. He appeared of his own free will at the district court in Linz to state that he was now able to maintain himself, and was agreeable that the full amount of the orphan's pension should be put to use for his sister. The court promptly ordered Herr Mayer Hofer henceforth to give Adolf's share of the pension to Paula. The children's guardian had already received a letter from Hitler stating that he no longer wanted any part of the money. Even without his pension, Adolf enjoyed a security undreamed of by a resident of the Mannerheim. At the same time, he maintained the standards of old. cooking his own meals and continuing to wear the disreputable clothes that kept him in trouble with the management. We will never know if the money from Aunt Johanna had gone into splurges at the opera and theater, or if he had lost it in some plan concocted by one of his comradest place sit-with schemes that were legal, slightly shady or downright crooked, or if he had made a foolish display of his money, as he had done once before at this ill and been robbed, or if he had given some of it to his sisters in atonement. More likely, he had hidden away the money and was doling it back to himself. Those who set out to be artists or writers must adopt such shifty stratagems to keep afloat. Adolf became his own agent and set to work diligently at his corner in the writing room. His comrades respected him because of the artistic air he had acquired. Invariably polite, he never stooped to familiarity, though was always ready to help or advise a fellow worker. Yet once politics became a topic, he would toss aside his brush and leap into the fray, shouting and gesturing, his long hair flying. These outbursts made him increasingly unpopular with his fellow lodgers, and one day, while preparing his meal in the kitchen, he was roughed up by big transport workers. He had called them idiots for belonging to a social democrat labor organization and been rewarded for his insulting remarks with a large lump on the head, a bruise on his painting arm and a swollen face. Warned him that he deserved the beating because you refused to heed advice, and so nobody can help you some months. Previously, Joseph Greiner had been attracted to the artist as he hunched over a desk in the writing room, daubing at a watercolor of a church. A new friend, the successor of Kubizk and Hanisch. Greiner was a young man of vivid imagination, and he and Adolf would sit for hours discussing economics, religion, astrology, and the occult. They also talked at length about the gullibility of people. A case in point was an advertisement currently running in the newspapers. Under the picture of a woman whose hair reached the floor was the text I, Anna Xillig. With the very long Lorelei hair, achieved this beautiful hair, with the aid of my secret pomade, which I myself invented. Anyone who wants to have such beautiful hair should write to Anna Xillig and receive free a wonderful prospectus with proof and thank you letters. That is what I call advertising, said Hitler, according to Greiner's account. Propaganda, as long as the people believe that this crap helps the concept, excited him. Propaganda, he said, could make believers out of doubters. He was convinced he himself could sell the most preposterous item, such as a salve guaranteed to make windows unbreakable. Propaganda. Only propaganda is necessary. There is no end of stupid people. During the remainder of 1911 and int. The following year, Hitler settled int. A more stabilized routine. He spent less time in fruitless argument and more at painting. The quality of his work improved. His watercolor of the Minorite Church of Vienna, for example, was so accurate in every aspect that it could have been traced from a photograph. Technically, his pictures were quite professional, surprisingly so for a young man without formal art training. While Hitler was blessed with a natural talent for rendering structures, he had virtually none for the human form. When he introduced figures into a composition, they were poorly drawn and badly out of proportion. A number of his pictures were pleasant to the eye, even if they lacked the artistry that separates competence from professionalism. Hitler, in short, was more technician than artist, more architect than painter. It was apparent by 1912 that he could draw competently with pencil, paint well with watercolors, and even better in oils. He worked steadily and sold almost everything he completed to Jacob Altenburg and other dealers. Yet Hitler himself no longer boasted of his accomplishments, but he would reply in a disdainful way that he was only a dilettante and had not yet learned how to paint his real talent. His comrades in the writing room would cluster around a finished picture and admire it. He thought was in architecture. He later confided to a friend that he only painted to make money, and those few pictures that he did cherish were of architectural subjects. With modest financial success came improvement in appearance. His worn clothes were clean, gone was the beard. He had grown so respectable that the director of the Mannerheim would chat with him, an honor seldom granted to an inmate. In manner, too, he had become more circumspect, and while he continued to argue politics, he had received a valuable lesson. But listen more to those with opinions and objections that were boundlessly primitive. He had discovered one does not gain control of other men's minds by antagonizing them. I learned to orate less. No, where was Hitler's measure of maturity more evident than in the writing room? As a mark of respect, no one thought of occupying his favor, its seat at the window. If a newcomer tried to take this place, someone would say, "This place is occupied." "This is Herr Hitler's place," one newcomer, Karl Honisch, soon recognized his uniqueness. We all lived pretty thoughtlessly through the days. I believe that Hitler was the only one among us who had a clear vision of his future. He told Honisch that although he had been refused admission at the Academy of Fine Arts, he was going to Munich soon to finish his studies there, because he used to sit in his place day by day with almost no exception, and was only absent for a short time when he delivered his work. Hitler was the nucleus of the intelligentsia in the writing room, recalled Honisch. And because of his peculiar personality, Hitler was on the whole a friendly and charming person, who took an interest in the fate of every companion. Friendliness notwithstanding, he kept his distance. Nobody allowed himself to take liberties with Hitler. He was good-hearted and helpful. If someone needed 50 heller for another night at the hostel, he readily contributed his share, and I saw him several times starting such collections with a hat in his hands. But Hitler was not proud or arrogant. On the contrary, during ordinary political debates, Hitler kept at work, if occasionally throwing in a phrase or two. But once the keywords Reds or Jesuits came up, and someone made a remark that rubbed him the wrong way, he would leap to his feet and give argument in a very impetuous way. Then he would interrupt himself and return to his painting with a gesture of resignation, as if he wanted to say, not avoiding vulgarisms, "A pity for every word wasted on you. You won't ever understand." In a sense, Hitler had made peace with Vienna and its lower depths. He had achieved success and recognition. But the city had little to offer him now. For some months his thoughts had been turning toward Germany, the fatherland. In a frame over his bed hung a slogan: "We look free and open. We look steadfastly. We look joyously across to the German fatherland. Heil!" He had spent 5.5 years loving and hating the glamorous capital of the Habsburgs, and would entitle this chapter of his life "Years of Study and Suffering in Vienna." It was a period of hardship and misery, the most miserable time of my life, but one that had molded him more than any university could have done. It was, he thought, the hardest, though most thorough, O school of my life. On May 24, 1913, carrying all his possessions in a single small battered bag, he stepped for the last time through the double doors of the Mannerheim. His mates were sorry to see him leave. Honish recalled, "We lost a good comrade with him. He understood everyone and helped whenever he could." Adolf Hitler turned his back on Vienna and looked to Munich for his future. "I had set foot in this town while still half a boy, and I left it, a man grown quiet and grave. In it I obtained the foundations for a philosophy in general and a political view in particular, which later I only needed to supplement in detail, but which never left me." The scene of Adolf leaving the hostel that had been home and refuge for 3 years and 3.5 months was indelibly set in the memory of Honish. With regret he watched Hitler set off on foot, with a companion whose name Honish never could remember. It would have been the Reist irony if it had been his Jewish friend Neumann, who had long shared the dream of emigration to the Reich. Several years ago, these showers were dismantled since they were not being used. The standards of cleanliness and neatness, despite efforts of the present administration, have deteriorated since Hitler's time. Today's occupants are similar to the free winters of the Bowery and other American skid rows. Freud would conclude that at the bottom of anti-Semitism lay castration fears because of the Jewish tradition of circumcision. Embittered by the prejudice he was finding in Vienna. 3. This letter, along with other equally extraordinary letters and documents pertaining to Hitler that will appear later in this book, comes from the controversial private collection of Dr. Johannes von Müller-Schönhausen of Vienna, which he has entitled HBH Privatarchiv. For Meyerhofer told his daughter Johanna that Hitler had behaved decently in the matter, and he had no complaints about, or had he heard any. Chapter 3. OVERCOMEW ITHRAPTUROUSENTHUSIASMMAY November 1918. He stepped off the train from Vienna and climbed the stairs int. The hubbub of Munich's Haupt Bahnhof. From that first moment, almost everything about the capital of Bavaria struck a responsive note. This was home. Even the chatter of the people was pleasing to his ears after the polyglot noise of Vienna. The city itself was as familiar to me as if I had lived for years within its walls. It was a pleasant spring day with the sun shining brightly and the air, washed by winds from the nearby Bavarian Alps, seemed much cleaner than that of Vienna. It was a Sunday, May, and except for sight seers, the streets were almost deserted. He gaped at the buildings, the statues, and was seized by a deep love for this city more than for any other place that I knew. Almost from the first hour of my sojourn there, a German city. After half an hour's enchanted stroll, he came to the Schleiss, Heimerstrasse. Very likely he passed by the Knigsplatz and was stunned by the grandeur of the great arch, the Propyläen, and the vast square beyond, and then turned down the Brunnerstrasse to the imposing castle-like restaurant brewery, the Wen Brewers. Here at the edge of Schwabing, the student district began the Schleiss, Heimerstrasse heading northward. Within 2 blocks he came upon number 34, the Pap Tailor shop. On its window was stuck a handwritten notice, furnished rooms to let to respectable men. It directed him to the 3rd floor, where Frau Pop showed him a room containing a bed table, sofa, and chair. On the wall hung 2 holographs. The young man and I soon came to terms, recalled Frau Pop. He said it would do him all right and paid a deposit. She asked him to fill out registration form, and he wrote, Adolf Hitler, architectural painter from Vienna. Next morning, my Herr Hitler went out and came back again in no time with an easel he had picked up somewhere. He began his painting straight away and stuck to his work for hours. In a couple of days, I saw two lovely pictures finished and lying on the table, one of the cathedral and the other of the Theater church. After that, my lodger used to go out early of a morning with his portfolio under his arm in search of customers. Hitler had arrived in Munich full of enthusiasm, intending to study art and architecture for 3 years. But reality never came up to the dream, and he never entered the local Academy of Art. It was even more difficult to make a living as a painter here than in Vienna. The commercial art market was by no means as large, and he was forced to undergo the humiliation of peddling his pictures door to door and in beer halls. But he was convinced that despite all obstacles he would in time achieve the goal I had set myself. Munich in 1913, with its 600,000 inhabitants, was after Paris about the liveliest cultural center in Europe, and for some years had been attracting a breed of artists that Hitler himself found decadent. Paul Klee from Switzerland and refugees from the East like Kandinsky, Jal, Ensky, and the Berliet brothers, all were leaders in the New Artists Association, which had been founded 4 years earlier to give its members more freedom. While such a concept repelled the classical-minded Hitler, its exponents brought to Munich an artistic ferment and excitement that must have stimulated the young Austrian. The nomads, which was how the Munich citizens described those long-haired creatures from the East, where the streets seemed to run so straight only to ensure a perfect light in the countless studios, despite his distaste for these Eastern refugees. From Russia and the Balkans streamed in it. Schwabing, the northern district of the city. Hitler himself was a Bohemian and shared their need for freedom and tradition. Here in Munich, his idol had composed Tristan und Isolde, Die Meistersinger, and Das Rheingold, and here resided Germany's leading poets Steff, and George and Rainer Maria Rilke. Here Richard Strauss was writing his operas. Thomas Mann had recently finished a novella of dissolution, Death in Venice, and Oswald Spengler, in a room as barren as Hitler's, was scribbling away at the first volume of The Decline of the West. At a near by Schwabing Cabaret, the 11 executioners, a disreputable genius of Henke, Schummer Frank Wedekind, was singing his own shocking songs. Throughout the country, his plays about sex and depravity disgusted and enthralled audiences, had existed in Munich since before the turn of the century, and had attracted unconventional souls from all over the world. The spirit of Bohemianism, in which even the most outrageous and ridiculous theories of art and politics were welcome. Another political extremist had spent more than a year of his exile from Russia several blocks up Schleiss, Heimerstrasse, at number 106, registered as Herr Meyer. His given name was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, and in the underground he was called Lenin. Here a dozen years earlier he had been writing tracts based on the theories of Marx. Now Hitler was haunting the same Schwabing cafes and restaurants and luxuriating in the same easy atmosphere of free that. His rebellious nature and air of feisty independence were not deterrents. In this milieu he was just another eccentric, and he could always find someone to listen to his complaints and dreams. Despite his rapport with Schwabing's bohemianism, and in contrast to his own fiery nature and political radicalism, there had been no change in his painting style. His handling of material continued to be academic rather than experimental, daring, or even forceful, was revived in such fertile ground, and he spent hours in the libraries studying whatever he could find about this doctrine of destruction. I again immersed myself in the theoretical literature of this new world, his fascination with Marxism, however, attempting to achieve clarity concerning its possible effects, and then compared it with the actual phenomena and events it brings about in political, cultural, and economic life. Now, for the first time, I turned my attention to the attempts to master this world plague. He would return from the libraries to ascend the 3 flights of stairs to his little room, a book or two under one arm and sausage and white bread for dinner under the other. Herr Papp noticed that he no longer ate at the Wen, Keller or smaller resta, and several times invited him to sit down and have a bite, but he never did. To Frau Papp he was an Austrian charmer, a pleasant, helpful young man, if something of a mystery. You couldn't tell what he was thinking often. He would remain at home for days, heavy books, and worked and studied from morning to night. Whenever the concerned landlady insisted he spend an evening in their kitchen, he always made an excuse. He just camped in his room like a hermit with his nose stuck in those thick. Once she asked him what all the reading had to do with painting. This brought a smile to his dour face. Does anyone know what is and what isn't likely to be of use to him in life? After these periods of study, he would go to a beer hall or cough and without any trouble find a receptive ear. He took her arm and said, "Dear Frau Papp," and once he started talking, someone else would inevitably object, touching off a vociferous political debate. In such arenas and against such antagonists, Hitler sharpened his ideas and theories. The winter brought Hitler increased hardship, since there were fewer customers for his pictures. Even so, this period was the happiest and by far the most contented in his life. Where Vienna had turned sour under adverse conditions, Munich would never lose its magical allure. If today I am more attached to this city than to any other spot on earth in this world, he recollected from a prison cell 11 years later, it is partly due to the fact that it is and remains inseparably bound up with the development of my life. It can be attributed only to the magic which this miraculous residence of the Wittelsbachs exerts on every man who is blessed. If even then I achieved the happiness of a truly inward contentment, not only with a calculating mind, but with a filling soul. This rewarding if arduous existence was abruptly threatened on a Sunday after noon early in 1914, at 3:30 p.m. On January 18, he answered a peremptory rap at his door to find a stern-faced officer of the Munich criminal police. A notice for Hitler to present himself for military service in Linz at Kaiser, in Elizabeth Key 30 on January 20, 1914. If he failed to comply, he was liable to prosecution and a fine. The officer, his name was Herlepr, produced an official document from Austria. He was warned that he would be fined heavily and imprisoned up to a year if found guilty of having left Austria with the object of evading military service. More ominous, Adolf was overwhelmed. 3 years earlier, while residing at the Mannerheim, he had requested permission to report for service in Vienna and had heard nothing since. Officer Hull demanded that Hitler sign a receipt for the induction notice, and the young man was so flustered he shakily wrote Hitler Adolf then arrested him and took him to police headquarters. Next morning, he was taken under guard to the Austrian Consulate General. It speaks for Hitler's state that by then the police were sympathetic. The Consul General also took pity on the young artist with pinched face, gaunt frame, and shabby clothes, and allowed Hitler to send Linz a telegram requesting a postponement until early February. The reply arrived next morning, MUSTREPORTONJANUARY 20. It was already that date and moved to further compassion by Hitler's alarm. The Consul General permitted him to write a letter of explanation to Linz. It was a plea for mercy, replete with grammatical mistakes and misspellings, revealing the fright and desperation of a young man cornered by fate and circumstance. He complained that the summons gave him an impossible short interval to settle his affairs, not even enough time to take a bath. I am described in the summons as an artist. This title is mine by right, but only in a limited sense is it correct. I do earn a living as a freelance artist since I am completely without private means. My father was a civil servant. I do so only to be able to continue my studies. I can devote only a portion of my time to earning a living, as I am not yet past the training stage as an architectural painter. Therefore my income is very small, in fact only sufficient to make both ends meet. His monthly income fluctuated and was presently very low since the art market in Munich was in its winter sleep about this time, and nearly 3,000 artists live or at least try to live here. He explained how he had applied in 1910 for permission to report for service in Vienna, then painted a pathetic picture of his struggles in that city. I was a young, inexperienced person without financial help, and also too proud to seek assistance from anyone or beg, without any support, depending only on myself. The Kronen and Heller received for my work were often only enough to provide a place to sleep. For 2 years my only girlfriend was sorrow and need, and I had no other companion except constant unsatisfied hunger. I never learned to know the beautiful word youth today. After 5 years, my memories are still in the form of frostbitten fingers, hands, and feet. And yet I cannot recall those days without a certain joy, now that I have come out of the worst of it. Despite great need amidst my often very questionable surroundings, I kept my name clean, and am not guilty in the face of the law, and have a clear conscience except for the omitted military report, of which I did not even know at the time. That is the only thing about which I feel responsible, and for that a modest fine should be sufficient, and I would not protest the payment of same. His excuses were flimsy, but he so successfully played on the sympathies of the Consul General that his letter was dispatched along with a note of the consul's own, stating that both he and the Munich police were convinced of Hitler's honesty. Since the young man seemed extremely deserving of considerate treatment, the consul recommended that he be allowed to report to Salzburg rather than go all the way to Linz. The Linz authorities agreed, and on February 5, at the expense of the consul, Hitler journeyed to Salzburg. He was found unfit for combatant and auxiliary duties, too weak, unable to bear arms. His generally run-down condition apparently was sufficient to disqualify him. Adolf returned to his room on the Schleiss, Heimerstrasse, where he continued to eke out a living designing posters and selling pictures, but his life as a struggling artist and hopeful architect came to an end on June 28. From his room he heard a hubbub in the streets below, As he started down the stairs, Frau Papp exclaimed excitedly, "The Austrian heir, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, has been assassinated." Hitler brushed past her and into the street. He pushed his way through. A crowd clustered around a placard to read that the killer of the Archduke and his wife Sophie had been a young Serb terrorist, Gavrilo Princip. Hitler's hatred of all things Slavic, begun at his first visit in Vienna to the House of Deputies, was resurrected. In Vienna, angry mobs were already converging on the Serbian legation. Yet few political experts felt this tragedy would lead to a European crisis. The Kaiser, however, secretly began pressing the Habsburgs to invade Serbia. Germany was ready for war, he told them, and the first country that would rush to Serbia's aid, Russia, was not. Under such pressure, Austria declared war on Serbia on July 28, whereupon Wilhelm appeared at the balcony of his palace to proclaim a state of imminent threat of war. An ultimatum was sent to Russia demanding the cessation of mobilization by noon of the following day. This was followed by a general mobilization of Russia against Austria. There was no answer, and at 5 p.m. on the 1st of August, the Kaiser signed the order for Germany's general mobilization against Russia. The news of war with Russia was received with enthusiasm by a large crowd in front of Munich's Felder Hall. The Hall of Field Marshals. Near the front of the crowd stood Adolf Hitler, hatless, neatly dressed, mustached. No one wanted war more than he. Even today, he wrote in Mein Kampf, "I am not ashamed to say that. I fell to my knees and thanked heaven from an overflowing heart for granting me the good fortune of being allowed to live at this time." To him, it meant the realization of the greater Germany he had dreamed of since youth. Overcome with rapturous enthusiasm, war fever swept the country. It was generated by emotion rather than logic, with the people in a state close to hysteria. They were eager to seek justice, no matter what the cost. War was envisaged as some kind of magical release. Students roamed Munich's streets singing Die Wacht am Rhein and shouting for action. One group demolished the Kaufferig on the Karlsplatz because the band refused to play the national hymn over and over again. Intellectuals, too, were caught up in the enthusiasm, for it meant an escape from boredom and an end to bourge washam. War would be a liberation from social and cultural abuses. Even the socialists, excoriated by Wilhelm a few months earlier as vermin gnawing at the imperial oak, accepted the Kaiser's invitation. We are now brothers to join the patriotic crusade. The adherents of pan-Germanism needed no invitation to follow the parade. Heil der Kaiser. Heil. Thus here, the leaders of the movement officially proclaimed, "We must gather all men of German tongues in't one Reich and one people. An everlasting master race will then direct the progress of mankind." They could have been speaking for Adolf Hitler. He saw the Hohenzollерns as heirs to the medieval Teutonic knights who had established German colonies in the Slavic lands to the east, and was therefore convinced that Germany had to fight for her existence, for freedom and the future. 2 days later, on August 3, the day war against France was declared. Hitler submitted a personal petition to Ludwig II requesting permission to enlist in his army, and that afternoon he stood in the crowd outside the Wittelsbach Palace cheering the old monarch. "If only the king has already read my application and approved it." The following day he received an answer which he opened with trembling hands. He was accepted as a volunteer. Finally Ludwig appeared, and while he was speaking, Hitler was thinking. On August 6, he reported to the barracks of his first choice, the Bavarian King's Own Regiment. A poster outside announced that it was filled, but he was accepted by his second choice, the 1st Bavarian Infantry Regiment. Two of his most pressing problems were solved. He would never have to join the detested Austrian army, nor would he have to endure another hard winter on his own. Besides, finding a home with sufficient food, clothing, and shelter had a purpose. There was no more room for doubt, he knew, for the first time in his life, exactly where he was going and why. Safe in uniform, his only fear was that the war might end before he saw action. A few days later, he was transferred to the 2nd Bavarian Infantry Regiment and began basic training at the large public school on the Elisabethplatz. It was a short but intensive course of drilling, route marching and bayonet practice that left the recruits fatigued by the end of the day. Within a week, Hitler was permanently assigned to the 16th Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment. The training continued in Munich at an accelerated pace. Notice that when he first handled a rifle, he looked at it with the delight that a woman looks at her jewelry, which made me laugh secretly. One of Adolf's comrades, Hunts Mend. On October 7, Hitler told the Paps his Jun. It was leaving Munich. He shook hands with Herr Pap and asked him to write his sister if he died, perhaps she would like his few possessions. If not, the Paps were to keep them. Then turned tail and ran the next day. The regiment was marched to the barracks of the elite King's Own Regiment for solemn ceremony. Frau Pap burst into tears as Hitler hugged the two children. In the presence of Ludwig II, the men swore allegiance to him as well as to Kaiser Wilhelm. Then Hitler and a few other Austrians were required to swear allegiance to their own monarch, the Emperor Franz Joseph. The only record of Hitler's reaction to this memorable occasion was his remark to comrades that October 8 would always remain in his memory because on that day they received double rations as well as a special noon-day meal of roast pork and potato salad. Early next morning, the regiment marched out of Munich, bound for Camp Lech, felled 70 miles to the west. Carrying packs, the men plodded for almost 11 hours, most of it in the teeming rain. I was put up in a stable, he wrote Frau Pap soaked through and through. There was no possibility for sleep. The following day, a Sunday, they marched 13 hours and act in the open, but it was so cold they spent another sleepless night. It was mid-afternoon of Monday by the time they finally reached their destination. They were deathly tired, ready to drop, but marched proudly into the camp under the staring eyes of a group of French prisoners of war. The first 5 days at Lech Feld were the most strenuous in his life, with lengthy practice sessions as well as extra night marches in connection with brigade maneuvers. This was all part of the amalgamation of their regiment with another to form the 12th Brigade, and the recruits were kept so occupied that it was not until October 20 that Hitler found time to write all this to Frau Pap and inform her that they were moving out that evening for the front. I'm terribly happy, he concluded. After arrival at our destination, I will write immediately and give you my address. I hope we get to England that night. The recruits were loaded on trains, and Adolf Hitler, the archpatriot from Austria, was at last on his way to battle for the fatherland. A brigade lieutenant, a professional soldier named Fritz Wiedmann, watched with mixed feelings as Hitler and his comrades loaded in the cars. The regimental commander had not been on active service for years. Most of the companies were led by reserve officers, and the men had had only perfunctory training. There were few machine guns. The telephone equipment had been originally manufactured by a Nuremberg firm for the British Army, and the men didn't even have iron helmets. Instead, they were going off to combat in oilcloth caps, as did the volunteers of the Wars of Liberation. What the brigade lacked in equipment and training it made up for in enthusiasm. As each train pulled out, the occupants laughed and sang. It was as if they were bound for a glorious party. There would be a few weeks of gallant and exciting fighting, and then victory by the new year. At dawn, Hitler's train was running along the Rhine, a sight most of the Bavarians had never seen. The sun, drawing up the mist from the river, suddenly revealed the gargantuan statue of Germania looking down from the Nieder Wald. All along the train, the men spontaneously burst into Die Wacht am Rhein. I felt as though my heart would burst. Recalled Hitler. 8 days later, Hitler's company was thrown into battle near Ypres. As the recruits started forward in the morning fog to relieve a hard-pressed unit, English and Belgian shells began dropping into the woods ahead. Now the first shrapnel hisses over us and explodes at the edge of the forest, splintering trees as if they were straws. He wrote an acquaintance in Munich, Assistant Judge Ernst Hepp. We watch with curiosity. We have no idea as yet of the danger. None of us is afraid. Everyone is waiting impatiently for the command forwards. Crawl on our stomachs to the edge of the forest. Above us are howls and hisses. Splintered branches and trees surround us. Then again shells explode at the edge of the forest and hurl clouds of stones, earth and sand into the air, tear the heaviest trees out by their roots, and choke everything in a yellow-green, terribly stinking steam. We cannot lie here forever, and if we have to fall in battle, it's better to be killed outside. Finally, it was the Germans' turn to attack. 4 times we advance and have to go back. From my whole batch, only one remains beside me. Finally, he also falls. A shet tears off my right coat sleeve, but like a miracle I remain safe and alive. At 2 o'clock we finally go forward for the 5th time, and this time we occupy the edge of the forest and the farms. The battle went on for 3 more days. The regimental commander was killed and his deputy, a lieutenant colonel, seriously wounded. Under heavy fire, Hitler, now a regimental dispatch carrier, found a medic, and the two dragged the deputy back to the dressing station. By mid-November, the 16th Regiment, according to Hitler, had but 30 officers and less than 700 men. Only 1 in 5 recruits remained, but still came orders to attack. The new commander, Lieutenant Colonel Engelhardt, accompanied by Hitler and another man, ventured far into the front to observe the enemy lines. They were detected, and the area was sprayed with machine gun fire. The 2 enlisted men leaped in front of their commander, pushed him into a ditch. Without comment, Engelhardt shook hands with the 2 recruits. He intended recommending them both for the Iron Cross, but the next afternoon, while he was discussing the citations, an English shell smashed into the regimental headquarters tent, killing 3 men and seriously wounding Engelhardt and the other occupants. Moments earlier, Hitler and the 3 other enlisted men had been forced to leave the tent to make way for 4 company commanders. It was the first of a series of narrow escapes, verging on the miraculous for Adolf Hitler. It was the most terrible moment of my life, he wrote Judge Hepp. We all were, shipped Lieutenant Colonel Engelhardt. The unsuccessful attempts to take Ypres ended the German offensive, and the battle degenerated in static trench warfare. This meant a relatively quiet existence for those attached to the regimental headquarters, now located in a rest area near the village of Messens. At last Hitler found time to paint. He had brought along some equipment, and he finished several watercolors, including one of the ruins of a cloister near Messens and another of a trench near the village of Whitchate. He was called on to do a different kind of painting by Lieutenant Wiedemann, the adjutant of the new regimental commander. The color of the officer's dining room, a small room in a commandeered villa, lashed with a romanticized painting of a dying soldier lying across barbed wire. Wiedemann asked Sergeant Max Ammon to find someone on the staff who could repaint the room. Ammon brought back Hitler. Wiedemann wondered if the walls should be painted blue or pink. Hitler observed that the sun gave the picture a light violet tone and suggested blue. He fetched a ladder, paints, and a brush, and as he worked, conversed with the lieutenant. What I noticed first, recalled Wiedemann, was his unmilitary manner and his slight Austrian accent, and most of all, that he was a serious person who obviously had been through quite a lot in life. Wiedemann and Sergeant Ammon now had time to make up the decoration list. They recommended Hitler for the Iron Cross Ist class, but since he was on the staff, put his name at the bottom of the list. For this reason alone, Hitler was turned down and instead given a second-class award. Even so, Hitler was delighted, and 2 days later wrote Herr Papp, "It was the happiest day of my life. Unfortunately, my comrades who also earned it are mostly all dead." He asked Papp to keep the newspapers describing the action. "I want to save them for reminiscence. If the dear Lord spares my life." He was also promoted to corporal, and no longer was called Kamerad Schnursch, an insulting Bavarian epithet, rad-laced boots. He had earned the respect of his comrades and officers he belonged. Private Huntsman hadn't seen Hitler since their recruit days in Munich. There he seemed slight even to carry a full-filled pack, but now, as he slouched around rifle in hand, helmet askew, mustache dripping a lively glow in his eyes, he was the picture of the front-line fighter. The other messengers respected his apparent fearlessness, but couldn't understand why an Austrian should take such risks. "He is just an odd character," one remarked to Mend, "and lives in his own world, but otherwise he's a nice fellow." Despite his lectures on the evils of smoking and drinking, Adi was generally liked because of his reliability in a crisis. He never abandoned a wounded comrade or pretended to be sick when it came time for a perilous mission. Moreover, he was a good companion during the long, tedious stretches awaiting action. Being an artist actually drew him closer to his barracks mates. He would draw cartoon sketches on postcards illustrating comical moments of their life. A man shot a rabbit to take home on leave, but left with a parcel containing a brick which someone had exchanged for the animal. Once, for instance, Hitler sent the victim of the prank a postcard with 2 sketches, one of the soldier unwrapping a brick back home, and the other of his friends at the front eating the rabbit. Hitler got almost no packages from home, and to satisfy his insatiable appetite he was forced to buy extra food from the cooks and kitchen help. Unlike the others, thus earning the title of the UN, its biggest Vielfrus glutton. At the same time, he was too proud to share his comrades' packages and would brusquely refuse on the grounds that he couldn't repay the favor. He was almost as brusque in his rejection of Lieutenant Wiedemann's offer at Christmas of 10 marks from the mess hall funds. The regiment went back to the lines soon after the holidays, but there was not enough action for Adolf. Now we are still in our old position and harass the French and English, he wrote Pap on January 22, 1915. The weather is miserable often for days in water, up to our knees under very heavy artillery fire. We are looking forward to a few days of relief. Hopefully there will soon come a general offensive along the whole front. It can't go on like this forever. It was during this military stalemate that a small white terrier, apparently the mascot of an English soldier, leaped into Hitler's trench and began chasing. Rat Hitler caught the dog, which at first kept trying to escape. I gradually got him used to me. Hitler named him Fux Little Fax and taught him a variety of circus tricks, such as climbing up and down a ladder. With exemplary patience, he didn't understand a word of German. Fuxel never left his new master's side during the day, and at night slept beside him. Late in January, Hitler, in another letter to Pap, drew a graphic picture of the static but deadly warfare. Because of the constant rain, we do not have winter, the closeness of the ocean, and the low-lying terrain. The meadows and fields are like bottomless morasses, while the streets are covered with slimy mud, and through these swamps run the trenches of our infantry, a mass of shelters and trenches with gun emplacements, communication, ditches and barbed wire barricades, wolf lairs, land mines, in short, an almost impassable position. The following month, he also wrote Judge Hepp about his battle experience. But then ended the letter, somewhat surprisingly, on a political note. I think so often of Munich, and each of us has but one wish, and that those among us who have the luck to see our homeland again will find it purer and cleansed from foreign influence, that it may soon come to a settling of accounts with the gang that will come to blows, no matter what the cost, so that by the sacrifice and agony which so many hundreds of thousands of us endure every day, that by the river of blood which flows here daily against an international world of enemies, not only will Germany's enemies from the outside be smashed, but also our domestic internationalism will be broken up. Whenever anyone asked where he came from, Hitler would reply that his home was the 16th Regimentet Austrian. After the war, he would live in Munich. But first they had to win. On this point he was fanatic, and if one of his mates jokingly remarked that the war would never be won, he became incensed and would pace back and forth, asserting that England's coming defeat was as certain as the amen in the prayer. As long as his comrades talked of food or women, Hitler kept to his reading or painting. But once the conversation turned to serious subjects, he would stop and deliver a lecture. His simple comrades were entranced by his fluency and loved to hear him spout on art, architecture, and the like. His reputation as an intellectual was enhanced by the fact that he always had a book spread out in front of him. He carried several in his pack. One by Schope, in How I learned a great deal from him. This philosopher's recurrent affirmation of the strength of blind will, the triumph of that will, must have struck a responsive chord. By the end of the summer of 1915, Hitler had become indispensable to regimental headquarters. The telephone lines to battalion and company command posts were often knocked out by artillery, and only runners could deliver messages. which messengers we could rely on the most. He was admired by fellow runners, as much for his craftins, could crawl up front like one of the Indians he had read about in his boy, who does his exceptional courage. We found out very soon, recalled Lieutenant Wiedemann. Yet there was something in Hitler that disturbed some of the men. He was too different, his sense of duty excessive. It's more important to bring our message is to their destination, he once lectured a fellow messenger, than for personal ambition or to satisfy curiosity. He was unnaturally eager to get up front and would often, without being asked, deliver messages for the other runners. The tempo of fighting increased in June and July, and the constant duty began to tell on Hitler. His face became wan and more sallow. In the dark hours of the morning, when an English barrage started, he would leap out of bed, and rifle in hand, stride rapidly back and forth like a racehorse at the starting gate until everyone was awake. He became even more impatient with his neighbors' gripes. If one complained about the smaller, mid-ration, he sharply retorted that the French ate rats in 1870. On September 25, the English pressed their attack, and by nightfall, the position of the entire 16th Regiment was endangered. Phone communication to the front abruptly ceased. Hitler and another man went forward to find out what had happened and returned by the skin of their teeth to report that the lines had been cut. An enemy attack in force was coming. Hitler was sent out to broadcast the warning, and somehow survived the deadly barrage once more. In the past months, he had narrowly escaped death in Norden. A number of times, it was as if he led a charmed life. I was eating my dinner in a trench with several comrades. He told an English correspondent, Ward Price, years later. Suddenly, a voice seemed to be saying to me, "Get up and go over there." It was so clear and insistent that I obeyed mechanically, as if it had been a military order. I rose at once to my feet, and walked 20 yards along the trench, carrying my dinner in its tin can with me. Then I sat down to go on eating, my mind being once more at rest. Hardly had I done so when a flash and deafening report came from the part of the trench I had just left. A stray shell had burst over the group in which I had been sitting, and every member of it was killed. Perhaps it was the season of perception. That fall on a night made grey-white with hoar frost. He may have felt the sense of his destiny when he wrote this strange poem. I often go on bitter nights to Wotan's oak in the quiet glade, with dark powers to weave a union. The rhythmic letters the moon makes with its magic spell, and all who are full of impudence during the day are made small by the magic formula. They draw shining still a bit instead of going int combat. They solidify int stalagmites. So the false ones part from the real ones. I reach int a nest of words, and then give to the good and just with my formula blessings and prosperity. A few weeks later, he made a portentous prophecy to his comrades. You will hear much about me. Just wait until my time comes. There was no snow that December, only endless rain. Entire sections of the meandering trench lines were flooded. The second Christmas was more dismal than the first. While the others opened parcels and cherished letters from home, Hitler sat on his cot as in a trance. During the 3 days of holiday, he scarcely spoke a word. His comrades tried to cheer him up and offered him the pick of their own parcels. He refused with abrupt thanks, then retreated to his private world. Once the holidays ended, Hitler snapped out of his apathy, becoming so cheerful, in fact, that he could smile at mocking remarks about his quietly spent holidays. In the early summer of 1916, Hitler's regiment moved south just in time to take part in the crucial Battle of the Somme. It began with an English attack so relentless that almost 20,000 Allies were killed or fatally wounded on the first day alone. In the Fromelles sector, the enemy barrage on the night of July 14 cut all regimental field telephones. Hitler and another runner were sent out in the face of almost certain death. Peppered with shot and shell every meter of the way, they cowered for shelter in watery shell holes and ditches. The other man collapsed from exhaustion, and Hitler had to drag him back to their dugout. By July 20, the Battle of Fromelles was on. It cost both sides many lives and ended where it had started. For the next 2 months, the struggle lapsed into dull but deadly trench warfare with advances or retreats measured in yards. It was during this time that Hitler lost a close friend. Hans Mend was transferred to the rear to act as interpreter in a prisoner of war camp. But he still had two other comrades, Ernst Schmidt and Ignaz Westing. Koch earned more important, his pet. How many times at Fromelles during the First World War? I studied my dog Foxel. He reminisced on a winter night 25 years later. He told of his fascination with Foxel's reaction to a buzzing fly. The dog would quiver as if hypnotized, wrinkle his face like an old man, then suddenly leap forward and bark. I used to watch as if he'd been a man. Progressive stages of his anger, of the bile that took possession of him. Foxel used to sit next to Hitler when he ate, watching each movement. If Hitler gave him nothing after taking 5 or 6 mouthfuls, the dog sat up and looked at his master as if to say, "What about me? It was crazy how fond I was of the beast." After 3 months, the Battle of the Somme still raged. The Allies persistently attacked and, in all, would suffer 614,000 casualties in this one campaign. But it was a useless slaughter, for the German lines did not buckle. For almost a week, Hitler continued his charmed life despite a number of dangerous missions. Then, on the night of October 7, his luck ended as he slept with the other messengers in sitting position in a narrow tunnel leading to regimental headquarters. A shell exploded near the narrow entrance, knocking the messengers into a heap. Hitler was hit in the thigh but tried to argue Wiedemann in keeping him at the front. "It isn't so bad, Lieutenant Wright," he said anxiously. "I can still stay with you. I mean stay with the regiment." "Can't I?" Hitler was evacuated to a filled hospital, one that almost made him collapse from fright. It came as he lay on his cot and suddenly heard the voice of a German woman. His wound, his first, was not serious, but in the ward he suffered a curious shock. A nurse. For the first time in 2 years to hear such a sound shortly, he was on a hospital train bound for Germany. The more inwardly restless each of us became, at last he recognized the first German house, its high gable and beautiful shutters. The closer hour train, which was to bring us home, approached the border, the fatherland. At a military hospital just southwest of Berlin, the comfortable white beds were such a change after trench life that at first we hardly dared to lie on them properly. He gradually readjusted to such comfort, but not to the spirit of cynicism he found in some men. As soon as he was ambulatory, Hitler got permission to spend the weekend in Berlin. He found hunger and dire miserly scoundrels who were agitating for peace. After 2 months, he was released from the hospital and transferred to a replacement battalion in Munich. Here, according to Mein Kampf, he at last found the answer to the collapse of morale: the Jews. They were behind the front line, plotting Germany's downfall. Nearly every clerk was a Jew, and nearly every Jew was a clerk. I was amazed at this plethora of warriors from the chosen people, and could not help but compare them with their rare representatives at the front. He was also convinced that Jewish finance had seized control of Germany's production. The spider was slowly beginning to suck the blood out of the people's pores. His comrades at the front never heard him talk like this. He appeared to be no more anti-Semitic than they were. Occasionally, he would make an innocuous remark such as, "If all Jews were no more intelligent than Stein, their telephone operator, then there wouldn't be trouble." And whenever Adolf talked about Vienna and the overriding influence of the Jews, never heard him discuss the subject at all, nor did Lieutenant Wiedemann. It really seems impossible for me to believe that Hitler's hatred for Jews dated back to that time. He did so Westin. Kutchner recalled without spitefulness, Schmidt in fact. Hitler became disgusted with Munich. He found the mood in the replacement battalion despicable. No one honored a front-line soldier. These recruits had no conception of what Hitler had suffered in the trenches. He longed to be back with his own kind, and in January 1917 wrote Lieutenant Wiedemann that he was again fit for service and wished to return to my old regiment and old comrades. On March 1, he was back with the 16th Regiment, receiving a warm welcome from officers and comrades alike. Little Fuchsel went into paroxysms of ecstasy, held himself on me in frenzy. For supper, the company cook turned out an extra special mess in his honor. Kartoffel, puffer, bread and jam and cake. At last Hitler was back home where he belonged. That night he wandered round for hours, flashlight in hand, spitting rats on his bayonet, until someone threw a bit at him and he went to bed. A few days later, the Regiment N trained for the Arras area to prepare for another spring offensive, but there was leisure time for painting, and Hitler completed more watercolors. Scenes of former battles that had meaning to him. That Easter his art took a popular turn. He painted egg brie, wetness with calcium, and placed them in the garden of the regimental commander, spelling out, "Happy Easter 1917. A few months later, there was a new regimental commander, Major Freiherr von Two Buff, a young, active man who brought discipline back to the unit. He not only made life difficult for both men and officers, but criticized his superiors. To work off his frustrations, too, Buff went hunting. Hitler was one of the beaters, and he spent 2 hours crawling around in the brush, just behind the front lines, flailing away with a long stick and shouting, while his commander, whom he would promote to general in 16 years, fired away at rabbits. Despite long and gallant service, Hitler was still a corporal. One reason, according to Wiedemann, was that he lacked the capacity for leadership. Another was his sloppy bearing. He held his head somewhat lop-sided toward his left shoulder and slouched around. Although he bathed whenever possible and called comrade who didn't a living dung hill, he disliked polishing his boots, nor would he snap hills at the approach of an officer. More important, there were no authorized spaces as corporal for a messenger. If promoted, Hitler would have had to give up the duty he preferred, and the regiment would have lost one of its best runners. That summer, the regiment returned to its first battlefield in Belgium and participated in the third battle for Ypres. It was as deadly as the first in mid-July. They were bombarded for 10 days and nights. When it slackened, they could hear under them the ominous sound of digging. The enemy was boring tunnels. Overhead came the drone of planes, then the crash of bombs. In addition, there was the constant threat of gas, and the men sometimes had to keep their suffocating masks on for 24 hours at a stretch. On the last day of July, the defenders were confronted with a new terror: tanks. Fortunately, torrential rains turned no man's land into a quagmire, and the tanks were bogged down. In August, the shattered 16th Regiment was relieved. They were sent to Alsace for rest, and it was at this time that Hitler suffered two grievous losses. A railroad official, captivated by the antics of Fuchsel, offered Hitler 200 marks for the terrier. "You could give me 200,000 and you wouldn't get him," was Hitler's indignant reply. But as the troops were dice, embarking, Hitler couldn't find Fuchsel. His column was already on the move, and he had to follow. I was desperate. "The swine who stole my dog doesn't realize what he did to me." At about the same time, another swine rifled his knapsack and made off with a leather case containing sketches, drawings, and watercolors. Insulted and injured, first by a civilian slacker and then by one of the new breed of cowardly recruits, no front line soldier would rob a comrade, put aside his paints. Early that October, Schmidt finally persuaded Hitler to take an 18-day furlough, his first of the war. Their destination was Dresden, home of Schmidt's sister, but they stopped off at Brussels, Cologne, and Leipzig for sight. Seeing Hitler particularly enjoyed the last city. It was here that Martin Luther preached his first sermon in Street Thomas Church, same church where Bach had played the organ for 27 years and was buried, and where Wagner had been baptized. But what impressed him most was the massive 300-foot monument of the Battle of the Nations, honoring the war dead of 1813, which looked more like a fortress than a shrine. "This has nothing to do with art," he commented, "but it is enormous and beautiful in Dresden." They inspected the famous buildings and visited the art galleries, including the famous Zwinger. He was eager to go to the opera until he examined the programmer. Ently there was no Wagner, and announced there was nothing worth seeing. Later he visited Berlin by himself and stayed a few days with the family of a front-line comrade. "The city is marvelous," he wrote Schmidt on a postcard. "A real-world capital. Traffic is still tremendous. Am gone almost all day now. Finally have opportunity to study the museums a little better. In short, there is nothing lacking." The unit saw little action for the rest of the year, and Hitler had much time for reading. To him, novels and magazines were frivolous, and he concentrated on history and philosophy. "War forces one to think deeply about human nature," he later told Hans Frank. "4 years of war are equivalent to 30 years university training in regard to life's problems. I did nothing more than trash literature. When we are concerned with the fate of mankind, then one can only read Homer and evangelical works. In the later years of the war, I read Schopenhauer and reached for him again and again. The copy of Schopenhauer's selected works which he kept in his pack was worn out. Then I was able to do without evangelism, even if Christ was a true fighter. But the turning of both cheeks is not a very good recipe for the front." Quiet as the Western Front was, that winter proved the most arduous one yet for the front-line troops. Rations were shorter than ever, and the men were forced to eat cats and dogs. Hitler's comrades recalled that he preferred the meat of cat to that of a dog, perhaps because of Fuchsel. His favor at food when he could get it was toast thickly spread with honey or marmalade. Once he found large crates of Zwieback, and to satisfy his hunger he began rubbing them systematically, craftily taking packages from the bottom. He shared the loot with his mates and, after getting some sugar on barter, would cook for them the front-line version of an Austrian dessert, Schmeran. At home, civilians were also forced to eat dogs and cats' roof rabbits. Bread was made from sawdust and potato peelings, and there was almost no milk. Germany's allies also suffered. Food supplies were so short in Vienna that the Austrian government was forced to appeal to Berlin for grain. Strikes erupted in Vienna and Budapest, set off not only by hunger but by Germany's failure to make peace with the new Bolshevik government in Russia. They spread to Germany itself, which had been under a virtual military dictatorship for several months, and on Monday, January 28, 1918, workers throughout Germany went out on strike. Peace was their main demand, but they also insisted on workers' representation in negotiations with the Allies. Increased food rations, the abolition of martial law, and a democratic government throughout Germany. In Munich and Nuremberg, only a few thousand workers marched through the streets petitioning for immediate peace without annexation. But in Berlin, 400,000 workers walked out of their shops to organize a strike committee. Within a week, they were forced back to work, but a spirit of rebellion had come alive in the capital, and it seemed only a question of time before full-scale revolution would break out. News of the general strike was received with mixed feelings at the front. Many of the soldiers were as war-weary and disgusted as those back home, but almost as many felt they had been betrayed by their own civilians. Hitler called it the biggest piece of chicanery in the whole war. He was incensed at the slackers and Reds. What was the army fighting for if the homeland itself no longer wanted victory, for whom the immense sacrifice is and privations? The soldier is expected to fight for victory, and the homeland goes on strike against it. At last Berlin made peace with the Soviets at Brest-Litovsk on March 3, but the terms imposed on the young government were so harsh that leftists in Germany claimed the treaty's real purpose was to crush the Russian Revolution. News of the capitulation of the Bolsheviks exhilarated soldiers like Hitler, who remained convinced that Germany must. Now more than ever total victory seemed in their grasp, and the majority of troops responded loyally, if not eagerly, to the High Command's order for a massive offensive. In the next 4 months, Hitler's regiment took part in all phases of the massive Ludendorff or spring offensives. On the Somme, on the Aisne, and finally on the Marne, Hitler's fighting spirit was higher than ever. On one of his trips out front in June, he got a glimpse of something in a trench that looked like a French helmet. He crept forward and saw for Poilus. Hitler pulled out his pistol. Messengers had turned in rifles for side arms by Thun and began shouting orders in German, as though he had a company of soldiers. He delivered his 4 prisoners to Colonel von Buff personally and was commended. There was no circumstance or situation recalled to Buff arduous and dangerous tasks, and he was always ready to sacrifice life and tranquility for his fatherland and for others. On August 4, Hitler was awarded the Iron Cross. That would have prevented him from volunteering for the most difficult first class. For personal bravery and general merit, it was presented to him by the battalion adjutant who had initiated the award, but it was for former achievements and not this outstanding feat, and simply read, First Lieutenant Hugo Gutmann, adieu. By this time it was evident that the great Ludendorff offensives which had pushed to within sight of the Eiffel Tower had failed miserably, particularly after the historic victories in the East, where vast areas extending as far as the Caucasus had been conquered. Defeat on the Western Front came as a shock. Consequently, there was a serious drop in morale even among the older soldiers. Disorders on trip and leave trains approached rebellion. Shots were fired from windows. Men disappeared at every station. Officers attempting to maintain discipline were attacked with stones and grenades. Revolutionary slogans such as "We're not fighting for Germany's honor but for the millionaires" were scrawled in chalk on the cars. 4 days after Hitler received his Iron Cross, an Allied counterattack in the dense fog smashed through the German lines at Amiens. Ludendorff sent a staff officer to the front and immediately moved reserves to the break through area. As these fresh troops moved up, those falling back shout, "It insults blacklegs, you are prolonging the war." It was Ludendorff wrote, "The black day of the German army in the history of this war." The Kaiser reacted dejectedly but calmly and remarked, "We must draw only one conclusion. We are at the limit of our capabilities. The war must be ended." A few days later, Ludendorff and Hindenburg conferred with Wilhelm at Spa. Hindenburg protested that the army still held much enemy territory, and Ludendorff excitedly exclaimed that there must be discipline on the home front as well as more vigorous conscription of the young Jews. When the Kaiser ordered his foreign minister to begin peace negotiations, Hitler left pretty much alone. In the face of rebellion at home and impending collapse at the front, Hitler became more argumentative and talked at length of the swindle perpetrated by the Reds. But his voice was lost in the chorus of complaints from replacements. Hitler became furious and shouted in a terrible voice that the pacifists and shirkers were losing the war. One day he attacked a new non-com who said it was stupid to continue fighting. At such times, according to Schmidt, they fought with their fists, and finally, after taking considerable punishment, Hitler beat his opponent. From that day, Schmidt recalled the new ones despised him, but we old comrades liked him more than ever. In abiding hatred of the pacifists and slackers back home who were stabbing the land in the back, he and those like him burned with a zeal to avenge such treachery. 4 years of dehumanizing trench warfare had engendered in Hitler, as in so many other German patriots. And out of all this would come the politics of the future. Hitler was far from the dreamy-eyed volunteer of 1914. 4 years in the trench had given him a sense of belonging along with a degree of self-confidence. Having fought for Germany, he was truly German, and having conducted himself honorably under duress. He had pride in his manhood. He had entered the army a youth remarkably underdeveloped for all his 24 years and hardships in Vienna. Now he was a man ready to take a man's place in the world. Early in September, the 16th Regiment was moved back to Flanders. Since they were in reserve, the troops were allowed to take furloughs. With a comrade named Arendt, he returned to Berlin, where he must have been repelled by the rising spirit of discontent in the capital. He also spent a few days at the family farm in Spittal. Several weeks after his return, the 16th Regiment marched a third time to the area below Ypres. For the third time they dug into the fields and hills near Comines. Then, on the morning of October 14, Hitler was blinded by gas near the village of Warwick. He would recover his eyesight only to lose it again November 9, upon learning that Germany was going to surrender. A few days later, he would hear voices and see a vision. It is impossible to know how deep Adolf Hitler's fear and hatred of Jews ran on the day he was gassed in Belgium. Within a year, however, hatred of all things Jewish would become an overt and dominant force in his life. Hitler was only one among millions of other patriots who learned to fear Jews and Reds almost as a single entity during this period. For in these months, the country was engulfed by a terrifying series of Marxist-inspired uprisings that threatened to destroy the fabric of German existence. Significantly, the revolutions began while Hitler was suffering the depressing aftereffects of mustard gas. On the day he started east in a hospital train, it was October. Prince Max of Baden, the new German chancellor, received a note from President Woodrow Wilson demanding, in effect, the abdication of Wilhelm before America would agree to an armistice. This quickened the disintegration of the German military, and within 2 weeks open revolt broke out when the fleet was ordered to proceed to sea. The crews of 6 battleships protested. Mutiny broke out in Kiel as sailors pillaged armories and small arms lockers and took over most of the city. In one barracks, a stoker established the Kiel sailors, Soviet and all but one of the ships still in port, ran up the red flag of revolution. The men seized officers, tore off their insignia, and escorted them to the prison. In Munich, another insurrection broke out on November 7. It was led by Kurt Eisner, a small elderly Jew wearing a black floppy hat, which, large as it was, couldn't contain a shock of wild hair, epically untidy. He was a living cartoon of the bomb-throwing Red. He had already spent almost 9 months in prison for his wartime strike activities, had seized every major military post in Munich, and WWII of the House of Wittelsbach had been forced to flee in a car. By dusk, the revolutionaries, joined by many soldiers, which ran off the road just south of the city, mirroring itself in a potato field. It was a fitting end to monarchy in Bavaria. That evening, trucks filled with occupants flourishing red flags rattled through the city. Eisner's men seized the main railroad station and government buildings. No one resisted. Police looked the other way as rebels set up machine guns at strategic corners. The burghers of Munich wakened the next morning to find that their Bavaria had become a republic. Revolution had come German style, without too much fuss and without a single serious casualty. The people accepted their lot in the same spirit. There was no violent reaction. The Scheners grumbled and waited. The flames of orderly revolution were igniting spontaneously throughout Germany. In Friedrichshafen, workers at the Zeppelin plant formed a council. The factory workers in the Stuttgart area, including the vast Daimler Motor Works, struck and, led by socialists with views similar to Eisner's, made similar demands. Sailors engineered revolt in Frankfurt am Main. At Kassel, the entire garrison, including a commanding officer, revolted without benefit of bullets. There were a few shots fired in Cologne when the garrison of 45,000 went red, but order quickly settled over the city. A civilian revolt in Hanover succeeded even, though authorities ordered troops to use force. Instead, the soldiers joined the rebels. It was the same in Seldorf, Leipzig, and Magdeburg. Government after government throughout Germany collapsed as workers' and soldiers' councils took control. Finally, on November 9, the Kaiser reluctantly abdicated, turning power over to the Mutter, its socialists who were led by a former SAD, Limaker Friedrich Ebert. It was the end of the German Empire, begun in France on January 18, 1871, when Wilhelm I, King of Prussia and grandfather of Wilhelm II, was proclaimed the first Emperor of Germany in the Hall of Mirrors at the Versailles Palace. It was also the end of an era. 48 years earlier, Bismarck had achieved his dream of unifying Germany, and in so doing had created a new image of Germany and Germans. Overnight, the foundation on which rested the security of the Junker landowners in East Prussia and the great industrialists crumbled. And overnight, the political philosophy on which the majority of Germans had based their conservative and patriotic way of life had apparently disintegrated with the lowering of the imperial flag. Perhaps the greatest shock to Germans was to find Ebert sitting in the Chancellery. In a single day, the Hohenzollern regime had evaporated and a man of the people had taken command. How could it possibly have happened? Ebert himself was uneasy in the seat of power. He realized his presence would be an insult to those raised in imperialism. Moreover, he did not even represent the radical spirit of the streets. In fact, whom did he represent? He was so panicky that when Prince Max appeared at dusk to say fair, well, Ebert begged him to remain in Berlin as administrator for the Hohenzollern monarchy. At 5 a.m. 2 days later, a representative of the Ebert government, Matthias Erzberger, put his signature to the Allied armistice terms in Marshal Fack's private railroad car. Hostilities would cease at 11 a.m., and in so doing innocently gave birth to the myth of the November criminals, that it was the socialists who had sold out the nation. He had ensured peace to a shattered nation at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of the year. It was the Kaiser and the Imperial German generals, of course, who had lost the war, but President Wilson had refused to make an armistice with them, insisting he could deal only with democratic elements, and by forcing the socialists to assume the blame for something they had not brought about, Wilson gave Adolf Hitler a political tool that he was destined to wield with devastating force. At the end of November 1918, Hitler was discharged from the Pace-Walk Hospital as fit for field service, since the patient no longer complained of anything but a burning of the membrane. Hitler later testified in court that he could only make out the largest headlines in a newspaper and feared he might never read another book. The medical records at the hospital, he complained, were made at a time of revolution. Practically no one got personal attention. We were discharged in hordes. For example, I never even received my soldier's pay book. He was ordered to report to the replacement battalion of his regiment, which was in the hands of the Executive Council of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council, a coalition not only of soldiers and workers, but of majority and independent socialists. This was located in Munich, and on his way he must have passed through Berlin. This conglomeration had already enacted social reforms, which would have seemed impossible a few months earlier. It had established the 8-hour day, granted labor the unrestricted right to organize unions, increased workers' old age, sick and unemployment benefits, abolished censorship of the press, and released political prisoners. While Hitler approved the social reforms, he distrusted the revolutionaries who had effected them. The Executive Council was a tool of the Bolsheviks and the betrayer of the frontline soldiers. And its eventual goal was another Red Revolution. When Hitler checked in at the Kenstra's barracks of Munich's Schwabing area, he encountered the same spirit of rebellion. This installation had gone over to Eisner earlier in the month and was under the control of a soldiers' council. There was no discipline, the place was a pigsty. There was no respect for those who had served in the trenches since the first days of the war. Many were there for food and shelter alone. It was far worse than the Mannerheim. What particularly incensed Hitler was the behavior of the council members. Their whole activity was so repellent to me that I decided at once to leave again, as soon as possible. Fortunately, he found an old comrade who experienced the same disgust. The laziest and most impudent among the men were, naturally, those who had never been anywhere near the trenches. Remembered his fellow runner, Ernst Schmidt. The place was full of laggards and cowards. Some 2 weeks later, when guards were sought for a prisoner of war, camp at Traunstein, 60 miles to the east on the road to Salzburg, Hitler suggested to Schmidt that they volunteer. Their group, comprised mostly of so-called revolution men, was met at the railroad station by an officer. The men treated his order to fall in as a joke. Didn't he know drill had been abolished? The next day, the contingent, except for a few who had seen service in the trenches, were shipped back to Munich. Hitler and Schmidt remained. In Berlin, the Spartacists, a far leftist group named after the slave who led the rebellion against the Romans, had taken to the streets to make revolution with the help of revolting sailors. This was no Gemtlich Munich uprising. By Christmas Eve, the capital was close to anarchy. Other cities followed suit, if not as dramatically, and throughout Germany, the structure of the military and police began to crumble. With their abdication of authority, a new force made an abrupt appearance. See a phenomenon known as the Freikorps, bands of idealistic activists from the armed forces who shared Hitler's passion to defend Germania from the Reds. The Free Corps, spawned from the German generation born in Hitler's time, had been prepared for today's action by 2 previous experiences. First had come the pre-war youth movement, the wonderful birds of passage. These youngsters tramped around the land, often wearing colorful costumes in their search for a new way of life. They despised the liberal bourge, a society they sprang from, and were convinced that parental religion was largely, for the most part, from the well-to-do middle class, politics boastful and trivial, economics unscrupulous and deceitful, education stereotyped and lifeless, art trashy and sentimental, literature spurious and commercialized, drama tawdry and mechanical. They regarded family life as repressive and insincere. Were shot through with hypocrisy. Their goal was to establish a youth culture for fighting the bourge, a trinity of skill. They also were concerned that the relations between the sex is in and out of marriage, home and church, and sing the song of the freebooters while silently gazing into a camp fire in quest of messages from the forest, or listening to someone read hortatory passages from Nietzsche or Steph and George. The people and supreme wisdom yearn for the man deed, perhaps someone who sat for years among your murderers and slept in your prisons will stand up and the deed. These young people, they would sit around campfires under the direction of a Führer who wrote, thriving on mysticism and impelled by idealism, yearned for action-any kind of action. They found it in the Great War. Perhaps that is why they were as convinced as Hitler of the righteousness of the fatherland's cause. Life in the trenches brought officers and men closer together in a brotherhood of suffering and blood. The men worshipped the one who led them into despair, at hand-to-hand combat. To them he was not their commanding officer, he was their Führer, and they were his comrades. They trusted him blindly and would have followed him into hell itself if it were necessary. Together they formed a front-line relationship of democracy hitherto unknown in Germany. The miles of trenches were isolated from the rest of the world and became in effect a monastery with walls of flame. These comrades of the front lines, these former birds of passage, shared with Hitler the shame of surrender and distrust of a home front degenerating in Bolshevism. These veterans responded with enthusiasm to announcements placed by the military in newspapers and on billboards, announcing that the Spartacist danger had not yet been removed and calling for soldiers to rise and join the Free Corps to prevent Germany from becoming the laughingstock of the earth. Understandably, while this illegal army was forming, the Spartacists, with the approval of many Berliners, were taking over the capital. They controlled public utilities, transportation, and munitions factories. The Ebert government dismissed the chief of police, since he was known to sympathize with the Spartacists and had recently supported the sailors' mutiny. In desperation, on January 3, 1919, in retaliation, the Spartacists, now openly admitting they were communists, called for revolution. Berlin workers responded with enthusiasm, and by mid-morning of the 6th, 200,000 workers, carrying weapons and red flags, massed from Alexander Platz to the Tiergarten. Nor did the fog and cold dampen the spirit of the crowd. Groups seized the officers of the Social Democrat newspaper, Vorwärts, and the Wolf Telegraph Agency. The Chancellery itself was surrounded by the angry mob. Inside hid Ebert and his associates. By the following morning, the communists were ensconced in the statuary on top of the Brandenburg Gate, their rifles covering the Unter den Linden, the Knigstrasse, and the Charlottenburger Chaussee. In addition to strategic railroad stations, the government printing office and the Pso brewery were occupied. Within 24 hours, the government held only a few of the city's major buildings. Berlin, eventually all of Germany, would probably have gone communist but for the Free Corps. Within a week, it's from outside the city marched in and crushed the red centers of resistance. The Spartacist leaders, including the diminutive Rosa Luxemburg, were hunted down and cruelly murdered. 4 days after the death of Red Rose, the first national election under the new republic was held. It was a Sunday, clear and cold. For the first time in German history, women were allowed to participate, and 30 million citizens out of an elector. 35 million cast their votes for 423 deputies to the National Assembly. The results, while surprising, should have been predictable. The two rightist parties, which wanted a return of the Hohenzollerns, yet pretended they didn't, got about 15% of the assembly seats. The two centrist parties, which favored the Republic, won almost 40%, as did Ebert's majority socialists, and the far-left independent socialists took only 7%. The result, as much a victory against revolution as it was for a republic doomed socialization. Since strife-torn Berlin was not considered safe, Weimar some 150 miles southwest of the capital, was made the home of the National Assembly. Its selection was a cultural as well as geographical choice, for Weimar had been the home of Goethe, Schiller, and Liszt. The Assembly met on February 6 in the new National Theatre, but the convocation lacked the pomp and ceremony of Hohenzollern event. There were no bands, cavalry escorts, or dazzling uniforms. After 5 days, a working government was organized with Ebert named first president of the Reich by a large majority. He appointed a chancellor who in turn selected his own cabinet. The most significant choice was a strong-willed man named Nask. He called himself the Bloodhound as Minister of Defense. It meant that the illegal Free Corps would now operate with the blessing of the infant Weimar Republic and continue to defend the nation from Reds and riot. Traditionally, Bavarians detested Prussia and all things Prussian, and the events in Weimar were largely ignored in Munich. One of the city's leading intellectuals, as yet unrecognized by the world, was contemptuous of the attempts of the Ebert government to establish democracy throughout Germany. Oswald Spengler, Misigi, Naus and Misanthropic, had finally published the first volume of The Decline of the West in the spring of 1918, and the lonely and impoverished bachelor, though still unreviewed, the book was making an impact throughout the country. Like the French in 1793, we must go right through to the end in our misfortune. We need a chastisement compared to which the 4 years of war are nothing, he wrote a friend, until finally the terror has brought to a head such a degree of excitement and despair that a dictatorship, resembling that of Napoleon, will be regarded universally as a salvation. Hitler, who considered himself born for and destined to politics, was preparing his return to Munich. The prisoner of war camp at Traunstein was about to close, and he was being reassigned to the 2nd Infantry Regiment barracks in Schwabing along with his comrade Schmidt. Another young man with similar aspirations was already established in Munich. Alfred Rosenberg, a fanatic anti-Semite and anti-Marxist, had come from his native Estonia by way of Russia to find his true home. Like Hitler, he was artist and architect. Like Hitler, he was more Germanic than a native German, and had left his birthplace to gain a fatherland for myself. Moreover, he was determined to warn this fatherland of the Bolshevik terror that had ravaged the old one, and fight to keep it free from Jewish communism. Upon learning that there was a German author named Eckhart who shared many of his views, Rosenberg decided to make his acquaintance. Dietrich Eckart's boat playwright coffeehouse intellectual was a tall, bald, burly eccentric who spent much of his time in coughs and beer halls, giving equal attention to drink and talk. Son of a Bavarian counselor to the king and former patient at an institution for nervous diseases, he had entree to aristocratic circles. An original raffish man with a touch of genius, his brilliant translation of Peer Gynt was the standard version. He too was a pan-German and anti-Semite. With his own money, he published a weekly paper that had a circulation of some 30,000. Rosenberg appeared without introduction at Eckart's apartment. The poet was impressed by what he saw in the doorway, an intense, dead serious young man. Rosenberg's first words were, "Can you use a fighter against Jerusalem?" Eckhart laughed. Certainly had he written anything. Rosenberg produced an article on the destructive forces of Judaism and Bolshevism on Russia. It was the beginning of a relationship that would affect the career of Adolf Hitler, Eckhart accepted Rosenberg as a co-warrior against Jerusalem, and soon his articles on Russia began appearing not only in Eckhart's paper but in another Munich weekly, Deutsche Republik. The Zionists had planned the Great War as well as the Red Revolution and were presently plotting with the Masons to take over the world. The theme of these articles was that the Jew stood behind the world's evils. To many Bavarians, Kurt Eisner was the very model of a revolutionary, and it was widely believed that his revolution had been financed by Moscow gold. On the contrary, it had cost him only the 18 marks in his pocket on that historic day in November, and he was, in fact, the antithesis of the ruthless, pragmatic Russian Bolshevik. He ran the Bavarian Socialist Republic as if he were still installed at the stam tisch of his favor at coffee house. What Eisner was attempting to establish was not communism or even socialism, but a unique kind of radical democracy. A poet among politicians whose dream of a reign of beauty, the January elections had brought a resounding victory for the middle-class parties and an overriding demand for his resignation. Elimination and reason was more in keeping with Shelley than Marx. He was already on the path to oblivion. Early in the morning of February 21, realizing his cause was hopeless, he wrote out a statement announcing his resignation, but en route to the Landtag to deliver it, he was assassinated by Count Ant on Arco Valley, a young cavalry officer who had been turned down by an anti-Semitic group since his mother was Jewish. Eisner would have been out of office in an hour, his regime replaced by a middle-of-the-road government. The assassination brought about what Arco Valley most feared, another surge to the left. Eisner, so recently despised and rejected by almost everyone, became an instant martyr and proletarian saint, and the revolutionary movement was resuscitated. Martial law was declared, and a new, all-socialist government headed by a former teacher, Adolf Hoffmann, was appointed by the Central Workers' and Soldiers' Council. A general strike was called, a 7 p.m. curfew imposed, and the University of Munich closed since its students were already acclaiming Arco Valley as their hero. A fortnight later, the First Congress of the Third International convened in Moscow, and the resolution establishing the Communist International Comintern was unanimously adopted. In the ensuing victory celebration, Lenin called on workers of all countries to force their leaders to withdraw troops from Russia, resume diplomatic and commercial relations, and help rebuild the fledgling nation with an army of engineers and instructors. Berlin was already responding to the call for world revolution. The previous day, workers, ignoring orders from the Communist Party, had converged on the center of the city to demonstrate and loot, joined by the Red Soldiers League and other radical military groups. They seized more than 30 local police stations. Sailors besieged the main police headquarters on the Alexanderplatz, which was defended by several companies of Free Corps infantry. The following day, 1,500 delegates of the workers' councils voted overwhelmingly to call a general strike. The capital was immobilized, no electricity, no transportation. The revolutionaries concentrated on the eastern part of the city, setting up machine guns at key points. To counter them, Defense Minister Nosk, using dictatorial powers recently bestowed on him, brought more than 30,000 Free Corps troops into the city on March 5. The rebels were driven back block by block, while Berlin's bars, dance halls, and cabarets remained open for business as usual. After 4, more days of bitter house to house fighting with cannon. Nusk announced that anyone who bears arms against government troops will be shot on the spot. Scores of workers lined up against walls and executed without trial. Machine guns and strafing airplanes pitted against rifles and grenades. It was all over by the 13th. More than 1,500 revolutionaries were dead and at least 10,000 wounded. The spirit of revolt, however, continued to spread throughout the country. Radicals were in power in Saxony, and a state of siege existed in the Ruhr Basin. Ben Hecht of the Chicago Daily News Syndic, it cabled GERMANYISHAVINGERVOUSBRE AKDOWN THEISNOTIHINGSANETOREPORT. Munich, too, was on the verge of another revolution, this one inspired by a coup d'etat in Budapest. On March 22, news arrived that a popular front of socialists and communists had seized control of Hungary in the name of the Councils of Workers. Soldiers and Peasants, a Hungarian Soviet Republic, was announced under the leadership of an unknown Bola Khan. Provoking the London Times to characterize the regime as the Jewish mafia, the triumph of Bola Khan emboldened leftists in Munich. A Jew himself, 25 of his 32 commissars were also Jews. Early on the evening of April 4, delegates from the councils trudged through streets piled with 20 inches of snow, the heaviest downfall in years. Their destination was the Wen, Bruce, only 2 blocks from Hitler's pre-war rooming house. Here a resolution was read aloud: elimination of the parties, union of the entire proletariat, proclamation of a Soviet republic and brotherhood with the Russian and Hungarian proletariat, and then no power on earth will be able to prevent the immediate execution of full socialization. It was a coffeehouse revolution, an innocent version of the bloody reality. Its spiritual leader was Ernst Toller, the poet, and his platform included a demand for new art forms in drama, painting, and architecture, so the spirit of mankind could be set free. The cabinet was a congeries of engaging eccentrics. The commissar for housing, for instance, ordered that henceforth the living room in all homes must be above the kitchen and bedroom. Selected as commissar for foreign affairs, even though he had spent some time in a mental institution on the grounds that he was the picture of a diplomat with his neat beard and gray frock coat. But the jewel in this crown of originals was Franz Lipp. Lipp sent an indignant telegram to Moscow, charging that Eisner's successor had stolen the keys to the ministry toilet, and declared war on Württemberg and Switzerland, because these dogs have not at once loaned me 60 locomotives. The end came abruptly on Palm Sunday, April 13, when the former minister-president, the socialist schoolteacher Hoffmann, attempted to seize Munich by force. His putsch never had a chance despite the exploits of soldiers like Adolf Hitler, prevented the men at his barracks of the 2nd Infantry Regiment from going over to the Reds by climbing on a chair and shouting. He, for one, those who say we should remain neutral are right. We're no pack of Revolutionary Guards for a gang of vagrant Jews, although Hitler and others held the Munich garrison to neutrality. After all, the Hoffmann putsch was crushed by nightfall, and this time the Red professionals, led by Eugen Levin, a native of St. Petersburg and the son of a Jewish merchant, and took over the government. They had been sent to Munich by the Communist Party to organize revolution, and, after arresting the poet Toller, promptly converted it into a genuine Soviet, but they proceeded to violate strict party orders to avoid any armed action, even when a local or momentary success might be possible by dispatching in the name of the Bavarian Soviet Republic a considerable force to confront an army of 8,000 men that Hoffmann had hastily gathered to retake Munich. The Hoffmann army was approaching Dachau, a city 10 miles above Munich. The Red commander-in-chief was the man just arrested by the communists, Ernst Toller. Determined that the revolution must be cleanly fought on April 18, this Red Knight directed the attack against the Hoffmann forces, but after release from a cellar, he went forth to battle on a borrowed horse, as a knight of old. Being a humanist and individualist, he persistently ignored orders from Munich. First, he refused to shell Dachau, and instead attempted to avoid conflict by negotiation. When firing erupted and the issue was forced, he led his men to an almost bloodless triumph. The Hoffmann forces retreated in panic. The Soviet leaders ordered Toller to shoot the officers he had captured. Naturally, he released them, and once more he was imprisoned. After the debacle at Dachau, Hoffmann was forced to accept help from war, Minister Nosk's Free Corps units. A tactical plan for the conquest of Munich was drawn up with amazing promptness and executed so effectively that the city was completely encircled by April 27. In vengeful retribution, the surrounded Reds hunted down enemies of the Soviet Republic throughout Munich. Sailors captured 7 members of the anti-Semitic Thule Society, including its attractive secretary. In all, 100 hostages were imprisoned in the Luitpold High School. By April 29, the ring around Munich tightened and the revolutionaries were in a panic. A false alarm that the Whites had occupied the main railroad station emptied Red headquarters. Except for Toller, who had been released to set up a last-ditch defense, and the commander of the Red Army, whose Free Corps troops had recently executed 52 Russian prisoners of war in a stone quarry and shot a dozen unarmed workers. He decided to wreak final vengeance on the Whites. He ordered the execution of the hostages in the high school. The horrified Toller rushed to stop the massacre, but by the time he arrived at least 20 people had been slaughtered. Students slipped through what was left of the Red Lines and reported these atrocities to Free Corps commanders, who issued orders to march into the city at dawn. The 1st of May was clear and warm as Free Corps units converged on the city from several directions. They had little difficulty routing scattered revolutionaries despite some opposition in the area surrounding Hauptbahnhof and in the Schwabing section. On all sides, the Free Corps men were cheered by the relieved citizenry. In the Marienplatz, an open-air mass for the troops was held as red flags were hauled down and replaced by the blue and white of Bavaria. While Lenin was boasting to a huge May Day crowd in Red Square of the triumphs of communism, the liberated working class is celebrating its anniversary freely and openly, not only in Soviet Russia, but in Soviet Hungary and Soviet Bavaria. Free Corps troops were ranging through Munich, extinguishing nests of resistance and arresting Red leaders. The streets of Munich belonged to the Free Corps, and soon they were marching down the Lud, Wigstrasse, goose stepping as they passed the Felder, how with one unit the Erhard Brigade, wearing swastika-decorated helmets and singing, swastika on helmet, black-white-red band. By May 3, Munich was secured, but at the cost of 68 Free Corps lives. These, of course, had to be avenged. 30 Catholic workers of the street, Jos, if society were seized at a tavern while making plans to put on a play. They were brought to the cellar of the Wittelsbach Palace, where 21 of them were shot or bayoneted to death as dangerous Reds. Hundreds were shot under similar circumstances, and thousands were chastised by cruising Free Corps squads. The repression continued with issuance of a series of harsh edicts, some almost impossible to obey, such as the one to surrender all arms immediately or be shot. In the name of law and order, citizens were routed out, insulted, beaten, and murdered. The Free Corps had saved Munich from the iron hill of the Soviet Republic and its excesses, but these seemed pale compared to the cure. It would require a volume to narrate all the atrocities committed by the Whites, reported the French military attitude. In Munich, organized barbarism was given free rein, a savage debauchery, an indescribable orgy, but the British officials saw none of this, or else they approved of what they observed. The result of the Soviet episode at Munich, so far as at present can be seen, reported the Political Intelligence Department of the British Foreign Office, and to discredit Spartacism and Bolshevism, with the masses in all more than 1,000 so-called Reds were executed by the Free Corps, is to strengthen the cause of law and order throughout Germany. So many bodies littered Munich in so short a time that they became a health menace, and unidentified corpses had to be dumped into shallow ditches. The idealistic youth of the Wandervogel had brought their high hopes into the trenches, and now, as Free Corps men, on to the streets of Germany. This is the new man, the storm soldier, the elite of Mitteleuropa, wrote their poet laureate. It Ernst Jenger, a completely new race, cunning, strong, and purposeful. These would be soldiers of the battle for German salvation. New forms must be molded with blood, and power must be seized with a hard fist. Jenger could have been speaking for Adolf Hitler, and shortly after the liberation of Munich came the event that would change his life and turn the course of world history, whose slumbering antipathies had been reawakened by the Red regimes in Munich. On June 28, 1919, the victorious Allies signed the Treaty of Versailles. With little delay, the German government ratified its terms. These were harsh. Germany was forced to accept sole responsibility for causing the war, and required to pay all civilian damage caused by the conflict. Great chunks of territory were wrested from the Reich. Alsace-Lorraine went to France, the Malmedy area to Belgium, most of Posen and West Prussia to Poland. Germany also lost her colonies. Danzig was to be a free state and plebis. It would be held in the Saar, Schleswig, and East Prussia. The Allies would occupy the Rhineland for at least 15 years, and a belt 30 miles wide on the right bank of the Rhine was to be demilitarized. Further, the humiliation was made complete by a regulation forbidding the Germans to have submarines or military aircraft, and limiting her army to 100,000 men. This new force, the Reichs, were almost immediately exercised a power far beyond its size. A bureau was organized to investigate subversive political activities among the troops and to infiltrate workers' organizations, to keep the ranks free from Bolshevik influence. Among the recruits selected by Captain Karl Mayer, the officer in charge of this unit, it was Hitler. He was particularly qualified for such a task, but Mayer picked him because of his exemplary war record and, perhaps, out of pity. When I first met him, he was like a tired stray dog looking for a master. Mayer got the impression that Hitler was ready to throw in his lot with anyone who would show him kindness, and that he was totally unconcerned about the German people and their destinies. In truth, Hitler was in a state of ferment and turmoil because of the epidemic of revolution. Never had he been so concerned for the state of his adopted country. Recently he had been handed a racist pamphlet, perhaps one of Eckartisch, and it brought to mind similar pamphlets he had read in Vienna. Involuntarily I saw thus my own development come to life again before my eyes. His simmering hatred of Jews had been activated by what he himself had witnessed on the streets of Munich. Everywhere, Jews in power, first Eisner, then anarchists like Toller, and finally Russian Reds like Levin. In Berlin, it had been Rosa Luxemburg, in Budapest Bola Khan, in Moscow Trotsky, Zinoviev and Kamenev. The conspiracy Hitler had previously suspected was turning into reality. He and his fellow political agents were ordered to attend a special indoctrination course at the University of Munich with instructors such as Professor Karl Alexander von Müller. Before embarking on their duties, a conservative with right radical leanings. The value of the whole affair was that I now obtained an opportunity of meeting a few like-minded comrades with whom I could thoroughly discuss the situation of the moment. For me, wrote Hitler, all of us were more or less firmly convinced that Germany could no longer be saved from the impending collapse by the parties of the November crime, the center and the social democracy, and that the so-called bourgeois national formations, even with the best of intentions, could never repair what had happened. During the war, Hitler had told Westing, Kutchner, that in peacetime he would become either an artist or go into politics, and when his comrade asked him which party he preferred, the answer was none. His circle at the indoctrination course had also come to the conclusion that only an entirely new movement could answer their needs. They decided to call it the Social Revolutionary Party because the social views of the new organization did indeed mean a revolution. Added impetus was given such a movement by one of the lecturers, Gottfried Feder, Professor von Muller's brother-in-law, founder of the German Fighting League for the Breaking of Interest Slavery. He was an engineer by profession, but an economist at heart. He spoke to the political agents about the speculation and economic character of stock, exchanges, and loan capital. This was a stimulating revelation to Hitler. The thought ran through my head that I had now found the way to one of the most essential premises for the foundation of a new party, inspired by Feder's demand to end interest slavery, and now for the first time really achieved an understanding of the content of the Jew Karl Marx life effort. At last, his capital was intelligible. Right after listening to Feder's first lecture, he read Marxism. After one of his lectures, Professor von Muller noticed a small group in lively discussion. The men seemed spellbound by one of their number, who was haranguing them with increasing vehemence in a strange, guttural voice. I had the odd feeling that their excitement was his work. I saw a pale, small face under an unsoldierly flowing lock of hair, with close-cropped mustache, and remarkable large light blue eyes that shone fanatically. Do you know you have a natural orator among your students? Muller told Captain Mayer, indicating the pale-faced soldier. Mayer called out, "You Hitler, come up here." Hitler approached awkwardly. With a kind of defiant embarrassment, his talent for oratory led to an assignment in a Munich regiment as a lecturer. I started out with the greatest enthusiasm and love. For all at once I was offered an opportunity of speaking before a larger audience. I could speak. With each speech Hitler grew more confident, and his voice developed to such an extent that his words could be understood in every corner of the squad rooms. And the thing that I had always presumed from pure feeling without knowing it was now corroborated. His social life was by no means as successful, since many of those to whom he made friendly overtures regarded him as a spy. A small man named Thiel publicly snubbed his advances and, when Hitler insisted on following him down the street and expounding on the true mission of the German artist, suddenly interrupted. "Tell me," said Thiel, "did they shit in't your brain and forget to flush it according to a witness?" The astonished long-distance speaker made calf's eyes and departed without a word. Hitler could not even get along with two fellow agents who shared his room at the barracks. They complained to Captain Mayer about his physical habits. Moreover, he talked and walked in his sleep and made himself generally a nuisance. He was moved to a private room, a small one on the second floor, formerly a storeroom. Its windows were barred, but Hitler seemed to be happy in his cubicle. Despite Hitler's social shortcomings, Captain Mayer was impressed enough by his abilities as a speaker to send him on a special mission outside Munich. Returning German prisoners of war at the Lechfeld transit camp were of Eidensing Spartacist leanings, and in Enlightenment detachment was assigned to transform these men into anti-socialist patriots. The propaganda team left Munich on July 22, and within 5 days Hitler himself received an education in practical politics. The returnees were bitter and resentful, cheated of their youth and hope, forced to live like animals in the trench. They had come home to chaos and hunger. Hitler offered them targets for their hatred as he spoke eloquently of the Versailles disgrace, the November criminals, and the Jewish Marxist world plot. His flair for such work was duly noted in a series of commendatory reports. Herr Hitler, if I might put it this way, commented one observer, is the born people's speaker, and by his fanaticism and his crowd appeal, he clearly compels the attention of his listeners and makes them think his way. He returned to Munich and speeches in the squad room. Another duty was to help investigate the 50 or so radical organizations that had recently sprung up in Munich, covering the political spectrum from the Bloc of Revolutionary Students and the Society of Communistic Socialists to the Osterer Bund and the New Fatherland. These included racists, communists, rabid nationalists, anarchists, and superpatriots. Early that autumn Hitler was ordered to attend a meeting of a tiny political group calling itself the German Workers' Party. The evening made so little impression on him that he did not mention it in Mein Kampf, even though, according to one of the 23 participants present, he addressed the gathering in the discussion period and spoke very well. It is doubtful if he took the trouble to find out that the party had been founded earlier that year by a toolmaker in the Munich railroad works. Indeed, Anton Drexler, its program was a bizarre combination of socialism, nationalism, and anti-Semitism. Its background was shrouded in mystery, seeded as it was by a small group called the Political Workers' Circle, the brainchild of Rudolf Freiherr von Sebatendorf, himself a man of mystery. He was a short, corpulent man with slightly protruding eyes, who was an artist rather than a pedant, a cyber, rather than a Platonist, and had a certain predilection for firearms, but did not openly exhibit it. He believed in the Germanic wave of the future, and so threw his considerable energies in the formation of a Bavarian branch of the Teutonic Order. Like Hitler, and every candidate had to pledge he would join energetically in the struggle against internationalism and Jewry Revolutions throughout the country forced Sabbatendorf to give his organization the innocent title of Thule Society as a cover. Membership was restricted to Germans who could establish the purity of their blood for 3 generations. By this time he had decided to implement an idea he had long entertained, to win workers to his vow. Kishkus he instructed one of the members of Thule, a down-at-the-hills sports writer, to form a political workers' circle. This man sought out and, on Drexler, he had already organized a small ineffectual group of workers called the Free Labor Committee for a Good Peace, and they joined forces to found a new political organization. The preliminary meeting of the German Workers' Party was held at a little resta at the First Inn, Felderhof, early that January. Some 24 workers, most of them railwaymen of Drexler's shop, to liberate the workers from Marxist internationalism by ending the divisive class warfare and to make the upper classes aware of their responsibility to the workers, were on hand to hear Drexler outline the dual purpose of the party was to be ruled by Germans. Drexler suggested calling their group the German National Socialist Party, the same name of a similarly motivated party founded a year earlier in Bohemia. All they really wanted, said Drexler, whose emblem incidentally was the swastika, but there was objection that the word socialist might be misinterpreted. Painstakingly Drexler penned out notes for a program. The skilled worker should not consider himself to be a proletariat but a middle-class citizen, and the middle class itself had to be enlarged and strengthened at the cost of big capitalism. The program also included a cautiously anti-Semitic declaration that religious teachings contrary to the moral and ethical laws of Germany should not be supported by the state or, in fact, even tolerated. Within 2 weeks, a foundation meeting was held in the Thule headquarters. The city sports writer Karl Harrer was elected chairman with Drexler as his deputy. It could hardly be called a party, since it consisted of little more than a 6-man committee. Our meetings were private because of this red threat, recalled Drexler, a serious, undistinguished, sickly man. We could do little but discuss and study. I embodied my own ideas in a slight brochure called My Political Awakening. From the diary of a working man, his dream was to find someone with energy and nerve who could make something out of his pamphlet and contrive a real driving force behind us. It would need to be an outstanding personality who could even attempt to do such a thing? A man of intense conviction, single-eyed and absolutely fearless. On September 12, Hitler was ordered by a Major Heil to attend another meeting of the Little Workers' Party. A single-eyed man of conviction, if ever there was one, he walked into the Sternecker Brew, a little beer hall on the Herrenstrasse, early that evening to find 40 or so workers. The main speaker was supposed to be the poet Eckhart, but he was sick and had been replaced by the economist Feder, whose subject was how and by what means is capitalism to be eliminated. Hitler had heard Feder's lecture at his indoctrination course, and so could concentrate on the membership. His impression was neither good nor bad, only to vanish silently after a time. Obviously its founders had no conception of how to make their club a genuine party. This was apparently another of those groups which sprang out of the ground. The evening was a bore, and he was relieved when Feder finished talking. Hitler started to leave at the announcement of a free discussion period, but something moved him to remain. A few minutes later, he was on his feet belaboring a professor who had just advocated the separation of Bavaria from Prussia. Hitler talked for 15 minutes so ably and cuttingly that the professor left the hall like a wet poodle, even before I was finished. Drexler was so impressed by Hitler's delivery and logic that he whispered to his secretary, "This one has what it takes." We could use him. He introduced himself, but Hitler didn't get the name of the unprepossessing man with glasses. Like a religious fanatic, Drexler pressed a copy of his booklet, a 40-page pamphlet with a pink cover, into Hitler's hand and mumbled that he must read it and please come again. Hitler returned to his little room on the upper floor of the barracks. As usual, he had trouble sleeping and set out crusts of bread and left-overs on the floor for the mice. He had gotten into the habit of passing the hours before dawn watching the droll little beasts chasing around after these choice morsels. I had known so much poverty in my life that I was well able to imagine the hunger, and hence also the pleasure, of the little creatures. At about 5 that morning he was still awake on his cot, following the antics of the mice, when he remembered the pamphlet that Drexler had forced upon him. Hitler was surprised to find himself enthralled from the first page. Involuntarily I saw my own development come to life before my eyes. The ideas and phrases of the little book kept intruding into his thoughts the following day. He was struck by the phrases National Socialism and New World Order, as well as the prediction that a new political party would capture the disillusioned and dissent it among not only the workers but civil servants and the salad lower middle class. But his interest waned quickly, and he was surprised to receive a postcard informing him that he had been accepted as a member of the German Workers' Party. He was requested to attend a committee meeting the following Wednesday. He had no intention of joining a ready-made party, since he wanted to found his own, and he was about to send off an indignant refusal when curiosity won out and he decided to have another look at the queer little group. This meeting took place in another run-down restaurant on the Herrenstrasse, the Altes Rosenbad. Hitler walked through a dim, deserted dining room to the back where 4 people sat around a table. He recognized the too eager author of the pamphlet, who enthusiastically welcomed him as a new member of the WWII party. "Now we have an Austrian with a big mouth," he had told a fellow committeeman. Drexler explained that they were waiting for the chairman of the national organization. Herr. At last the sports writer arrived. He was club-foot, ungainly and shabby. The minutes of the previous meeting were read, and the treasurer reported there were 7 marks 50 pfennig on hand. Letters were read and discussed at intolerable length. It was worse than Hitler had imagined. Terrible, terrible. This was club life of the worst manner and sort. Was I to join this organization when they began to discuss new membership? Hitler asked a number of questions about the practical aspects of organization. He learned there was no program, not a leaflet, not even a rubber stamp, only good intentions. He quickly glanced through their few directives. They were unclear or vague. He left depressed by what he had seen, but still undecided whether to join or not. It was the hardest question of his life, and he debated with himself for the next 2 days. Reason told him to decline, but his feeling argued for acceptance. He had vowed to enter politics, and this absurd little club had one transcendent advantage. It had not frozen into an organization, but left the individual an opportunity for real personal activity. Being so small, it could also be more easily shaped to his needs, who passed them on to a group of high-ranking officers and capitalists who met once a week at the hotel for seasons. discuss means of rebuilding Germany's military power. Hitler had already reported his findings to Captain Mayer. They had come to the conclusion that this could only be achieved with the support of the workers. General Ludendorff himself appeared at Mayer's office one day with a request that Hitler be allowed to join the organization and build it up. The little German Workers' Party could be a start, and according to Mayer, it was illegal for members of the new army to join political parties but to please Ludendorff, whose wishes were still respected in the army. I ordered Hitler to join the Workers' Party and help foster its growth. He was allowed at first the equivalent of 20 gold marks in the current inflation money weekly for this purpose, so, in a sense, Hitler was ordered to do what he had already decided to do. He registered as a member of the DAP and was given a membership card. Hitler's plunge into practical politics was accompanied by an equally important ideological development, which also came to fruition as the result of an order of Captain Mayer. Hitler was instructed to answer a letter from a fellow trainee in the education unit requesting information on the Jewish menace. His lengthy answer, 4 days after the meeting at the Sternecker Brew, revealed a surprising progression in his own solution of the Jewish question. It was replete with denunciations of Jews that would become all too familiar. Crawls before the majesty of the people, but knows only the majesty of money. His activities result in racial tuberculosis of the people, the anti-Semitic program. He burrows int. The democracies sucking the goodwill of the masses, he concluded, should start with legal attempts to deprive Jews of certain privileges on the grounds that they were a foreign race. But the final aim must unquestionably be the irrevocable end for none of the Jews. This word could be translated as removal and merely expulsion from Germany, but it is more likely he meant amputation, that is, liquidation of Jewry. This was Hitler's first known political document, and for the first time he had succeeded in transforming his hatred of the Jews into a positive political program. One Bavaria, though a part of the German Empire, retained sovereign independence until 1918. To Fritz Wiedmann, who became Hitler's adjutant in 1935, only to be dismissed 4 years later for opposing the Führer's foreign policy, stated in his book Der Mann der Felder, a wooden walt, that Hitler's memory of his war experience was excellent. I never really caught him lying or exaggerating when he told of his recollections. 3. In his unpublished diary, Gordon Craig, the stage designer, described these wartime paintings as remarkably artistic productions. His praise may have been tempered by gratitude. It was Hitler who literally saved him from starvation in Paris during World War I, by buying his sketches. For, in addition to this decoration and the Iron Cross, second class, he had won in 1914. Hitler received the following awards: September 17, 1917, Military Cross, 3rd class, with swords, May 9, 1918. The Regiment's Diplom for Outstanding Bravery, May 18, 1918. The Verwundeter Medal for Wounded, and on August 25, 1918, the Dienstag Scheik Nung Service Medal, 3rd class. 5. Val. Kish is impossible to translate in a single word. Literally meaning folkish, it had overtones of racism. But to translate it simply as racist is to ignore its folk, nationalistic implications. Throughout the book, it will remain Val. Kish. Part 2, Chapter 4. BIRTHOFPARTY. There could be no question of a party or a movement, but what the German Workers' Party did give Hitler that autumn was a platform for his own ideas. When I entered the circle of these few men, just as the writing room in the Mannerheim first released his pent-up hatreds and hopes, so this insignificant group of malcontents gave him needed impetus. His first task was to turn what was essentially a debating society into a political organization. Our small committee, which in reality consisted of 7 heads and represented the entire party, was nothing more than the head of a small scat club, recalled and amused Hitler in a serialized newspaper story of those first days. 1919 in Munich was a sad time. Little light, lots of dirt, unrest, poorly dressed people, impoverished soldiers, in short. The picture resulting from 4 years of war and the scandal of the revolution. The light at their meeting in the back room of the Rosenbad was a single gas flame that burned poorly. When we were assembled, how did we look forbidding? Military pants, dyed coats, hats of undefinable shapes but shiny from where our feet in remodeled war boots, and a thick cudgel in our hands as a walking stick in those days. It was a sign of distinction, a proof that one belonged to the people. We were always the same face. First we received the brotherly greetings, and we were informed that the seeds had been planted in respective places, and the necessity was stressed to act as a yin. The treasury was usually about 5 marks, and once it reached the high point of 17, or even established, and we were asked if we could make such a report also, Hitler finally persuaded the committee to increase membership by holding larger meetings. At the barracks, he personally typed out on the company typewriter some of the invitations to the first public meeting. Others he wrote by hand. On the night of the first meeting, the committee of 7 waited for the masses who were expected to appear an hour past, but no one came. We were again 7 men. The old 7 Hitler changed his tactics. The next invitations were mimeographed, and this time a few came. The number rose slowly from 11 to 13, and finally to 34. The pittance collected from these meetings was invested in an advertisement in the Münchener Beobachter of Valkisch, anti-Semitic newspaper, for a mass meeting in the cellar room of the Hof, Bruce, on October 16. If only the usual number turned up, the expenses would bankrupt the party. Hitler had insisted in the face of Herrer's pessimism that a crowd would come, and by 7 p.m. 70 people had collected in the smoky room. There is no record of the reception given the main speaker, but almost from the moment Adolf Hitler stepped behind the crude lectern placed atop the head table, the audience was electrified. He was supposed to speak for 20 minutes, but went on for half an hour, spilling out a stream of denunciations, threats, and promises. Abandoning all restraint, he let emotion take over, and by the time he sat down to loud applause, sweat covered his face. He was exhausted but elated, and what, before I had simply felt deep down in my heart, without being able to put it to the test, proved to be true. I could speak. It was a turning point, not only in his career but in that of the German Workers' Party. 300 marks had been donated by the enthusiastic listeners. Now the organization had funds to advertise more extensively and print slogans and leaflets. On November 13, a second mass meeting was held, this time in another beer hall, the Ibel Brew. More than 130 men, mostly students, shopkeepers and army officers, paid an admission fee of 50 pfennigs. Something new in local politics to hear four speakers, the main attraction was Hitler. In the middle of his speech, hecklers began to shout out, but he had alerted his military friends, and within minutes, agitators flew down the stairs with gashed heads. The interruption only spurred Hitler to greater rhetorical heights, as he closed with an exhortation to stand up and resist. The misery of Germany must be broken by Germany still. That time must come. Once more he carried the audience with him. He spoke with a primitive force and unabashed emotion that set him apart from the intellectuals who appealed to reason, reported that he had held forth in an outstanding manner and was destined to become a professional propaganda speaker. His appeals were visceral, love of country and hatred of Jews for bringing about the defeat of 1918. A police observer, after describing Hitler as a merchant, by his manner and use of the language of the streets and the trenches, war veterans recognized that he had shared the democracy of the machine gun, barbed wire and muck, and thus represented the sacred comradeship of the front lines. In 2 weeks, another enthusiastic meeting was held with an audience of more than 170, and on December 10, a larger hall. The Deutsches Reich was used. When the attendance fell off, despite an announcement which spelled Hitler with 2 T's that the place was heated, several committee members protested that the meetings were too frequent. There was violent debate in which Hitler argued that a city of 700,000 inhabitants could stand not 1 meeting every 2 weeks, but 10 every week. The road they had taken, he said, was the right one. Sooner or later, success was bound to come. His persistence was rewarded. The new hall on the Dachstrasse was near an army barracks, and the influx of soldiers raised the attendance to over 200. Hitler's ascendancy deeply concerned some of the other members who objected to his volcanic mercurial style. Moreover, he was changing the entire face of the organization with the influx of his rough-mannered army friends, and they feared it would all end in ruin. He was so convinced that Hitler was the hope of the party that he supported the move to make him the new chief of propaganda, while Drexler was equally distressed. Promotion only made Hitler more critical of the inefficiency of the party's business procedures. How could one administer properly without an office and equipment? On his own, he found an office at the Neckar brew, scene of his introduction to the party. It was small and had once been a tap room. That the committee didn't even complain when the landlord removed the wood paneling and left the room looking more like a funeral vault than an office, using funds he got from Captain Mayer, as well as those from the party treasury. The rent was so little, 50 marks a month. He had an electric light installed along with a telephone, a table, a few borrowed chairs, an open bookcase, and 2 cupboards. Hitler's next step was to insist on a paid business manager who would work full-time. He found one in his barracks, a sergeant upright and absolutely honest, who also brought along his small Adler typewriter. That December, Hitler called for complete reform of the party's organization from a debating society to a genuine political party. A majority of committee members, content to remain just another extreme rightist group, opposed these changes. They could not see, as Hitler clearly did, that propaganda was not an end in itself, only a means to overthrow the Weimar Republic. Once again, the plotting Drexler supported Hitler, and the two spent hours in the Drexler apartment discussing plans and programs. Their chief bond was a common distrust and hatred of Jewry. Drexler had become a radical anti-Semite and anti-Marxist. He lived in the pleasant Nymphenburg district, and Hitler would travel there by trolley car. Having lost several jobs, so he said, because of Jews and trade unionists, they would become so involved in work that Frau Drexler usually had to call them to supper several times. My little girl used to climb on Hitler's knee, remembered Drexler. She knew she was always welcome. He was Uncle Adolf to her. One evening in the last days of 1919, Hitler arrived at the Drexlers armed with a sheaf of manuscript on which he had roughly sketched out the official party program. They worked for hours boiling it down to make it as pithy as possible. We cracked our brains over it, I can tell you, recalled Drexler. By the time they finished it was morning. Then Hitler sprang up and banged his fist on the table. These points of ours, he exclaimed, are going to rival Luther's placard on the doors of Wittenberg. There were 25 points to the program, and Hitler wanted to present them to the public at a mass meeting. Predictably, there were objections from the committee, not only to a number of the points, but to an open meeting. At first dubious, Drexler was finally carried away by the idea, and at the next meeting gave Hitler his full support. Those who objected were overruled, and a date was set, February 24, 1920. Leaflets and posters printed in bright red were plastered all over Munich, but by this time Hitler himself began to feel he might be speaking to a yawning hall. The meeting was to start at 7:30 p.m. and when Hitler entered the great fest, Saal of the Hof, Bruce, at 7:15, he found it jammed with almost 2,000 people. His heart burst with joy. What particularly pleased him was that more than half the crowd appeared to be communists or independent socialists. He was confident that the true idealists among this hostile group would swing over to his side, and he welcomed any disturbance they might provoke. The meeting opened quietly with the main address by an experienced Wahl-Kisch speaker named Dingfelder. He attacked Jews but did so obliquely. He quoted Shakespeare and Schiller and was so bland that even the communists weren't offended by anything he had to say. Then Hitler got to his feet. There were no catcalls. He looked anything but an orator in his worn, old-fashioned blue. He opened quietly without emphasis, outlining the history of the past 10 years. But as he told of the post-war revolutions that swept through Germany, passion crept in't. His voice, he began to gesture. His eyes flashed, angry shouts came from all parts of the large hall. Beer mugs flew through the air. Hitler's army supporters, swift as greyhounds, tough as leather, and hard as Krupp steel, eagerly went in't battle, armed with rubber truncheons and riding whips. Troublemakers were hustled outside. At last some degree of order was restored, and Hitler resumed speaking, undismayed by the continuing chorus of derisive shouts. His experience at the Mannerheim had accustomed him to such disturbance, and he seemed to draw energy from them. The audience warmed to his spirit, as well as his words, and applause began to drown out the heckling. He spoke scathingly of the tons of paper money being printed, and how the corrupt Social Democrat government only prosecuted petty hoarders. What can such a hoarder do if his name is Hummelberger and Nattis, Bach? This anti-Semitic jibe was followed by as much protest as approval, but once he directed his attack at the Jews from the East, applause drowned out the hecklers. There were shouts of "down with the Jewish press." Unaccustomed to speaking to such a large audience, his voice would be loud one moment, weak the next. But even his inexperience was appealing. A 20-year-old law student named Hans Frank was struck by his obvious sincerity. The first thing you felt was that there was a man who spoke honestly about how he felt and was not trying to put something across of which he himself was not absolutely convinced. After the polished phrase is of the first speaker, his words had an explosive effect. They were often crude, always expressive, and even those who had come to hit him were compelled to listen. He spoke simply and so clearly that those at the farthest tables could hear. What particularly impressed young Frank was that he made things understandable even to the foggiest brain, and went to the core of things. Finally, he submitted to the audience the 25 theses of the program, asking them to pronounce judgment on them point by point. There was something for almost everyone but Jews. For the patriotic union of all Germans in a greater Reich, colonies for excess population, equality for Germany among nations, revocation of the Versailles Treaty, creation of a people's army, and a ruthless battle against criminals to ensure law and order, for the workers' abolition of all income unearned by work, confiscation of war profits, expropriation of land without compensation for communal purposes, and profit sharing in large industrial enterprises. For the middle class, the immediate socialization of the great department stores and their lease at low rates. To small tradesmen, generous development of old age, national health standards. For the Wahl, Kish minded the demand that Jews be treated as aliens, denied the right to hold any public office, deported if the state found it impossible to feed its entire population, and expelled immediately if they had emigrated after August 2, 1914. After each point, Hitler would pause to ask if everyone understood and agreed. The majority shouted out raucous approval, but there were organized cries of derision, and some protesters jumped up on chairs and tables. Again and again the truncheon and whip brigade went into action, and by the end of Hitler's 2.5-hour tirade, there was almost unanimous support for every word he uttered. The final applause was tumultuous, and young Frank was fully convinced that if anyone could master the fate of Germany, Hitler was that man. To Hitler, the evening, including its riotous objections, had been an unalloyed triumph, and as the crowd filed out, he felt that the door to his future had at last opened. When I closed the meeting, I was not alone in thinking that now a wolf had been born, for Adolf was derived from the Teutonic word meaning fortune. It wolf, and from that day on wolf would have a special meaning for him as nickname among close friends. Destined to burst in upon the herd of said geezers of the people, he was living up to his own name, as a pseudonym for himself and his sister Paula, and as a name for most of his military headquarters. There was little notice of Hitler's emergence in the Munich newspapers, but the meeting meant the first major step forward for the German Workers' Party. 100 new members were enrolled. At Hitler's insistence, a list of members had already been drawn up and proper membership cards issued. To give the impression of size, the first card was numbered 501, with the members listed in alphabetical order. Hitler Painter was number 555, mixing with an enlarged circle of colorful characters whose common denominator was a love of things German and a fear of Marxism. He began a new life. There was a Munich physician, a believer in the Sida, Il Pendulum, who claimed this gave him the power to detect the presence of a Jew in any group of people. Of far more importance was a former company commander, Captain Ernst, a homosexual. Was an exemplary officer, a comrade to be trusted in peril. He was short and stocky with closely cropped hair and an engaging smile. He was a walking monument to the war. The upper part of his nose had been shot away, and a bull, it had left a deep scar in one cheek. War and unrest appeal to me more than the orderly life of your respectable burgher, from the moment the two met at a secret meeting of a nationalist group called the Iron Fist. An officer in the New Rias, where he once remarked, since I am a wicked and immature man, was convinced that the dedicated corporal was just the man to head the German Workers' Party, had already changed the working-class character of the Drexler-Harrer organization by bringing in so many soldiers. They were the ones who kept order at rowdy meetings. Between Hitler and were bands of blood and suffering, since both belonged to the brotherhood of the front lines. Weiter, and though had recently replaced Captain Mayer as Hitler's commander, he insisted that his subordinate used a familiarity which was leading to Hitler's acceptance by other officers. An even closer acquaintance was the writer Dietrich Eckart, who had once remarked that the new breed of political leader must be able to stand the noise of a machine gun. I prefer a vain monkey who is able to give the Reds a salty reply, and doesn't run away when people begin swinging table legs. To a dozen learned professors, moreover, their man had to be a bachelor. Then we'll get the women they had become friends, not merely political acquaintances. Despite difference is in age 21 years and background, Eckart was a university man of culture. Both were Bohemians, both could speak the language of the gutter. Both were nationalists and hated Jews. Eckart believed Jews who married German women should be jailed for 3 years, and if they repeated the crime, executed. Eckart, a born romantic revolutionary, was a master of coffee-house polemics, a sentimental cynic, a sincere charlatan, constantly on stage, lecturing brilliantly if given the slightest opportunity, be it at his own apartment on the street or in a drug addict and drunkard. His vulgarity was tempered by vestiges of his social background. Hitler reveled in the company of this warm and valuable intellectual buccaneer, who was playing Falstaff to Hitler, Prince Hal, in Munich's ribald night world. Eckart became the younger man's mentor, took him to better-class restaurants and coughs, and introduced him to influential citizens. This is the man who will one day liberate Germany. He gave Hitler a trench coat, corrected his grammar. The two spent hours discussing music, art and literature, as well as politics, and the association with the tempestuous writer left a lasting mark on Hitler. Several weeks after the Bruce meeting, the two men set off together on an adventure in Berlin. Elite Free Corps troops under General Walther von Lüttwitz, ordered to disband by the socialist Weimar government, had instead marched on the capital, where they seized control of the city and installed their own chancellor, a minor civil servant named Kapp. Both Hitler and Eckart saw the potentialities of the right-wing Kapp putsch and volunteered to go to Berlin and determine whether there was any possibility for joint revolutionary action in Bavaria. Captain approved the project, and they were sent off in an open sports plane. It was Hitler's first flight, and the pilot, to young war ace Lieutenant Robert Ritter von Grimm, winner of the Pour le Mérite Wald, become the last Luftwaffe commander. The weather was so turbulent that despite Grimm's skill, Hitler kept vomiting. For a time it appeared as if the mission was aborted, since the airport at their interim stop was occupied by striking workers. But Hitler snapped on a fake goat. Die and Eckart posed as a paper dealer, and the party was permitted to proceed to Berlin. When they touched down at Berlin, the one Hitler vowed that he would never fly again, although Berlin had surrendered to the Free Corps on March 3rd. Without a shot being fired, theirs was a hollow victory. No one of stature would accept a position in Chancellor Cappy's cabinet. From the beginning, his hastily planned putsch was a fiasco, and what brought it down was not a counterattack or acts of sabotage. Berliners joining the rest of the nation in a wave of anti-militarist feeling. And when a general strike was called by the Ebert government, the workers responded so wholeheartedly that it was impossible for the Kapp regime to function, had apparently concluded that another revolution was too much. Electricity was shut off, trolley cars and subways stopped. There was no water, garbage ratted in the streets, shops and offices were closed. Only Berlin's nightlife went on unimpeded in darkness or candlelight. It was corruption out of and over. Done movie with heavily rouged girl prostitutes of 11 competing with whip-toting Amazons in high lacquered boots. There were coughs for every taste and perversion, sexuals, lesbians, exhibitionists, sadists, masochists. Nudity had become boring and art itself was plumbing the nadir of obscenity, disillusionment and cynicism. Berlin was the center of the Dadaist movement, and one of its poets, Walter Mehring, was giving Berliners a frightening look into the future in the form of a slangy satirical verse. Come on, boys, let's all go off to the pogrom with a ho, ho, ho. Pull in your bellies and throw out the Jews with swastika and poison gas. Let's have a go at murder in the mass. The general strike of the Ebert government turned into a Frankenstein monster. By crushing the Kapp force so successfully, it opened the way for another wave of leftist revolt. The communists stirred up disorders throughout Germany to such a degree that President Ebert was forced to beg General von Sicht, who had walked out on the government a few days earlier, to accept command of all military forces and crush the Red Revolt. His first act was to recommission all the Free Corps troops which had just been disbanded, and in a stroke of black comedy worthy of a Dadaist playwright, Ebert paid the Free Corps troops the bonus that the Kapp regime had promised them to overthrow his government. In a wry turn of events, the mutineers of yesterday were called on to enforce law and order today. The task facing the reorganized Free Corps was formidable. In Saxony, a Soviet republic had already seized power, and by March 20, a Red Army of 50,000 workers had already occupied most of the Ruhr. That same day, the communist Ruhr Echo announced that the red flag must wave victoriously over the entire nation. Germany must become a republic of Soviets and in union with Russia, the springboard for the coming victory of the world revolution and world socialism. On April 3, the Free Corps troops swept through the Ruhr, wiping out red strongholds and dealing ruthlessly with any survivors. If I were to tell you everything a youthful volunteer of one Free Corps unit, it wrote his family, you would say I was lying to you. No pardon is given. We even shot 10 Red Cross nurses on sight because they were carrying pistols. We shot these little ladies with pleasure. How they cried and pleaded with us to save their lives, nothing doing. Anybody with a gun is our enemy. By the time Hitler and Eckart arrived in Berlin after their sickening plane ride from Munich, the Kapp putsch was nearing its end. From the airport, they proceeded to the Reichschanze, Ellery, where they talked with Cappy's press representative, Trebitsch Lincoln, a Hungarian Jew. An adventurer and something of a rascal was arrested in New York as a spy for the Kaiser informed them that Cappy had already fled and they had better stay under cover lest they be arrested. Eckart, unhappy at finding a Jew in charge, repeatedly seized Hitler's arm and said, "Come on, Adolf, we have no further business here." But the two stayed on in the capital to meet their hero, General Ludendorff, who was preparing to flee south in disguise and to confer with a number of North Germans who shared their dreams, members of the Stahl, Helm, Steel Helmet, a super-nationalist group of veterans, and with leaders of Wahl, Kisch organizations who were getting substantial financial backing from industrialists. Eckart also introduced his pupil to the Salon of Helene Beckstein, wife of the piano manufacturer. She was instantly enthralled by Germany's young messiah and promised to present him to others in her influential circle. Hitler returned to Munich on March 31. That same day, he became a private citizen, perhaps of his own accord, more likely because he was ordered to do so. He packed his belongings, received his demobilization pay of 50 marks along with a coat, cap, jacket, pants, a suit of underwear, a shirt, socks, and shoes. A middle-class district near the Isar River, dominated by 3- and 4-story buildings with shops and offices on the ground floor and small apartments and rooms above. He sublet a small back room at Thyerstrasse 41. Hitler's was a tiny cell, 8 by 15 feet, not much bigger than his cubicle at the Mannerheim. It was the coldest room in the house, and according to the landlord, Herr Erlanger, some lodgers have rented it since got ill. Now we only use it as a store room. Nobody will have it any more. It was no accident that Hitler had chosen a room a few doors from the offices of the Münchener Beobachter. It had a new name, the Wahlkircher Beobachter, and continued to be the mouthpiece for anti-Semitic and anti-Marxist sentiments. Hitler's opinion of Jews was largely reflected in this newspaper. Recently, for instance, a story on page 1 had carried this headline, "Do a real job on the Jews." The author recommended that Germany be cleared of all Jews, no matter how ruthless the measures. From such articles, most of them written by refugees from Russia, Hitler absorbed new information concerning the rising peril of communism. His own chief targets were Jews and the peace treaties. Both he and Eckart had a grudging admiration for the dedication of German communists and did their best to win them over. Next on his list was the fight against Marxism. In an article entitled "German and Jewish Bolshevism," Eckart had even recommended what he called German Bolshevism, and once, with Hitler on the platform beside him, he told a party meeting that the German communists were idealistic men unconsciously working for Germany's salvation. The Russian exiles resisted such a compromise, and their articles and conversations on the peril of Bolshevism, having an increasing effect on Hitler. The most persuasive of these apostles of doom from the East was Alfred Rosenberg, the young architect-artist from Estonia. At their first meeting, neither was much impressed by the other. "I would be lying if I said I was overwhelmed by him," recalled Rosenberg. It was only when he heard Hitler speak in public that he became enthralled. Here I saw a German front-line soldier embarking on this struggle in a manner as clear as it was convincing. counting on himself alone with the courage of a free man. That was what drew me to Adolf Hitler after the first 15 minutes. The attraction and admiration became mutual in the next few months with the appearance of Rosenberg's articles in Eckert's weekly paper and other nationalist racist publications. What particularly impressed Hitler was Rosenberg's revelations that Bolshevism was but the first step in a vast global Jewish plot to conquer the world. Final proof of this was revealed the day after the historic Hof Bruce meeting with publication in the Völkische Beobachter of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This purported to be the verbatim report of 24 sessions of the Elders of Zion in Basel, Switzerland. In a conspiracy to conquer the world, this book was supporting evidence of Hitler's own prejudice and fears. It was also a turning point in his relations with Rosenberg. Hitler began taking his warnings of Bolshevism to heart, and the communist issue, till now subsidiary, gradually took on more import in the party credo. Hitler was not alone in acceptance of the protocols. That May a long article appeared in the London Times asserting that it should be taken seriously and seemed to be a bona fide document written by Jews for Jews. The protocols spreading throughout Europe and into the Americas spurred a virulent anti-Semitism which had been inaugurated by the advocates of Christianity. For centuries, Catholics had been instructed that the Jews had killed Christ, and the first Protestant, Martin Luther, had charged that the Jew had not only transformed God into the devil, but was a plague, pestilence, pure misfortune, a blight on Christianity and the world, which had to be dealt with promptly. Hitler's hatred of Jews had come primarily from his own observation in the last days of the war and during the revolutions that followed, what he learned from Rosenberg, the Thule Society, or from Goebbels, Luther, and other famous anti-Semites merely buttressed his own conclusions. He borrowed only what he wanted from such sources. He probably had been much more influenced by pamphlets and frickish right-wing newspapers that breathed venomous anti-Semitism. Since his early days in Vienna, he had devoured such gutter literature, and its seed came to fruition on Friday, 13th of August, 1920, at a mass meeting in Munich's famous Hof Bruce. For 2 hours he expounded on the subject of why we are against the Jews, and from the beginning made it clear that his party alone will free you from the power of the Jew. In great detail, he told how the Jews had polluted society since medieval days. While distinguished by neither originality nor rhetoric, his speech was a marvel of propaganda. Hitler demonstrated a genius for amalgamating facts with events of the day in a manner calculated to inspire resentment and hate. Although his own anti-Semitism was personal rather than historical, he was often interrupted by shouts of approval and laughter. 18 times the audience burst into loud applause, and the reaction was particularly boisterous when he referred to the Jew as a nomad involved in highway robbery. His earlier attacks on Jews had been low-key in comparison to this carefully prepared denunciation. For the first time in public, he charged that the Jewish conspiracy was international and that their advocacy of equality of all peoples and international solidarity was only a scheme to denationalize other races. Previously, he had called the Jew despicable, immoral, and parasitic. Tonight the Jew was a destroyer, a robber, a pest with the power to undermine entire nations. Hitler called for an all-out struggle to the death. There was no difference between the East and West Jews, the good or bad ones, the rich or poor ones. It was a battle against the entire Jewish race. The slogan prolet Aryans of the world, unite no longer applied. The battle cry must be anti-Semites of the world. Unite people of Europe, free yourselves, Hitler demanded. A thorough solution which he vaguely but ominously described as the removal of Jews from the midst of our people, he had taken a long step forward on the road of anti-Semitism. In short, earlier in the year, the Münchener Post had been amused by his comic impersonations of Jews, and his speech was like a vaudeville turn, but this present speech brought a more sober recognition from the same newspaper of his platform magic. Adolf Hitler behaved like a comedian. One thing Hitler has, you must give him credit. He is the most cunning rabble-rouser in Munich, practicing such mischief. Yet he was far more than a mischief-maker, whose appeal was merely to racists. His call for active anti-Semitism was also being heeded by those whose ultimate dream was a greater Reichar, respectable, middle-class, middle-aged burghers who had subscribed to the words of Heinrich Class, president of the Pan-German League. Back in 1913, the Jewish race is the source of all dangers. The Jew and the German are like fire and water. In time, preached Class, a man would arise to lead them in this fight against Jewry. We await the Führer, patience, patience, he will come. Persevere, work and unite. Scribbled outlines of other speeches delivered by Hitler during this period indicate the depth of his obsession. The bloody Jew. Butchering of spiritual leadership of people, the Russian funeral parlor, the Jew as dictator and today's Germany. Battle between democracy and dictatorship, no, between Jew and Germanic. Who understands this hunger in peace inflation through stock market and speculation, need for luxuries, etc.? Who profits? The Jews' genocide preparation for this mass insanity can be proven through mass need. Hunger as a weapon at all times. Hunger to serve the Jews. The world revolution means subjugation of the entire world under the dictatorship of the world exchange and its masters. Jews, as can be seen from these excerpts, Hitler's obsessive hatred was developing an encompassing political philosophy. At the same time, his hitherto obscure concept of foreign policy was taking shape. By September of that year, he had reached the point where he told one audience, "We are tied and gagged. We do not fear a war with France." In addition, he was considering the possibility of a foreign ally, and recently had declared, not in Italy or elsewhere, also for the first time, perhaps inspired by Rosenberg and the Prodigal, Hitler publicly assailed the Jews for their internationalism. But even though we are defenseless, for us, the enemy sits on the other side of the Rhine. His equation of Jews and internationalism and his selection of Italy as an ally against France were still tentative concepts, but did indicate his striving for a logical and practical foreign policy, and emerged from the traumatic series of Red Revolutions with many of the conventional beliefs and prejudices of the man in the street. He had come out of the war with the conventional beliefs and prejudices of the frontline soldier. At last he was putting his own system in order, but his primary goal, hatred of Jews, which had been surfacing and submerging erratically since the days of struggle in Vienna, was not at all conventional. Adolf Hitler was advancing faster in the field of practical politics. Almost single-handedly he had broadened the base of the party, which now bore the name of Nationalistisch Deutsch, Arbeiterparteiensdepth National Socialist German Workers' Party. It was a name he hoped would inspire and incite, that would scare off the timid and attract those willing to bleed for their dreams. In this same spirit, Hitler insisted upon a party flag that could compete with the flaming red communist banner. Something to out. Do the Reds but quite different finally, a dentist from Sternberg submitted a flag which had been used at the founding meeting of his own party local. We wanted something red enough to out Herod, recalled Drexler, a swastika against a black-white-red background. The swastika, originally a Sanskrit word meaning all is along, a symbol of the Teutonic Knights, had been used by Lanz von Liebenfels, the Thule Society, and a number of Free Corps units. For centuries it had represented not only for Europeans, but also for certain North American Indian tribes the will of the sun, or the cycle of life. From now on, and perhaps forever more, the swastika would have a sinister connotation. The Kapp-Putsch and the annihilation of communist regimes in central Germany had left the cause of socialism in disarray. Ebert and his majority, socialists, had widened the breach between themselves and the left wing, independent socialists, by the opportunistic use of Free Corps units against the workers of the Ruhr. In early autumn of 1920, the dissident Sau themselves were divided almost equally between pro-communists and anti-communists. Met for 5 days in Halle to determine the future course of the Independent Socialist Party and its relationship to the Third International. The most inspiring speaker at the Congress, Grigory Zinoviev, president of the Third International, come from Moscow. The Soviets had sent him to swing the almost 900,000 German socialists to the far left. He spoke for hours in a somewhat broken German, which only heightened the effect of his talk. It was received tumultuously by the pro-communists. Bitter debates between right and left ensued, and some observers felt the former had the better argument. But the idea of world revolution was too exhilarating to resist. 237 voted to join the Third International under the conditions laid down by Lenin. 156 voted no and then walked out of the hall in a body. But of those who remained, most became communists. One delegate who left Halle alarmed as well as disillusioned was Otto Strasser. He had listened to Zinoviev with mounting annoyance and concern. What he said sounded like a new Messiah doctrine, with Moscow dominating Germany. Strasser and an elder brother, Gregor, had long followed the socialist dream. Both were prepared to face drastic reforms, but not those directed by a foreign power. What they sought was a German-oriented socialism, and Otto had thought he would find it among the revolutionary independent socialists. After Halle, he was a man without a party, who had organized a Free Corps-type private army of his own with infantry and artillery batteries and a machine gun company. Disgusted, he journeyed to land, shut to consult his brother. Gregor admitted that nothing was more dangerous than the Russians, and that there wasn't a single political party that could successfully oppose them. Nothing can be done with talking, he said, only action. To important guests, he said, "We're coming to discuss the problem." The next morning, according to Otto Strasser's account, a large car drew up in front of his brother's chemist shop. Two men stepped out. Otto recognized the first General Ludendorff, a hero to all nationalists. Behind, at a respectful distance, like a battalion orderly, was a pale-faced young man with a stubby mustache. Clad in an ill-fitting blue suit, it was Hitler. "We must unite all nationalist groups," announced the general. The political training was up to Hitler. Ludendorff himself would take over the military leadership of these nationalist organizations. He asked Gregor to subordinate himself and his storm battalions under my military leadership, and also to join Hitler's party. Otto was not at all impressed with Hitler, although he promised to make Gregor the first National Gauleiter Party district leader and give him the go of Lower Bavaria. The younger Strasser interrupted. What he asked was the NSDAP program. The program isn't the question, said Hitler. The only question was power. Otto objected power was only the means of accomplishing the program. These are the opinions of the intellectuals, said Hitler curtly. We need power. It was obvious he did not like Otto, and a moment later he accused him of fighting with the Reds against the Kapp regime. Otto retorted with his own accusation. How could someone calling himself a National Socialist support a reactionary like Kapp? He explained that he had fought as a socialist in Berlin, just as he had earlier marched in Munich against the Soviet regime. Each course seemed to be the right one. He was truly a National Socialist. Ludendorff interrupted. But it also can't be capitalistic. When he was quartermaster general, he had fewer problems with workers than with capitalists. The politics of the nationalist opposition can't be communistic, he said. This surprising statement cleared the air, and the meeting ended amicably but without a definite decision from the elder Strasser. He wanted to think over the proposition. That evening, Gregor told his brother that he had made up his mind to join forces with Ludendorff and Hitler, even though he also had not been too impressed with the latter. The general will use him at the right place, he said. I trust Ludendorff in this regard. Hitler's refusal to reveal his political program to Otto Strasser was not because he had none or could not express it, but probably because he was too stubborn to discuss it with a traitor who had fought against the Kapp forces. Hitler had come to win over Gregor and his battalions, and he had the definite feeling at parting that both would eventually be in his camp. Moreover, Gregor Strasser was his kind of man, a frontline junior officer who, like himself, had won the Iron Cross First Class. He was obviously a man of conviction, an ardent nationalist, opposed to both Marxism and capitalism, who recognized that the Jews were the backbone and the brains of both. The winning of Gregor Strasser was but one of Hitler's accomplishments, since he had joined the Little German Workers' Party. In less than a year, he had not only transformed the character of the organization, but raised its membership to almost 3,000. All his time was devoted to the NSD. and he had traveled widely, making himself and the party fairly well known. Traveled to Berlin with Eckart during the Kapp Putsch, and addressed an international congress of National Socialists at Salzburg. He had been the main speaker at some 80 mass meetings. Success on the platform had not turned Hitler's head. In fact, he would pace up and down in his little room, complaining to his personal bodyguard Ulrich Graf, a former butcher, of his inability to go out there and tell the people what he knew and what he wanted to do. If I could only speak, he used to shout, dissatisfied not only with his delivery but with the conduct of the mass meetings. He determinedly set about improving both. He attended rival rallies and invariably found that the main speaker delivered his address in the style of a witty newspaper article or of a scientific treatise, avoided all strong words, and here and there threw in some feeble professional joke. Such tedious meetings taught him what not to do. He made his own lively and rousing. The atmosphere was down to earth and genial, with free beer, sausages, and pretzels, and even when party funds permitted, concertina, music, and folk singing. Then at the psychological moment, Hitler himself would make a dramatic appearance with band playing and swastika banners flying. Usually, he began quietly. Then, filling out each audience as an actor, would he adapted his manner and speech to its needs, finally rousing it to a pitch of almost uncontrollable enthusiasm. The success of the mass meetings did not satisfy Hitler. He wanted a wider forum, and for that he needed his own newspaper. The Kischer Beobachter was on the brink of bankruptcy because of numerous libel actions. This was the paper Hitler wanted. A financial crisis was the opportunity he had been waiting for at 2 a.m. On the morning of December 17, Hitler burst in Eckert's apartment, excitedly announcing that the Beobachter had to be sold because of debts and was in danger of falling into the wrong hands. A separatist leader intended buying it as a platform for his program. The party must get it instead. The asking price was reasonably 180,000 marks, and Hitler was positive Eckart could raise this from wealthy friends. At 8 the next morning, Drexler was at Eckert's door. It was an unspeakable hour for a man of the latter's habits, and at first, recalled Drexler, he was bad-tempered. Then we started off by Nin. They had collected 60,000 marks from General von Epp, whose Free Corps it helped overthrow Munich's Soviet government in 1919, and 30,000 more from other contributors, including an anti-Semitic doctor. Drexler himself signed a note for the paper's debts of more than 100,000 marks, and for that after noon the purchase of the Beobachter was properly registered. Now Hitler and then stop. Thanks primarily to an eccentric author and a toolmaker, were prepared for the next leap forward. A month later, on January 22, 1921, the first National Congress of the NSDAP was held in Munich. In little more than a year, the party had become a respected force in Bavarian right-wing politics, largely because of Hitler's magnetic personality and obsessive drive. His abilities as an orator, moreover, had turned the original organization from discussion to action. Most of the founders, including Drexler, viewed this transformation with growing concern. While they appreciated the vitality Hitler brought to their lethargic group, they were beginning to wonder if it was worth it. In a remarkably short period of time, Hitler had become the dominant force, backed by his fervently faithful entourage. These followers, the Strissers Rosenberg, brought with them the undeniable aura of violence. Many of Hitler's private friends and associates were just as repugnant to the old guard, who felt he had too many bohemian comrades, and what genuine socialist would have intimate connections with bankers, industrialists, and socialites, such as the Becksteins. The first Congress would seem to have been the logical place for Hitler to stage a revolt and openly seize power that seemed his for the asking. But he restrained himself, since only 411 members answered the call to Munich. Nor was the widening split in policy and tactics yet well enough known to rank and file members. On the surface, there was unity at the Congress, obvious as it was to insiders that a confrontation was in the offing, and everyone joined in the effort to make Hitler's first appearance 12 days later at the Zirkuskrone a success. The winter had been a severe one, with food riots rampant throughout Germany. These public disorders were heightened by a demand of the Allied Supreme War Council in Paris for exorbitant war reparations. Germany, close to bankruptcy, was expected to pay 134 billion gold marks. and the annual payment was believed to hold out a bare subsistence for the workers, as well as hardships for the middle class. A large segment of the population already lived with little or no heat, and went to bed hungry. The spirit of indignation was so general that all the major political parties considered holding a common protest demonstration on the Knigsplatz. This was cancelled lest it be broken up by the Reds. On February 1, Hitler demanded a final decision. The inappropriately named Action Committee put him off until the following day, and he was informed they intended to hold the meeting in a week. With this, the cord of my patience snapped, and I decided to carry through the protest demonstration alone that night. Hitler reserved the Circus Krone for the following evening. Manager was a party member, and he reportedly charged Hitler little or nothing, and then dictated copy for a flashy poster. Many of the party faithful had qualms. The circus arena could accommodate an audience of 6,000, and it seemed impossible that even a moderate number could be induced to attend at such short notice. The posters were not put up until Thursday morning. Moreover, a cold rain mixed with snow was falling. Hitler himself was so concerned that he hastily dictated leaflets and sent them off to the printer. That afternoon, two hired trucks covered with red festoons and flying large swastika flags cruised the city. Each vehicle was manned by a score of party members who tossed out the leaflets and shouted slogans. It was the first time that propaganda trucks had been used by Marxists in Munich streets, and in some working-class sections they were greeted with raised fists and angry shouts. By 7 that night, Hitler got a depressing telephone report from the Circus Krone. The auditorium was far from filled. 10 minutes later came a more favorable report, and at 7:45 he was informed that 3/4 of the seats were occupied, with long lines queuing at the box office windows. As he entered the building, the same joy seized him as it had a year before at the Hof Bruce. Like a giant shell, this hall lay before me, filled with thousands and thousands of people. The ring itself was black with humanity. Future or ruin was his theme, and his heart rejoiced in the conviction that down there before him lay his own future. After the first half hour, he had the feeling that contact had been established and the audience was his. Applause began to interrupt him in greater and greater spontaneous outbursts. This was finally succeeded by a remarkable hush, a solemn stillness, and only when the last word had been spoken did the applause suddenly roar forth to find its release and conclusion in the Deutschland song. Then you could hardly hear more than the breathing of this gigantic multitude, sung with the highest fervor. The man who had released this flood of emotion was himself intoxicated, and he remained on the platform for 20 minutes watching the arena empty. Then, overjoyed, he went out into the sleet to his dingy, unheated little room on the Tierstrasse. Hitler's performance at the Circus Krone was pilloried and praised in the Munich press, and he was as pleased by the vituperation as by the approbation. It was not only that he thrived on opposition, but that the violence of the attacks against him showed he was rousing visceral feelings. Hitler was becoming the darling of the respectable nationalist forces, then making Munich their capital and receiving considerable secret support from the police president and his subordinate. Despite the turbulence he generated, headed the department's political division. These two officials did their best to suppress complaints to the police against party breaches of peace and to protect Nazis when police action could not be forestalled. We recognized that this movement The National Socialist Party should not be suppressed. They would testify 3 years later at Hitler's trial. Because we were convinced from the start that this movement was the one most likely to take root among workers in fact, with the Marxist plague and win them back into the nationalist camp. We did that, and we refrained deliberately because we saw in the party the seeds of Germany's renewal. That is why we held our protecting hands over the National Socialist Party and Herr Hitler. The Bavarian government also gave him a measure of official recognition. Hitler and other party leaders were received by Gustav Ritter von Kahr, the right-wing minister-president, who was devoted to the preservation of Bavaria's peculiar status against encroachment by the Weimar regime. Bavaria still retained much of its autonomy, such as its own postal service, and its citizens continued to resent any directives from benighted northerners. Upon this issue, Hitler and Kahr found common ground, and although the minister-president disagreed with the raging Austrian on many points, he felt the leader of the NSDAP could be useful as a propagandist in his own battle with Weimar. Kahr's friendly reception gave public notice that Hitler was now a political force. Such recognition was welcome, since his difference is with the old guard in the party were coming to a head. Hitler's transformation into a personality because of his magnetism and crowd appeal indicated that he had not only altered the original purposes of the party but intended to seize complete control. His adversaries, therefore, took advantage of his absence in Berlin, where he was consolidating ties in that area with conservatives, nationalists and right-wing radicals to engineer an alliance with a group of socialists from Augsburg. It seemed innocent, but Hitler realized this was a sly tactical move to weaken his influence. He hastened back home and launched a startling counterattack. On July 11, he announced his resignation from the party. 3 days later, he put his cause before the general membership in an ultimatum. He would not return to the party unless he was made first chairman and given dictatorial powers. But because recent events have more than convinced me that without an iron leadership, the party will within a short time cease to be what it was supposed to be, a National Socialist German Workers' Party and not a Western association, it was the first manifest appearance of the concept Adolf Hitler had brought from the Warfare Prinzip. I make these demands, he said, not because I am power-hungry, the leadership principle, absolute obedience to the commander. Hitler gave the committee 8 days to act, but Drexler was so incensed that he refused to compromise. The situation was exacerbated by distribution of an anonymous pamphlet to party members. Entitled Adolf Hitler, Traitor, it was a libelous concoction of fact and fancy, but most charge, such as the ones that Hitler called himself the King of Munich and wasted large sums of money on women, and that he was in the pay of the Jews are so ridiculous that it is difficult to believe the author himself took them seriously. The 8-day deadline passed. Still, Drexler and the committee refused to act. It looked as if Hitler's bluff had failed, but in a last-hour secret session, Eckart persuaded Drexler to compromise. He, in turn, brought around the rest of the executive committee on the grounds that they would still be a minor group, but for Hitler. Flowery notice granting him the dictatorial powers he demanded and offering to make him chairman in recognition of your exceptional knowledge, your unusual sacrifice and honorable accomplishments for the growth of the movement, and your unusual oratorical abilities. The latter was presented with a formal. A special Congress was convened for July 29 to formalize Hitler's selection as new chairman. The meeting was opened by a left-wing Bavarian named Hermann Esser, who had become one of the Führer's closest advisors despite his youth. Widely known as a ladies' man, Hitler described him as a greyhound. Must keep on a leash, he introduced Hitler, who proceeded to declare that he had fought repeatedly to keep the organization from turning into a tea club. We do not wish to unite with other organizations, he said, but insist that they annex themselves to us so that we can retain the leadership. Anyone who cannot accept this can leave. This went for the Augsburg group and any other out-of-towners. Our movement came from Munich and stays in Munich. In closing, he reaffirmed his friendship for Drexler and said he was prepared to take on the position of chairman. A poll was taken. There were 543 votes for Hitler and 1 against. With Hitler and his armed Bohemians now in absolute control of the NSDAP, all the traditions of the German Workers' Party were dumped overboard, since the elitists were dedicated to the proposition that a new order could not be built on old foundations. There would be no more parliamentary debate and democratic procedures. Henceforth they would follow the Führer principle. At the same time, Hitler did his best to placate the old guard by making no display of power. He issued no general orders and refrained from enforcing the strict discipline he might have. Instead, he spent the summer consolidating inner party support in Munich and quietly expanding the rough and ready group, which kept order at political meetings int. A cohesive, uniformed, paramilitary unit. It was established early in August under the innocent name of Gymnastic and Sports Division and was intended to serve as a means for bringing our youthful members together int a powerful organization for the purpose of utilizing their strength as an offensive force at the disposal of the movement. 2 months later, it was given a more descriptive name. According to a party proclamation, Sturmabteilung, Lungstorm Detachment. To Hitler, the SA was merely a political weapon to keep order and to march around in uniform to impress the discipline-loving burghers. But its leader, Captain regarded it as a an armed force, his private army. The nucleus came from Free Corps units, and one of their early battle songs was revised. Swastika on helmet. Armband black, white, red. Storm Detachment Hitler is our name. With the establishment of a private army and the party apparatus under his complete control, Adolf Hitler was now ready to set the NSDAP on a new, more revolutionary course. In the next months, he instigated a series of public provocations. The campaign opened with, apparently, random acts, the assault of a Jew in the street, illegal display of flags and distribution of pamphlets, and a number of minor public brawls. These petty disturbances of the peace were succeeded on the evening of September 14, 1921, by one of significance. The occasion was a meeting at the Keller of the Bavarian League, a federalist organization which accepted the social program of the Weimar Constitution while deploring its centralism. Its leader, an engineer named Ballerstedt, was preparing to address the crowd just as Hitler, who regarded him as my most dangerous opponent, marched in. Scores of SA troops sans uniform had been planted in the audience near the podium, and they leaped to their feet to give Hitler a raucous demonstration. Hundreds of other party adherents planted throughout the audience joined in. Then Hermann Esser climbed on a chair, shouting that Bavaria was in its present low state because of the Jews. This brought a chorus of demands that Baller Stedt give the floor to Hitler. Someone threw the light switches in an effort to prevent a brawl. It only created tumult. When the lights went on again, the essay flooded onto the stage, engulfing Baller Stedt. After beating him up, the essay group shoved him off the stage into the audience. At an examination by the police commission investigating the fracas, Hitler expressed no regrets. "It's all right," was his dogged comment. "We got what we wanted." Baller Stedt did not speak. The matter did not end with an inquiry. Hitler and Esser were both informed they would be tried for violating the peace. The impending trial only inspired violence, which erupted on the evening of November 4. During a Hitler speech at Munich's Hof, Bruce, by the time he entered the vestibule at 7:45 p.m., the hall was overflowing with more than 800 occupants. The women were told to take seats near the front, as far from the doors as possible. The warning didn't faze Frau Magdalena Schweier, proprietor of a vegetable and fridge shop, Appas, at Hitler's dwelling, and his faithful adherent. I was too excited really to be frightened. It was plain there'd be some trouble. Half the people in the place belonged to the Reds, in fact. Hostile workers from the Maffei factory, the Seria meter works, and other shops far outnumbered Hitler's followers. Moreover, the party no longer enjoyed the secret protection of the Bavarian government, since Minister-President von Kahr had been forced to resign in favor of a more moderate man. When Hitler saw that the Social Democrats had come early and taken most of the places, he ordered the doors closed. He told the SA bodyguard there were less than 50 on hand that this was their chance to show loyalty to the movement, and that not a man of us must leave the hall unless we were carried out dead. They were to attack at the first sign of violence on the theory that the best defense was a good offense. The answer was a threefold Heil that sounded rougher and hoarser than usual. This romanticized account by Hitler was mirrored in the recollections of his followers, who saw him as he undoubtedly saw himself. The pure man of iron will from the trench is come to lead the fatherland back to honor and glory. As Hitler started toward the speaker's platform, workers shouted threats. Hitler ignored them and pushed forward. Hermann Esser was now standing on the front table, calling the meeting to order. He jumped down, and Hitler took his place. At first there were boos, but even those who had come to jeer listened to his arguments, and he was able to talk for more than an hour without interruption. But his opponents were only biding their time as they downed numerous mugs of beer, storing the empty ones under the tables for ammunition. All at once someone interrupted Hitler, and he shouted. A retort. There were isolated angry shouts throughout the room. A man jumped on his chair and yelled Freiheit Freedom. A beer stein hurtled at Hitler's head. Then half a dozen more ducked down. The young monitors up front shouted to the women. Frau Schweier obeyed. One heard nothing but yells, crashing beer mugs, stamping and struggling, the overturning of heavy oaken tables, and the smashing of wooden chairs. A regular battle raged in the room. Curious, she looked up to see Hitler still standing atop a table, despite the barrage of heavy mugs flying past his head. The outnumbered SA fought so ferociously that within half an hour the enemy had been driven down the stairs. It looked as if a shell had exploded in the hall, demolishing chairs, tables, and beer mugs. Finally, above the din came the voice of Hermann Esser. The meeting goes on. The speaker has the floor. Hitler resumed his speech even as his stormtroopers were bandaged or carried out of the room. He finished to an outburst of applause moments before an excited police officer entered and shouted, "The meeting is dismissed." The brawl at the Hof Bruce was evidence to Hitler that success comes to one unafraid to use force. Victory that night brought him and the NSD a spate of publicity, but with the rise in membership came a demand among more solid citizens to put an end to such uncivilized behavior. The new Bavarian government was also eager to curb Hitler, but wanted more definite provocation, and in a display of fair play gave him a pistol permit. His show of force was a symptom of the rising nationalist and Kish resentment throughout Germany. Earlier in the year, after Germany rejected the Allied demand for increased war reparations, French and Belgian troops had occupied Duisburg and Zeldorf as sanctions. 2 months later, the Allies issued an ultimatum for payment of 2 billion annually along with 25% of the value of all German exports. This was accompanied by a threat to occupy the entire Ruhr. The conservative cabinet answered with resignations, but the Center Party, which now controlled the government, bowed to the Allied demands. This capitulation infuriated nationalists such as Hitler and set off a series of violent acts, including assassination of Matthias Erzberger, who was not only a leader of the Center Party, but the criminal who had signed the armistice. The assassins were hailed as heroes by many of those Germans calling for law and order. Before the end of 1921, nationalists had new cause for wrath when the League of Nations announced that Poland was to receive that part of Upper Silesia where 4/5 of the mines and heavy industries were located. Winter and the steady deflation of the mark with its attendant hardships aggravated German discontent. On Easter Sunday, 1922, the atmosphere of violence was heightened by Foreign Minister Walther Rathenau's startling turn to the east. He signed a treaty with the Soviet Union at Rapallo. Anti-Bolshevists like Hitler were incensed, not realizing the benefits of such an alliance to their own cause of a resurgent Reich. They ignored the fact that this emergence of Germany from political isolation was a severe blow to the Western Allies. Germany and Russia agreed to resume diplomatic relations, to renounce all claims for reparations on each other, and to resume trade. Neither was to enter into an economic agreement affecting the other without prior consultation. Germany was determined to circumvent the restrictive military clauses of the Versailles Treaty without arousing the suspicions of the International Control Commission operating on its territory. Russia was in need of modern technology. Lenin had already requested German assistance in reorganizing the Red Army. General Hans von Sicht, head of the Reich, were readily complied, and the military of the two powers came in close contact. Small German military units began training Russians while gaining expertise in the use of special weapons. The full extent and impact of this cooperation could not be calculated by Rathenau's critics, and even though German rearmament was given tremendous impetus by his pact, the very Germans who wanted a strong army labeled him a Red for consorting with the Soviets. This was only one more black mark against a man who had undeservedly become the symbol of subservience to the West, since he felt obliged to carry out with determination the onerous economic promises of the Versailles Treaty. Moreover, he was a wealthy Jew, accused by the Nazis of secretly plotting for Jewish domination of the world. On the 4th of June, this gifted patriot was murdered gangster-style by two former members of the Free Corps. By a quirk of fate, the most feared activist in Bavaria was imprisoned that same day. 2,000 years ago, the mob of Jerusalem dragged a man to execution in just this way. Was placed in Stadel, prison for inciting a riot. Hitler, after telling his followers, the warder led him to a cell with a private toilet, amiably pointing out that other celebrities had shared these quarters, including Ludwig Thomas, the Bavarian dramatist and fellow revolutionary Kurt Eisner. Hitler was not particularly pleased by news of Rathena's murder. Such isolated acts of vengeance seemed petty to him, and this one was primarily a lesson in security. Hence, forth he would install a searchlight in the back of his car to blind the driver of any pursuing vehicle. As a result of the assassination, the Weimar government hastily passed a law for the protection of the Republic, a draconian decree designed to halt radical right terrorism. Violent opposition came from Bavarian nationalists of all shadings. At the height of this controversy, Hitler was released from Stadelheim. Isolation from the turbulent arena of politics had forced him to reassess his churning ideas. His almost 5-week term in jail with nothing to do but read or think had helped mold his obsessive hatred and fear of Jews into a more connected and purposeful polemic. He wasted no time joining the assault of the law for the protection of the Republic, and on the day of his release he made one of the most trenchant speeches of his career. Entitled Free State or Slaver, its apparent target was the new law, but in fact was a lethal denunciation of Jews and their insidious plans to conquer the world. Never before had he marshaled his material with more dramatic effect or given such a reasonable explanation of how and why the Jews had gained such power. All over Europe, he told a receptive audience in the Bürgerbräu Keller. A great conflict was raging between the ideals of nationalist Wahl, Kisch forces, and those of international Jewry. It was the Jew who founded social democracy and communism. It was the Jew who controlled the stock exchange and the workers' movement. At this point, Hitler made a shrugging gesture in imitation of the stage Jew and drew an appreciative laugh. He went on to claim that the Jew was a destroyer, a robber, an exploiter, to make the nation defenseless in arms and to make the people defenseless in spirit to do. So the Jew had to muzzle those who spoke out in protest. Moreover, Bolshevist Judaism was preparing for the decisive battle and had two great aims. This at last, after more than an hour's denunciation of the Jewish menace, was the lead to Hitler's main theme. We know that the so-called law for the protection of the Republic, which comes from Berlin today, is nothing else than a means for reducing all criticism to silence. But the National Socialists could not be silenced, and he was calling directly for physical violence. So as I come to the end of my speech, I want to ask something of those among you who are young, and for that there is a very special reason. The old parties train their youth in the gift of gab. We prefer to train them to use their bodily strength. The young man who does not find his way to the place where in the last resort the destiny of his people is most truly represented, for I tell you, only studies philosophy, and in a time like this buries himself behind his books or sits at home by the fire. He is no German youth. I call upon you, join our storm troops. He warned that their lot would be hard, with nothing to win and everything to lose. He who today fights on our side cannot win great laurels. Far less can he win great material good. It is more likely that he will end up in jail. If only for the reason that he leads those against him, it would seem that everything has conspired his call to sacrifice and idealism sent the audience in ecstasy. He who today is leader must be an idealist. In the following 2 weeks, Hitler continued to assail the new law, and on August 16, he was the star performer at a mass demonstration on the Knigsplatz. It had been called by the United Fatherland Leagues, and every patriotic society in Munich was expected to join in a combined protest against Weimar's decree. Before the arrival of Hitler and his group, there was little excitement. Then came the sound of a stirring march from 2 brass bands. And finally, the sight of marching men all wearing swastika armbands. There were 6 columns of them carrying 15 National Socialist flags. In minutes, the square became jammed with about 50,000 excited, expectant people. As Adolf Hitler stepped up to the platform, there was little applause. He stood silent for a moment. Then he began to speak quietly and ingratiatingly, at first recalled Kurtldijk, an ardent nationalist who was seeing Hitler for the first time. Before long, his voice had risen to a hoarse shriek that gave an extraordinary effect of an intensity of feeling he seemed to be only one more fanatica, threatening, beseeching figure with small hands and intense, still blue eyes, but before he knew it, Kurtldijk fell under Hitler's spell. As if hypnotized, he suddenly saw the fanatic turn into a patriot hero, another Luther. His appeal to German manhood was like a call to arms. The gospel he preached, a sacred truth. Hitler had gained another uncritical convert. That evening, Kurtldijk heard Hitler again, this time at the Circus Krone. Once more Kurtldijk was transfixed. After the speech, he was introduced to the speaker, who was disheveled and perspiring. A dirty trench coat was flung carelessly over his shoulders. But all Kurtldijk saw was a man of character and courage, and the next day he offered himself to Hitler and his cause. Without reservation, they talked for more than 4 hours. Then solemnly clasped hands. I had given him my soul. Out of the controversy over the law for the protection of the Republic and the widening split between Weimar and Bavaria came plans for another coup d'etat. Its instigator was an obscure Munich public health official, Dr. who planned to overthrow the Bavarian government with the support of the NSDAP and other nationalist organizations and replace it with a dictatorship under former Minister President von Kahr. Otto Pittinger, Hitler's new convert Kurtldijk, was given the task of relaying final instructions to possible co-conspirators in the Berlin area. He ranged through North Germany, envisaging himself as the German Paul Revere, rousing nationalists from bed, until he learned that nothing at all was happening in Bavaria itself. He took the train back to Munich. It was late September and drove at once to Pittinger's headquarters, where the doctor was just emerging. "Is this the coup d'etat?" said Kurtldijk accusingly. But Pittinger, looking very haughty in his goggles, ignored him and sped off in a Mercedes for a vacation in the Alps. His uprising had fizzled out. Only the National Socialists were ready to march, and their leader had been forced to go into hiding. Kurtldijk found Hitler in a shabby attic room, his only companions a large dog and Graf, his bodyguard. "I was reading. Me men were ready," he angrily told Kurtldijk. "From now on I go my way alone. Even if not a soul followed, he would go it alone. No more Pittingers, no more fatherland societies, one party, one single party. These gentlemen, these counts and generals, they won't do anything I alone." Earlier that year, Hitler had confessed to Arthur Müller van den Broek, who was writing a book called The Third Reich. "You have everything I lack," You create the spiritual framework for Germany's reconstruction. I am but a drummer and an assembler. Let us work together envisaging a nationalistic socialist corporate state. Müller refused Hitler's offer, then told a colleague that fellow will never grasp it. I would rather commit suicide than see such a man in office. The lesson learned in the ignominious Pittinger Putsch convinced Hitler that he must act alone as Führer. It was a concept that excited Ludwig, and he suggested the party copy, the technique of Benito Mussolini, who was striving to be the leader of Italy. His fascist movement was nationalistic, socialistic, and anti-Bolshevik. His black shirts had recently occupied Ravenna and other Italian cities. Ludwig volunteered to go to Italy as Hitler's representative to see if Mussolini might prove to be a valuable ally. In Milan, Ildus received Ludwig graciously even though he had never heard of Hitler. He agreed with Hitler's views on the Versailles Treaty and international finance, but was evasive about the measures that should be used against Jews. What impressed Ludwig most was Mussolini's supreme assurance when asked if he would resort to force in case the Italian government did not yield to his demands. We shall be the state, he said, as if he were royalty, because it is our will. Ludwig, his report to Hitler was enthusiastic. Mussolini, he said, would probably seize control of Italy within months. He also confirmed that there were remarkable similarities between fascism and National Socialism. Both were ardently nationalistic, anti-Marxist, and anti-parliamentarian. Both were dedicated to a radical new order. In addition, the two leaders were alike. Both came from the people and were war veterans. Hitler was particularly interested in Mussolini's use of brute force to gain political power. His eyes grew thoughtful, recalled Ludwig, when he heard how the black shirts marched in Bolshevized towns and took possession, while the garrisons kept benevolently neutral or, in some cases, even quartered the fascisti. It only proved what could be achieved by nerve. Inspired by Mussolini's success and reassured by his own growing support throughout Bavaria, Hitler decided to make his show of force that autumn. He selected Coburg, a town in Upper Bavaria, more than 160 miles north of Munich. The occasion was a German Day celebration which had been organized by a group of Völkisch societies. The guests of honor were to be the Grand Duke and Duchess of Coburg. Both were openly nationalistic, and she was a relative of the late Tsar. Hitler was invited to attend and to bring some escort, choosing to interpret this invitation broadly. He left Munich in a special train on Saturday morning, October 14, 1922, with some 600 SA men, many of whom were paying their own expenses. There was a festive air as the stormtroopers, equipped with rations for 2 days, piled into the special train to the music of their 42-piece brass band. It was a rollicking party, more like an excursion tour, and even in Hitler's compartment there was a holiday air. With him were 7 men, the brains and brawn of the inner circle: a former sergeant Max Ammon, a wrestler Graf, a horse trader and ex-Room bouncer Christian Weber, a pamphleteer and ex-communist Esser, an architect Rosenberg, an author Eckhart, and a self-styled sophisticate Ludwig. To the last mentioned, the 2 most interesting were the ebullient Eckhart, who outshone all the others with his wit and common sense, and Rosenberg, a block of ice, who gazed toward him with pale, lackluster eyes, as though he weren't there. The train stopped for half an hour in Nuremberg to pick up more adherents. The band struck up again, and the men shouted as they waved swastika flags from the windows. Curious bystanders gathered to see what kind of a circus train it was. Jews in another halted train jeered at the swastika flags until Julius Schreck, who would later become Hitler's chauffeur, leapt into the midst of them and started laying about him. By the time the train pulled into the Coburg station, there were 800 stormtroopers. Grim-faced, Hitler stepped out to the platform. He had chosen Coburg as a battleground because of its preponderance of socialists and communists. He would emulate Mussolini and drive them from their own stronghold. Were taken aback by the noisy group that piled out behind Hitler on the platform with their large band and red banners. The people of Coburg, Bavarians for only 2 years. The brass band struck up a march, and then, with military precision, the SA paraded into town. In the van were 8 husky Bavarians in leather shorts carrying alpenstocks. Just behind a row of men carrying large red and black flags came Hitler and his entourage of 7, followed by 800 men armed with rubber bludgeons or knives. Some wore faded and mended-filled gray uniforms, some their Sunday best. Their only common distinction was a swastika band on the left arm. Hitler himself was the epitome of the common man in his belted trench coat, slouch hat, and ridiculous calf-high boots. A mob of workers pressed from both sides, shouting murderers, bandits, robbers. Criminals, the National Socialists ignored the epithets, never breaking step. Local police guided the line of march to the Hofbräuhaus. Keller in the very center of town, then locked the gates. But Hitler insisted on quartering his men in a shooting gallery. To the beat of drums, the stormtroopers marched back through the hostile mob toward the outskirts of town. As cobblestones began to fly at the columns, Hitler signaled with a wave of his whip, and his men turned on the attackers with their bludgeons. The crowd fell back, and the stormtroopers continued their march, strutting like soldiers after their first battle. One of the proudest was the bon vivant Dick, who felt as if he had been finally accepted by the rank and file. Seeing that one brawls as well in an English sit as in shabby clothes, they forgave me my tailor. The leftists called a mass demonstration to throw out the Nazis. 10,000 protesters were expected to collect at the square, but the size of the opposition only spurred Hitler to defiance. The following morning, Sunday, resolved to dispose of the Red Terror for good, he ordered the SA, whose ranks had grown to almost 1,500, to march on the fortress of Coburg by way of the square. At noon the stormtroopers with Hitler in the lead paraded into the center of the city, but there were only a few hundred demonstrators at the square. Yesterday, the citizens had stood on the sidewalks watching the SA pass by with silent disapproval. Today, hundreds of imperial flags hung from the windows and friendly crowds lined the way, cheering the National Socialists with their strange emblem. Today, they were heroes. They had ended red domination of the Coburg alleys and streets. That's typical of your bourge, while World Hitler remarked to the men marching at his side. Cowards at the moment of danger, boasters afterwards. Coburg proved to Hitler that he and his SA could emulate Mussolini. In little more than 2 weeks, the latter set another example. On October 28, Il-Duz black shirts marched into Rome. He took the train and seized control of Italy. 4 days later, Esser, in his usual role as introducer of the Führer, dramatically announced at the banquet hall of the Hof, Bruce, Germany's Mussolini is called Hitler. 1. The Protocols was written in France, a hotbed of anti-Semitism. Its first publication in Germany had come a year after the armistice in a Russian Immigrant magazine, but had caused little stir by agents of the Tsar and published a few years later in Russia at the end of the 19th century. In amateurish forgery, it had been accepted as gospel by both Wilhelm II and Nicholas II. A copy was found along with the Bible and War and Peace in the Tsar's house in Ekaterinburg. After the murder of the imperial family, it was ironic that Erlanger, the landlord of the house where Hitler presently resided, I often encountered him on the stairway and at the door, was generally scribbling something in a note-book. He never made me feel that he regarded me differently from other people, was a Jew who had only pleasant memories. 3. Nor were these the only protectors of the radical right. Even those judges, police, state and local officials, and military who wished to curb Hitler exhibited considerable partiality toward nationalists involved in violence. Out of 376 political assassinations in Germany between January 1919 and June 1922, 22 were committed by leftists and 354 by rightists. Leftists received on an average 180 months imprisonment, while rightists got only 4 months. 10 leftists were sentenced to death, no rightists. For the depth and virulence of Hitler's anti-Semitism in 1922 were revealed during a conversation he had that year with acquaintance Joseph Hell. When Hell asked what Hitler intended doing if he ever had full freedom of action against the Jews, the latter suddenly lost his poise. He no longer looked at me, recalled Hell, but beyond me emptiness, and made his next statement in a rising voice. He was seized by a sort of paroxysm and wound up, shouting at me as if I were a large audience. If I am ever really in power, the destruction of the Jews will be my first and most important job. As soon as I have the power, I shall have gallows after gallows erected, for example, in Munich on the Marion Platzes, many of them as the traffic allows. Then the Jews will be hanged one after another, and they will stay hanging until they stink. They will stay hanging as long as hygienically possible. As soon as they are untied, then the next group will follow, and that will continue until the last Jew in Munich is exterminated. Exactly the same procedure will be followed in other cities until Germany is cleansed of the last Jew. Chapter 5. SUCHLOGICALANDFANATICALM. By 1922, Adolf Hitler had surrounded himself with a diverse group from every class which embraced a wide spectrum of cultures and occupations. All shared to varying degrees his nationalism and fear of Marxism. 2 aviators were among them, Hermann Göring, a fighter ace and last commander of the famed Richthofen flying circus, and Rudolf Hess, who had started the war as an infantry officer in Hitler's regiment and ended it as a pilot, although both were convinced Hitler was the answer to Germany's future, and both came from well-to-do families. They differed strikingly in appearance, character, and temperament. Göring was buoyant, theatrical, an extrovert who made friends easily and nearly always dominated them. His father had been a district judge before accepting an appointment from Bismarck as Reichskommissar for Southwest Africa. He was married twice and had 8 children. Hermann, the next to youngest, was an indifferent scholar whose dream was to serve his country in battle. Through the offices of his godfather he was admitted to the Royal Prussian Cadet Corps. He distinguished himself in the war, and after his 20th year, victory was awarded the highest military decoration, the Pour le Mérite Order. After the armistice, he became a pilot for the Swedish airline and got engaged to a married woman, Karen von Kanso, whose father was a member of the Swedish nobility and whose mother came from a family of Irish brewers. They were to get married as soon as her divorce was final. Grieg could have enjoyed a life of comparative ease in Sweden, but he felt the urge to return to Germany and help wipe out the disgrace of Versailles' shame of defeat. The corridor right through the heart of Prussia, he enrolled at the University of Munich to study history and political science, but was more interested in practical politics, and once tried to form his own revolutionary party among officer veterans. I remember a meeting at which they were discussing getting meals and beds for veteran officers. "You damn fools," I told them. "Do you think that an officer who is worth his salt can't find a bed to sleep in, even if it happens to be the bed of a pretty blonde? Damn it, there are more important things at stake, some." But he got fresh and I banged him over the head. The meeting broke up in an uproar that ended his attempt to head a revolution, and it wasn't until the fall of 1922, at a mass meeting, that he found someone worth following. Well, of course, it was a meeting at the Knigsplatz protesting Allied demands to hand over alleged war criminals. A series of speakers from various parties took the platform. Then the crowd began calling out Hitler. By chance, he was standing near Grieg and Karen, and they overheard him remark that he wouldn't think of addressing these tame bourge pirates. Something about the man in the belted trench coat impressed Grieg so much that he went to a party meeting at the Kaufmann, who had been married early that year. I just sat unobtrusively in the background. I remember Rosenberg was there. Hitler explained why he hadn't spoken. "No Frenchman is going to lose sleep over that kind of harmless talk," he said. "You've got to have bayonets to back up your threats." Well, that was what I wanted to hear. He wanted to build up a party that would make Germany strong and smash the Treaty of Versailles. Well, I said to myself, if that's the party for me, down with the Treaty of Versailles, god damn it, that's my meat. At party headquarters, he filled out a membership application. The appearance of such a war hero in the shabby office must have caused a stir. Anyway, he recalled, "Somebody tells me that Hitler would like to see me immediately." One look at the imposing Grieg was enough for Hitler. Here was the ideal Nordic, luminous blue eyes, straight features, and pink and white complexion. He told me that it was a stroke of fate that one should come to him just as he was looking for somebody to take charge of the SA. They agreed to postpone the announcement a month. But Grieg immediately began training the SA as a military organization. Military? I'll tell the world it was military. He may have looked the perfect Germanic type, but he was no racist by Hitler's standards and, in fact, had a number of Jewish friends. Grieg had joined the NSDAP precisely because it was revolutionary, not because of the ideological stuff. Other parties had made revolution, so I figured I could get in on one too, a man of action. He was drawn to an organization dedicated to action, and he was just the man Hitler needed at that moment. He had invaluable connections with Junker officers and members of society, and was a display piece for parades and meetings, nor was he squeamish about bashing in a few heads if necessary. Compared to Grieg, Rudolf Hess was colorless. Born in Alexandria, Egypt, He was sired by a well-to-do wholesaler and exporter who persuaded him to enter the family business. Although he would have preferred to become a scholar, he attended boarding school in Bad Godesberg before enrolling at the École Supérieure de Commerce in Switzerland. His studies were interrupted by the war, and when it ended he could not bring himself to continue a business career. Like Grimm, he entered the University of Munich, reading history, economics, and geopolitics. He too felt betrayed by the November criminals, but instead of trying to make a revolution of his own, joined the Thule Society. He took part in demonstrations, spoke on street corners despite his painful self-consciousness, and as a member of a Free Corps union, it helped overthrow the Bavarian Soviet regime. He too was searching for a leader and had won a prize at the university for writing an essay on the theme, "How must the man be constituted who will lead Germany back to her old heights?" The man, he wrote, should be a dictator not averse to the use of slogans, street parades, and demagoguery. He must be a man of the people, yet have nothing in common with the mass. Like every great man, he must be all personality, and one who does not shrink from bloodshed. He must be prepared to trample on his closest friends, dispense law with terrible hardness, and deal with people and nations with cautious and sensitive fingers, or if need be, trample on them with the boots of a grenadier. Great questions are always decided by blood and iron to reach his goal. Hess found his ideal in Hitler, and for more than a year had served as his trusted lieutenant and confidant. At the same time, he also gave allegiance to a man married to a Jew. General Karl Hochschild returned to Germany in 1911 after 3 years in Tokyo as military attaché, speaking fluent Japanese. He brought back an abiding interest in Asian affairs, along with a conviction that a nation's existence depended on the space it controlled. The war was proof to him of this theory. An encircled and suffocated Germany had gone down to humiliating defeat because she lacked Lebensraum, living space. Teaching his students that national salvation lay in self-sufficiency, and for this Germany must have not only outer national economic independence, but Lebensraum. After the armistice, he became professor of geopolitics at the University of Munich. Hess was almost as enthralled by Professor Hochschild as he was by Hitler, and his hope was to bring the two together. One impediment was Frau Hochschild, whose father was a Jewish merchant, and while Hess followed the letter of racist doctrine, he was a man of sentiment as devoted to her as he was to the Herr Professor. Hess was a retiring man, modest and unassertive. Although he had fought well on the battlefield and in the streets, and his prize-winning essay breathed blood and iron, he was far from bloodthirsty. He was never found wanting in beer hall battles, and had won Hitler's affection by his action in the bloody fracas at Hofbräu. Yet while he preferred books and music to brawling, he was the picture of a man prepared to trample on his closest friends only when he broke int. A smile was the true Hess Rivelden ingenuous, with his solid square face, bushy black eyebrows, intense and clenched lips, buck-toothed young idealist. Despised alcohol and had no patience with young people enjoying dancing and social life after a war had been lost. An enigma. Ilse Hess, then Ilsprethel, recalls that he rarely smiled, did not smoke, except to those who knew him intimately. Hess was the ideal disciple. Too bashful and unaspiring to strive for power, he was prepared to follow Hitler wherever he led. Another blind follower was Julius Streicher. Where Hess and Gring lagged far behind their leader in anti-Semitism, Streicher surpassed Hitler in the virulence of his language. A stocky, primitive man with bald head and gross features, he gave off an aura of raw energy. He had excessive appetites alike at table and in bed. He could be bluffly jovial or blatantly brutal, shifting effortlessly from maudlin sentimentality to ruthlessness. Like Hitler, he was rarely seen in public without a whip butt where the former draped his from the wrist like a dog leash. Streicher flaunted his as a weapon. In younger days he had restlessly wandered from place to place with a rucksack full of anti-Semitic books and pamphlets. His speech was glutted with sadistic imagery, and he relished attacking personal enemies in the foulest terms. Convinced that the Jew was plotting against the Aryan world, he had an endless catalogue of abuse at the tip of his tongue. He was made for the NSDAP and Sin after founding the Nuremberg branch of the party in 1922. He spawned a newspaper dedicated to the damnation of Jews. Der Stürmer went a long step beyond Ostura, the Viennese magazine that exercised such influence on the youthful Hitler in filth and virulence, and was already a source of dismay to many of those close to Hitler. The Führer himself was repelled by pornography, disapproved of Streicher's sexual activities, and was concerned by the incessant intra-party quarrels this erratic disciple instigated. Yet at the same time he admired Streicher's boundless energy and fanatic loyalty. More than once Dietrich Eckart told me that Streicher was a school teacher and a lunatic to boot. From many points of view, he always added that one could not hope for a triumph of National Socialism without giving one's support to men like Streicher. Hitler had an unexpected answer for those who reproached Streicher for his gross exaggerations in Der Stürmer. The truth is the opposite of what people say. He idealized the Jew. The Jew is baser, fiercer, more diabolical than Streicher depicted him. Such were the men close to Hitler. His movement cut across all social classes, and so all types were drawn to him: the intellectual, the street fighter, the fanatic, the idealist, the hooligan, the Gatti, the principled and the unprincipled, laborers and noblemen. There were gentle souls and the ruthless rascals, and men of good will, writers, painters, day laborers, storekeepers, dentists, students, soldiers, and priests. His appeal was broad, and he was broad-minded enough to accept a drug addict like Eckhart or a homosexual like Captain. He was all things to many, while he himself was ready to accept anyone offered fealty in the battle for Germany's resurrection against the machinations of Jewish Marxism. My happiest memories are of this time, he recalled in a sentimental flood of recollections on a winter evening 19 years later. He talked fondly of his early supporters today. When I happen to meet one of them, it moves me extraordinarily. They showed a truly touching attachment towards me. Small stall keepers of the markets used to come running to see me to bring a couple of eggs to Herr Hitler's. I'm so fond of these unpretentious fellows. Never one to underrate a follower, no matter how humble, and perhaps remembering the miserable days in Vienna. Hitler opened up the new, more spacious party headquarters on Kommunistrasse to those down at Hill's followers who needed refuge from the cold. In the winter time, recalled Philip Bowler, the anteroom was a place to warm up for unemployed party members and supporters who, loud and freezing, played cards there. You often couldn't hear yourself speak, and from time to time Christian Weber, who was in charge, appeared with a long horse whip to clear out the room. In the fall of 1922, the activities of Adolf Hitler began to interest the Allies, and now Assistant Military Attaché in Berlin was dispatched to Munich to assess the reported developing strength of the National Socialist movement. Smith was instructed to meet Hitler and form an estimate of his character. At the suggestion of the American ambassador, Captain Truman Smithile man, West Pointer, personality, abilities, and weakness, he was also to investigate the NSDAP's strength and potentialities. Specifically, Smith was to find the answer to these questions. Was there danger that Bavaria would declare itself independent of Germany? Did there exist in Munich danger of a renewed communist revolt? Did the possibility exist that Hitler's National Socialists were strong enough to seize power in Bavaria? Was the 7th Division of the Reich, which was garrisoned in Bavaria, loyal to the Reich, or was its loyalty divided between Berlin and Munich? Could it be depended upon to put down disorders or revolts, whether staged by the right or left? Captain Smith arrived in Munich just before noon on November 15. After settling at the Marienbad Hotel, he called on the acting United States consul, Robert Murphy, at the consulate on Leder, Österreich. The 28-year-old Murphy, later ambassador to Belgium, informed Smith that the new Bavarian minister-president was not a strong character, being merely a tool of former Minister-President Kahr, while a pure and simple adventurer was nevertheless a real character and is exploiting all latent discontent. Hitler understood the Bavarian psychology, but it was questionable if he was big enough to take the lead in a German national movement. The National Socialists, he said, were rapidly increasing in strength, and their leader. In the next few days, Smith talked with generals, civil officials. Crown Prince Ruprecht, certainly no genius, but still seems to possess considerable political ability, a liberal newspaper editor, and Max von Schubner-Richter, a refugee of German origin from a Baltic state who had borrowed his wife's title. The last, a close friend of Rosenberg's, was beginning to exert considerable influence on Hitler. Schubner-Richter assured Smith that the party's anti-Semitism was purely for propaganda, and then invited him to attend a review of stormtroopers before the new National Socialist headquarters. A remarkable sight indeed, Smith noted down in his hotel room that evening. 1,200 of the toughest roughnecks I have ever seen in my life pass in review before Hitler at the Gestapo, under the old Reichsflag, wearing red armbands with Heik King Cruisen. Hitler, following the review, makes a speech, then shouts death to the Jews, etc., and etc. There was frantic cheering. I never saw such a sight in my life. The next day, Saturday, Smith spoke with Ludendorff at his home. The general confessed that he had formerly believed that Bolshevism had first to be stamped out in Russia before it could be crushed in Germany, and thinks that Bolshevism must first be crushed in Germany. He asserted that the Allies must support a strong German government capable of combating Marxism, and that such a government will never develop out of the existing chaotic parliamentary conditions but can only be formed by patriotic men. He was convinced that the fascist movement was the beginning of a reactionary awakening in Europe, and that Mussolini had real sympathy for the national cause in Germany. He has now changed his mind. At 4 p.m. the following Monday, Smith met Hitler where he had interviewed Schubner-Richter. Akin to a back bed, room in a decaying New York tenement, the first words Smith wrote down in his notebook after the meeting were, "The room was drab and dreary beyond belief, a marvelous demagogue. I have rarely listened to such a logical and fanatical man. His power over the mob must be immense." Hitler described his movement as a union of hand and brain workers to oppose Marxism, and said that the present abuses of capital must be done away with. If Bolshevism is to be put down, the parliamentary system had to be replaced. Only a dictatorship can bring Germany to its feet. He stated that it was much better for America and England that the decisive struggle between our civilization and Marxism be fought out on German soil rather than on American and English soil. If we America do not help German nationalism, Bolshevism will conquer Germany. Then there will be no more reparations, and Russia and German Bolshevism, out of motives of self-preservation, must attack the Western nations. And then Hitler replied disarmingly that he merely favored the withdrawal of citizenship and their exclusion from public affairs. By the time Smith left the dingy room, he was convinced Hitler would be an important factor in German politics. He discoursed on other subjects, but did not even mention Jews until Smith queried him point-blank about anti-Semitism. He accepted a ticket for Hitler's next speech on November 22, and upon being unexpectedly summoned back to Berlin, passed it on to Ernst Hahn, Stengel, a towering lantern-jawed eccentric who had graduated from Harvard. Would Hahn, Stengel be kind enough to take a look at this fellow Hitler and pass on his conclusions? "I have the impression he's going to play a big part," said Smith. "And whether you like him or not, he certainly knows what he wants." He was relying on Hahn, Stengel's judgment, because of the letter's unusual background. His mother came from a well-known New England family, the said Wicks. Two of his ancestors were Civil War generals, one of whom helped carry Lincoln's coffin. 2 generations of Hahn, Stengels had served as privy councillors to the Dukes of Saxe, Coburg, Gotha, and were connoisseurs and patrons of the arts. The family owned an art publishing house in Munich, well known for its excellent reproductions. Hans Stengel had been brought up in an atmosphere of art and music, the home a rendezvous for Lily Lehmann, Wilhelm Busch, Saracet, Richard Strauss, Felix Weingartner, Wilhelm Backhaus, Fridtjof Nansen, and Mark Twain. He himself played the piano with verve, and his 6'4" frame, hunched over the keyboard like an impish bear, was a common sight in the best Bavarian salons. His nickname was Putsy Little Fellow. On the 22nd, Hans Stengel took a street car to the Kindle Keller, a large L-shaped beer hall filled with a conglomerate audience. There were a few ex-officers and minor civil servants, some small shop-keepers, and numerous young people and workers. Many wore the Bavarian national costume from the press table hand. Stengel searched in vain for someone he knew. He wondered where Hitler was, and a journalist pointed to a trio on the platform. The short one was Max Amann, the one with the glasses was Ant on Drexler, and the third was Hitler. He wore clumsy ankle-high shoes. A dark cit, his white collar was starched, and he reminded Stengel of a waiter in a railway station restaurant. But after Drexler introduced him to the audience, and Hitler strode swiftly and confidently past the press table, he was the unmistakable soldier in mufti. The applause was deafening. Hitler stood like a sentry, legs firmly stretched, hands folded behind his back. As he began reviewing the events of the past few years in a quiet, reserved voice, Methodically, he built up his case against the government, never stooping to history, annex, or vulgarisms. He spoke carefully in literary High German, occasionally allowing a Viennese accent to creep in. Hans Stangl, not a dozen feet away, was particularly impressed with the speaker's clear, blue, guileless eyes. There was suffering and the dignity of mute entreaty. After about 10 minutes, Hitler had the audience. Is complete. Attention! There was honesty. There was sincerity. Now he relaxed his position and used his hands and arms like a trained actor. He began to insinuate with sly malice in Viennese coffeehouse style, and Hans Stangl noticed that the women near by were enjoying the performance enormously. Finally, one of them called out, "That's right, bravo," and as if in acknowledgement. Hitler raised his voice and with a sweeping gesture began condemning war profiteers. There was a roar of applause. Hitler wiped the sweat from his brow and took a mug of beer from a man with a dark mustache. It was a telling touch of theater for the beer-drinking Muncheners. When he resumed speaking, his gestures became more sweeping. Every so often, someone would shout out an insult, and he would calmly raise his right hand slightly as if catching a ball, or fold his arms and spit out a brief rejoinder that would crush the heckler. His technique resembled the thrusts and parries of a fencer, or the perfect balance of a tightrope walker. Always left just the faint anticipation of a toe. Near thought spared the indelicacy of utterance. Gone was all caution as he stormed at his favor. It enemies Jews and Reds. Sometimes he reminded me of a skilled violinist who never coming to the end of his bow. Our motto shall be, if you will not be a German, I will bash your skull in. For we are convinced that we cannot succeed without a struggle. We have to fight with ideas, but if necessary, also with our fists. As Hans Stangl emerged from his fascination, he looked around and noted with astonishment how the audience, his behavior had changed. The muffled restlessness of the masses who an hour ago had shoved against me and uttered all manner of nasty remarks had become a deeply moved community who had long since forgotten to reach for their beer mugs and instead were drinking in the speaker's every word. Near by, a young woman was staring at Hitler as though in some devotional ecstasy. She had ceased to be herself and was completely under the spell of Hitler's despotic faith in Germany's future greatness. The speech built to a climax that was an orgasm of words. Suddenly it was over. People were sitting listening breathlessly. The audience cheered frenziedly, clapped, and pounded the tables. Hitler's exhaustion reminded Hans Stangl of a great artist at the end of a grilling concert. His face and hair soaked and his starched collar had wilted. Whenever I make a speech of great importance, I am always soaking wet at the end. And I find I have lost 4 or 6 pounds in weight. Hans Stangl approached the committee table, where Hitler was receiving compliments, with a self-assured smile free of any arrogance. On the spur of the moment, Captain Truman Smith asked me to give you his best wishes, said Hans Stangl. Smith's name piqued Hitler's interest, and he asked how Hans Stangl liked the speech. Well, I agree with you, he said, careful not to hurt Hitler's feelings. About 95% of what you said I can set my name to, and 5% we will have to talk about that. What he particularly objected to was Hitler's blatant anti-Semitism. I am sure we shall not have to quarrel about the odd 5%, said Hitler affably. He seemed modest and friendly as he stood dabbing at his face with a crumpled handkerchief. He cleared his throat, coughed, then held out a hand. It felt hordband rough like the grip of a front-line soldier. That night, Stengel could not fall asleep. My mind still raced with the impressions of the evening, where all our conservative politicians and speakers were failing abysmally to establish any contact with the ordinary people, was clearly succeeding in presenting a non-communist program to exactly those people whose support we needed. Stengel decided to help him. This self-made man, Hitler. In Berlin, Captain Smith turned in a long detailed report on his visit to Munich and, on December 5, my own prognostication on the general attitude of the Bavarian outfit is that sooner or later a serious break is going to come from here. Embassy Counselor Rubbins dispatched a personal message to the Under-Secretary of State. Hitler, the young Austrian sergeant who fought in the German army during the war, and who is now leading a fascist movement known as the Grey Shirts, is working very slowly and I should say efficiently along the same lines as Mussolini. I am told by some of our men who have been down there that he is an extraordinary orator, and though not of the highest moral standing, a great leader of men. He is obtaining a great deal of money from the manufacturers, just as Mussolini did, and is going very slowly. He told Truman Smith, our assistant military attaché who was down there, that he had no intention of starting any big movement for the next month or so, and probably not before 2 months. That he is collecting funds and equipment, and that all was going well. The report caused little stir in the State Department, which was concerned with more pressing matters, and was filed away. But in Germany, there was growing concern over the increase in membership in the NSDAP and its private army. In mid-December, a police official of the Bavarian State Ministry of the Interior filed a disturbing report charging that the Hitler movement was without a doubt dangerous to the government, not only for the present form of government, but for any political system at all. Because if they really achieve their dark ideas in regard to the Jews, social democrats, and bank capitalists, then there will be much blood and disorder. Another urgent warning was received almost simultaneously by the new Reich Chancellor, Wilhelm Kuno. It came from a curious source, the Bulgarian consul in Munich, and concerned a frank conversation the Bulgarian had recently had with Hitler. Parliamentary government in Germany, said the latter, was about to collapse since the parliamentary leaders had no mass support. Dictatorship was inevitable from either the right or the left. The big cities of North Germany were controlled largely by the left, but in Bavaria, his NSDAP was certain of victory. Thousands were joining every week. 75% of the secret police in Munich were National Socialists, and there was an even higher percentage among rank and file city police. Moreover, Hitler predicted that Bolsheviks would gain control of North Germany. To save the nation, Bavarians would have to organize a counter-revolution, and to do so, they would need an iron-fisted dictator, a man ready, if necessary, to march across fields of blood and corpses. Particularly its ominous assertion that Hitler's plan for crushing Bolshevism and resisting French occupation of the Ruhr would win applause from most patriotic nationalists in Bavaria. It was a terrifying forecast of things to come. They had endured a few terrifying days of red rule and were prepared to act ruthlessly against anyone preaching leftist doctrine. In the first days of 1923, a quarrel between the French and British at the Reparations Commission resulted in the withdrawal of the latter's delegation. This gave France the opportunity to solve the reparations problem by force. On January 11, French and Belgian troops marched into the Ruhr on the excuse that Germany had failed to fulfill her obligations. This act not only inflamed nationalist spirit throughout Germany but quickened the descent of the mark, which plunged from 6,750 to the dollar to 50,000 within 2 weeks. On Armistice Day 1918, it was 7.45 to the dollar. The last payment of railway expenses by the Weimar government to the Committee of Guarantees for a trip to Berlin had required 7 office boys with huge waste paper baskets full of 20-mark notes to carry the full sum from the office down to the railway station. Now it would take 49 office boys. The invasion of the Ruhr, along with inflation and increased unemployment, broadened the base of nationalism and brought Hitler more adherents. Disdaining cooperation with other groups, including the majority socialists, he organized protest meetings of his own and announced that 12 public rallies would be held on January 27, the first party day of the NSDAP. Although the Bavarian police president informed Hitler that these demonstrations were banned, he defiantly shouted that the police could shoot if they wished, but he himself would be in the first row. He was as good as his word, and on the assigned day hurried from one rally to another by car. Neither during the war nor during the Revolution have I experienced such hypnotic mass excitement, recalled historian Karl Alexander von Müller, who attended the rally at the Keller. The audience rose as one man with shouts of Heil as Hitler strode down the aisle. I was very close when he marched through, and I saw that this was different from the man I had met here and there in private houses. His small, pale face expressed an inner fanaticism. His eyes glanced from right to left as if looking for enemies to conquer. Was it the mass which gave him this strange power? Did it flow from him to the mass? I noted down fanatically hysteric romanticism with a brutal will. The following day, again flaunting a police ban, the tripping of SA colors took place on the Mars, filled with 6,000 stormtroopers shivering in the snow. Some wore a uniform of ski cap, brown jacket and leggings, while others were in business suits. There was a varied array of flags with swastikas of various sizes. It was a motley group, but once called to attention, the men stood as rigidly as if they were elite troops of the Kaiser. Although the police were ready for trouble, there were no disorders. In fact, the two-day affair turned out to be anticlimax. There was no putsch, no public disturbance. Only its repercussions were of import. Hitler's defiance of the police brought a number of middle-of-the-road leaders to his side and drove the University of Munich students down a much more radical path. More significantly, it lowered the prestige of the Bavarian government itself. In his first serious confrontation with the establishment, Hitler had come out the victor. He is an extraordinary person, reported an American writer, Denny, after attending a Hitler rally a few days later. His speech was intense and brief. He constantly clenched and unclenched his hands. When I was alone with him for a few moments, he seemed hardly normal, queer eyes, nervous hands, and a strange movement of the head. His personal life was certainly not normal. He still lived in the dingy building on the Thyerstrasse, but had sublet a larger room, not as cold as the first. If as scantily furnished, it was 10 feet wide at most, and the head of the bed projected above the single narrow window. The floor was covered with cheap worn linoleum on the wall appas. At the bed there was a makeshift bookshelf. Illustrations and drawings hung on the walls. The upper shelves of the bookcase overflowed with volumes on the World War, German histories, an illustrated encyclopedia vom Krieg by Clausewitz, a history of Frederick the Great, Houston Stewart Chamberlain's biography of Wagner, the memoirs of Sven Hedin, a collection of heroic myths, von Wartenberg's world history, and something entitled Geographical Character Pictures. The bottom shelf, according to Hanf Stangl, was devoted to novels, a collection of semi-pornographic works by Edward Fuchs, a Jew, and a history of erratic art. Frau Reichert, who sublet to Hitler, found her tenant extraordinarily moody. Sometimes weeks go by when he seems to be sulking and does not say a word to us. He looks through us as if we were not there, though he paid his rent punctually and in advance. He was a real bohemian type. She forgave him this since he was so nice and let him use her hallway, which boasted a small upright piano. He lived in Spartan simplicity, his almost constant companion a large dog named Wolf. Ever since his relationship with Foxley in the war, he had need for the faithfulness he found in dogs, and had a unique understanding of them. There are stupid dogs and others who are so intelligent that it's agonizing in this dingy room. He must have thought of his mother and her tragic death, for he wrote about it that year in a poem entitled Think of It Stripped of Its Amateurish Sentimentality. It probed rivelingly, when your mother has grown older, and you have grown older, when what was formerly easy and effortless now becomes a burden, when her dear loyal eyes do not look out into life as before, when her legs have grown tired and do not want to carry her any more, then give her your arm for support. Accompany her with gladness and joy. The hour will come when whipping you will accompany her on her last journey, and if she asks you, answer her. And if she asks again, speak also. And if she asks another time, speak to her, not stormily, but in gentle peace. And if she cannot understand you well, explain everything joyfully. The hour will come, the bitter hour, when her mouth will ask no more. By his own admission, Hitler was a recluse in his youth and had little need of society. But after the war, he confessed that he could no longer bear solitude, though his room was a lonely refuge and prison. He lived a second existence in the Kaufs salons, coffee houses, and beer halls of Munich. He became a habit of the Kaufweikert next to the Volks Theater, the Carlton Tea Room in Elite Rendezvous on the Briennerstrasse and the Kaufheck on the Gullerienstrasse. He would sit for hours in a secluded corner of the latter at his reserved table, where he would observe the life flowing around him. Every Monday he would meet with Intim. It's at the Kauf Neumayer, an old-fashioned coffee house at the corner of the Petter Platz and the Victualian Markt. It was a long room with paneled walls and built-in benches. Here at the table reserved for regular customers, he would try out his latest ideas on his adherents, many of them middle-aged couples. Here also they would gossip and joke while eating a frugal supper, some of which they had brought with them. Other evenings were spent at Dietrich Eckert's apartment on the Franz Josef Strasse. What a wonderful atmosphere in his home! How he took care of his little Anna! This was his housekeeper Annel. with whom he had been living since separating from his wife. Perhaps Hitler's most constant companion these days was his new acolyte Hans Stangl, who introduced him to important people such as William Bayard Hale, classmate of President Wilson at Princeton and leading European correspondent for the Hearst papers, and Wilhelm Funk, whose salon attracted wealthy nationalist businessmen. Together, Hitler and Hans Stangl often attended the ceremonies of Frau Elsa Bruckmann, the wife of a publisher and born a Hungarian noblewoman, who was greatly impressed by the new political leader. Hitler was dazzled by life at this level. After one visit to the Bechstein suite in a Munich hotel, he told Hans Stangl that he had felt embarrassed in his blue suit. Herr Bechstein had worn a dinner jacket. The servants were in livery and nothing but champagne was served before the meal. And you should have seen the bathroom. You can even regulate the heat of the water. Hans Stangl became a frequent visitor to the little room on the Tierstrasse, and one day Hitler asked him to play something on the piano in the hallway to calm him. Hans Stangl found the old upright badly out of tune but played a Bach fugue. Nodding, Hitler listened absently. Then Hans Stangl began the prelude to Die Meisters. Inger, hoping the old piano wouldn't fall to pieces under his assault. He played with plenty of Lichtschnfeierlicher and a fine romantic swing, and Hitler became so excited that he strode up and down the narrow hallway gesticulating as if conducting an orchestra. This music affected him physically, and by the time I had crashed through the finale, he was in splendid spirits. All his worries gone. Hans Stangl found that Hitler knew Die Meistersinger absolutely by heart, and could whistle every note of it in a curious penetrating vibrato. But completely in tune, almost daily musical sessions took place in the hallway. Hitler had little liking for Bach and Mozart, preferring Schumann, Chopin, and some works of Richard Strauss. His favorites were Beethoven and Wagner. He had a genuine knowledge and appreciation for the latter, and never tired of hearing Hans Stangl's colorful versions of Tristan and Lohengrin. Infatuated with Hans Stangl's style, Hitler would introduce him to all his social circles as a showpiece, whereas he otherwise kept the different groups in watertight compartments and told no one where he was going or whom he had been talking to, recalled Hans Stangl in his unpublished memoirs, and had me sit down at the piano to perform. Once at the home of the photographer Heinrich Hoffmann, he began playing Harvard football marches. He dragged me around from house to house as his resident musician. When he explained how cheerleaders and marching bands would stir up the crowd to almost hysterical mass shouting, Hitler's interest quickened. Whereupon Hans Stangl demonstrated on the piano how German marches could be adapted to the buoyant American beat. Marvelous Hans Stangl wrote several marches in this style for the essay band, but his most significant contribution was the transference of the Harvard fight. That is it, exclaimed Hitler, and paraded up and down like a drum major. That is what we need for the movement. Fight, fight to Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil. Hitler often visited the small Hans Stangl apartment in Schwabing across from the large school where he had done his basic training in 1914. Probably the greatest attraction was Hans Stangl's wife, Helene, an American of German descent who was tall, brunette, and strikingly attractive. He came in his best suit, the shiny blue serge, and very careful to adhere to the forms of address still de rigueur in Germany between people of lower rank when speaking to those of better education. He was respectful, even diffident, recalled Hans Stangl title or academic attainment. From the first, it was obvious he was physically attracted to Helene, as much by her warm, quiet charm as by her looks, and he treated her with a respect bordering on worship. In her unpublished memoirs written 10 years later, she describes their first meeting on a Munich street in early 1923. He was at the time a slim, shy young man with a far-away look in his very blue eyes. He was dressed almost shabbily, a cheap white shirt, black tie, a worn dark blue suit, with which he wore an incongruous dark brown leather vest, a beige-colored trench coat, much the worse for wear, cheap black shoes, and a soft old grayish hat. His appearance was quite pathetic. She invited the shabby Hitler to come for dinner, and from that day he was a constant visitor, enjoying the quiet, cozy home atmosphere, playing with my son, and talking over his plans and hopes for the renaissance of the German Reich. For with us he was not constantly bothered with curious questions, and introduced to other guests as the coming savior, but could, if he wished, sit quietly in a corner. It seemed he enjoyed our home above all others to which he was invited, reading or making notes. We didn't lionize him. She saw Hitler as a warm man, and was moved by his feeling for her 2-year-old son Egan. Evidently he liked children, or he was a good actor. One day the youngster ran to meet Hitler at the door, bumped his head sharply against a heavy chair, and began crying. Hitler, with a dramatic gesture, beat the chair severely, reprimanding it for hurting good little Egan. This was a surprise and delight to the youngster, and from that day, each time Hitler came he would have to repeat this act, Egan urging him, please, Uncle Dolph, spank the naughty chair. By spring, Hitler felt so at ease with the Stangls that he would amuse them with imitations of other followers, such as the affection it brings and play on the floor with Egan. Sip a glass of the best dry Johannisberger wine, after improving it with a heaping spoonful of castor sugar. Often they went out together in public, and one evening saw the second part of the movie Frederikus Rex. For hours he could idly gossip as he consumed a cup of coffee sweetened with squares of chocolate, or, on occasion, the scene Hitler liked above all was that in which the monarch threatened to behead the crown prince. It is imposing to think the old king would have beheaded his own son to enforce discipline. He remarked on the way home, that is the way German justice should be handled, either acquittal or beheading. The lightning change from sentiment to ruthlessness was disconcerting to the Stangls, and they discussed Hitler's private life at length. What, for example, was his true relationship with women? One day he told them, the people to me is a woman, and likened his audience is to a woman. Someone who does not understand the intrinsically feminine character of the mass will never be an effective speaker. Ask yourself, what does a woman expect from a man? Because no woman will ever feel that her life's sacrifice is have received their due fulfillment. Another time he asserted that he would never marry. Clearness, decision, power, action. If she is talked to properly, she will be proud to sacrifice. My only bride is my motherland, he said, referring to a nation commonly known as the fatherland. In that case, Hans Stangl jokingly replied, why not take a mistress? Politics is a woman, replied Hitler. Love her unhappily, and she will bite off your head. Some of Hitler's associates felt sure that Jenny Hogg's sister of one of his drivers was his mistress. She was devoted to him, and reportedly carried a small pistol in an armpit holster in her role as voluntary bodyguard. Helene Hand Stangl could not take this story seriously. Putsy, she said, I tell you he is a knitter. One of Hitler's closest companions during these days disagreed. We chased girls together and I used to follow him like a shadow, recalled Emil Maurice, who also served as Hitler's chauffeur. The two would spend time at the art academy and in artists' studios admiring models posing in the nude. Calling himself Herr Wolf Hitler would occasionally pass an evening with Maurice roaming the night Spatzan streets for girls. Since the latter was attractive to women, he would act as go-between. Every so often, according to Maurice, Hitler would entertain one of these conquests by proxy in his little room. He always offered flowers, even when he was penniless, and we used to go and admire the ballet dancers. The NSDAP became practically a full-time occupation for Hahn. Stangl and he freely gave out advice ranging from enlarging Hitler's tiny mustache to a more fashionable style, if it is not the fashion now. It will be later because I wear it, to disparaging his advisor Rosenberg for his humbug philosophy. While Hitler usually rejected advice, he did not hesitate to borrow $1,000, interest-free, from Hanf Stangl, who had just received part of his share of the sale of the family art shop in New York City. This was a tremendous sum and enabled Hitler to purchase two American rotary presses and turn the weekly Wahl, Kischer, Beobachter int, a daily, converted int, depreciated marks. Hahn Stangl's generosity turned out to be a stroke of luck for someone he detested. Hitler made Rosenberg editor of the daily Beobachter, replacing Eckhart, who was often absent from his desk for weeks. This position not only entrenched Rosenberg's position as the party's expert on the East but Rhine, forced the influence of fellow refugees from Russia, such as Schubner Richter, a mystery man connected with German industrialists, generals, and high society, who, besides serving as intermediary with Ludendorff, was becoming one of Hitler's leading advisors. All of the Russian emigrants were fanatically dedicated to the destruction of Bolshevism, and most of them were imbued with the Tsarist solution to the Jewish conspiracy terror and Bride force. To such zealots, social and economic anti-Semitism were effete and ineffective methods. Only the pogrom worked. The spring of 1923 was a busy season for Hitler. The most pressing need was money, and he set out on a series of tours to raise funds for the party. In early April, he and Hanf Stangl headed for Berlin in Hitler's rickety, self with Maurice at the wheel. They drove through Saxony, even though much of that area was under the control of the communists. At the outskirts of a town just north of Leipzig, they were stopped at a roadblock manned by Red militia, then announced in a broad German-American accent that he was a paper manufacturer from abroad, come to visit the Leipzig. The imposing hand, Stangl flourished his Swiss passport. The others in the car were his chauffeur and his valet. The ruse worked. Although Hitler said they would have had my head as they drove away, it was apparent that he resented being taken for a valet. In Berlin, they not only begged money but spent a Sunday visiting the War Museum and the National Gallery. At the latter, Hitler stopped in front of Rembrandt's man in a golden helmet and drew attention to the heroic, soldier-like expression. It proved, he said, that the great painter, in spite of the many pictures he painted in Amsterdam's Jewish quarter, was at heart a true Aryan and German. Afterward, they watched the women boxers in Luna Park. Hitler looked on without expression, but insisted on staying for several matches. remarking that at least it was better than this dealing with sabers that goes on in Germany. Next day they left home, making a long detour around Saxony. Hitler beguiled the tediousness of the way by whistling long passages from the Wagner operas and entertaining his fellow passengers with impersonations. He would even mock himself by reciting a poem written in his honor that consisted of a long series of ill-scanning couplets of words ending with Hitler when he was in a good mood, recalled Han Stangl. Hitler would repeat this with embellishments of his own and have us in tears of laughter. They stopped in Bayreuth, home of Richard Wagner, and were admitted int the festival theater by the caretaker, and this gave Hans Stangl the opportunity to point out that the original stage scenery had been designed by his own great-grandfather. The stage was still set for the Flying Dutchman, which had been playing when war was declared in 1914, Ferdinand Hein. Hitler was entranced by everything, particularly Wagner's study, where his instructions to the artists and staff still hung on the wall. On the last day of the trip, during a picnic lunch, Hitler mentioned the monument they had seen outside Leipzig, commemorating the Battle of the Nations against Napoleon. The most important thing in the next war will be to make sure that we control the grain and food supplies of Western Russia. This indicated that Rosenberg and his Russian friends had been propagandizing Hitler again, and then made a comment that disturbed Han Stangl, and Han Stangl retorted that a war with Russia would be futile. The country to reckon with was America, with its tremendous industrial potential. If you have them on the other side, you will lose any future war before you start it. Hitler grunted and made no reply. But it was obvious that the argument had not really sunk in. Upon return to Munich, he embarked on a campaign attacking France's occupation of the Ruhr, but often did so obliquely, as if more interested in rousing his audience is against Jews. On April 13, for instance, he blamed them directly for the Ruhr take over, as well as the loss of the war and inflation. He charged that so-called world pacifism was a Jewish invention, that the leaders of the proletariat were Jews again, that the Freemasons were tools of the Jews, once more the Jews, and that, in fact, the Jews were conspiring to conquer the world. So he shouted Russia and Germany had to be overthrown in order that the ancient prophecy might be fulfilled. So the whole world was lashed into fury. So every lie and propaganda agency was brutally set in action against the state of the last Germanidolists. And thus it was that Judah won the World War, or the American people won the war. He concluded in a burst of emotion, demanding justice for the 2 million Germans who had died in the World War and the millions of orphans. Or would you wish to maintain that the French, the English, crippled and widows who remained? We owe it to these millions to build a new Germany. In his obsessive hatred of Jews, Hitler had gone over the edge of reality. His anti-Semitism, though expressed in logical terms, had passed all boundaries of logic. He had turned the world upside down. France, England, and America had really lost the war. Germany was the eventual winner, since she was freeing herself from the Jews. If Hitler was deceiving himself, he also had succeeded in deceiving his listeners. Hitler skillfully appealed to primitive emotions, and when audience is left meetings, they remembered few details, only that they must join Hitler's crusade to save Germany, that France must be driven out of the Ruhr, and, most important, that the Jews must be put in their place. In the past year, Hitler's platform technique had improved markedly. His gestures had become as varied and flexible as his arguments. Stangl was particularly impressed by a soaring upward movement of the arm. It had something of the quality of a really great orchestral conductor, who instead of just hammering out the downward beat, suggests the existence of hidden rhythms and meaning with the upward flick of his baton, utilizing his knowledge and feeling for music. Hitler's speeches became musical in tempo. The first two-thirds were in march time, quickening until the last third became primarily rhapsodic. His power of mimicry was also put to adroit use, often interrupting himself with a counter-argument and then returning to his original line of thought after completely annihilating his supposed adversary. He would impersonate an imaginary opponent. Despite the complicated structure of his speeches, they were easy to follow, being designed primarily for emotional appeal. Thus he could switch from subject to subject without losing his listeners, because the bridge between topics was an appeal to some emotion, indignation, fear, love, or hate. He drew along the listeners as an accomplished actor will guide his audience through some complicated progression in a play. Despite twistings and turnings, Hitler also had the rare ability to involve his listeners in the proceedings. When I talk to people, he told Stangl, especially those who are not yet party members, or who are about to break away for some reason or other, I always talk as if the fate of the nation was bound up in their decision, that they are in a position to give an example for the many to follow. Certainly it means appealing to their vanity and ambition, but once I have got them to that point, the rest is easy. All men, rich or poor, he said, had an inner sense of unfulfillment. Slumbering somewhere is the readiness to risk some final sacrifice, some adventure. In order to give a new shape to their lives, they will spend their last money on a lottery ticket. It is my business to channel that urge for political purposes. In essence, every political movement is based on the desire of its supporters, men or women, to better things not only for themselves but for their children and others. The humbler people are, the greater the craving to identify themselves with a cause bigger than themselves. And if I can persuade them that the fate of the German nation is at stake, then they will become part of an irresistible movement embracing all classes. Audiences were always properly prepared for his virtuoso displays by pagan military pageantry. In addition to stirring music and flying banners, new features had been Adroman-type standards that Hitler had designed himself and a Roman-style salute. Perhaps he had borrowed both from Caesar by way of Mussolini, but he claimed that the stiff-arm salute at least was German. I'd read the description of the sitting of the Diet of Worms, in the course of which Luther was greeted with the German salute. It was to show him that he was not being confronted with arms, but with peaceful intentions. It was in the Rathskeller at Bremen, about the year 1921. The vibrant Heils, together with the music and banners, did much to assure the audience that the man they were about here was the true voice of Germany. That I first saw this style of salute, whatever source the salute. On the same day that Hitler spoke out against France and the Jews, he staged another confrontation with the Bavarian government. He called upon the minister-president and brought along with him a former military officer who was the commander of Private Army of the Arbeits Gemeine Schaft der Kampfverband working group of combat organizations, a conglomeration of radical right-wing groups. The two delivered an ultimatum. demanding that the Bavarian government itself demand nullification of the law for the defense of the Republic. If Weimar refused to comply, then Bavaria must defy the law. This was Friday, the 13th, and Hitler wanted the answer by Saturday. It did not come, and the radical right military group held a military exercise on Sunday. It was Easter, and Hitler stood in an open car, arm outstretched as the stormtroopers and other followers paraded past. From the Gring's car, Helene Hahn. Stengel noticed in Hitler's eyes a glow of triumph and satisfaction after the review. He brought a gorgeous bouquet of roses to the Hahn Stengel apartment as her birthday gift. They all had a jolly tea hour together, mocked by Hitler's vivacity and wit. A week later, on his own birthday, he was glumly paranoiac. He warned Hahn Stengel not to eat any of the swastika-decorated cakes, which, along with other gifts, almost filled his little room. This building belongs to a Jew, and it is child's play to let poison trickle down the walls in order to dispose of an enemy. Don't forget, he said. He personally objected to the edict for the defense of the Republic, but, since it was the law of the land, he was obliged to enforce it. On Monday, the minister-president finally gave his answer to Hitler. In protest, Hitler called for a mass demonstration on May 1. The possibilities were explosive, since the day was not only a sacred holiday to labor and Marxists, but the anniversary of Munich's liberation from the Soviet Republic. On the evening of April 30, the forces of the radical right wing began converging on the Ober-Wiesenfeld, a military training area several miles north of Munich's main railroad station. By dawn there were 1,000 men on hand. Guards were mounted in expectation of leftist attacks, but hour after hour passed without action. At 6 o'clock, recalled Hitler, gangs of Reds gathered to meet us. I sent some men to provoke them, but they didn't react. By 9, all detachments from outside the city had arrived, swelling the Hitler forces to some 1,300. They stood in the warm sun, leaning on rifles, waiting with mixed boredom and anxiety. Where are the Reds? Just before noon, a detachment of army troops and green-uniformed police appeared and rapidly surrounded the armed demonstrators, while a disgusted Hitler strode around carrying a steel helmet by its chin straps and asking. With them was a chagrined captain. He told Hitler that he had just come from the commanding general of the area, demanded that the arms be turned over immediately, or Hitler would have to take the consequences. Hitler was incensed, but still withstood the pleas of Gregor Strasser and others to defy the government and charge troops. The decision to turn over arms must have been a bitter one, but if Hitler had attacked, his forces would certainly have been repelled, and the fruitless carnage might have meant his end as a political leader. Perhaps even as a man, he did achieve a success of sorts in the retreat from the Ober-Wiesenfeld. In Schwabing, his troops came upon a detachment of communists, put them to flight, and set fire to their flags and banners. This was Hitler's moment, and he boomed out a short speech. This fire, symbolic of Bolshevist world pestilence, he said, was only a modest prologue to the day in which the National Socialists would seize power. It was a rousing address that lifted the spirits of his men and appeared to change a blundering enterprise into triumph. But their elation was flitting by evening. It was apparent that Hitler's first revolutionary move was a fiasco. By that failure, he lost many adherents of stature. I reject Hitler completely, exclaimed one former Free Corps commander. He failed miserably on the first day of May. and he will always fail. He was not the only loser at the WWII failed. It was even more of a defeat and embarrassment for the Bavarian government. When Hitler was called to answer official charges of having endangered public security, he replied with an insolent confidence that put the prosecutor general on the defensive. By refusing to be cowed, Hitler made political capital out of disaster. Rebounding from defeat was becoming a pattern. A number of foreign observers, however, predicted it was the beginning of his end. Robert Murphy, for one, reported that the Nazi movement was now on the wane. The people, he wrote, are wearied of Hitler's inflammatory agitation, which yields no results and offers nothing constructive. His anti-Semitic campaign made many enemies. The rowdy-like conduct of his youthful following has antagonized order-loving members of the community. Murphy was only reflecting the impressions of local officials throughout Bavaria who misread the resultant political lull after May Day as a definite turn away from Hitler and his movement. This inertia continued except for a brief flurry caused by the execution of a German nationalist, Albert Schlageter, who had blown up railroad tracks near Duisburg as a protest against French occupation of the Ruhr. He was tried for sabotage by the French and shot on May 26. When Hans Stangl heard that a number of patriotic organizations were going to stage a protest demonstration in the Kriegsplatz the following week, he felt that Hitler should return from his holiday in the mountains and participate. A beautiful resort town on the border of Germany and Austria, near Salzburg, where he found Hitler I had fallen in love with the landscape, registered under the name of Herr Wolf at the Pension Moritz on a steep hill known as the Obersalzberg. He took the train to Berchtesgaden. At first Hitler was not enthusiastic about addressing a demonstration with so many diverse speakers, but Stangl persisted, and the two began blocking out a speech. Complained that Hitler would parade around swinging his rhinoceros hide whip in a swashbuckling manner to impress the wife of the pension manager. That night, Eckhart, who shared Stangl's bedroom the way Adolf is carrying on now goes beyond me, he said. The man is plain crazy. He told of overhearing Hitler show off to the lady in question by denouncing Berlin in extravagant terms. The luxury, the perversion, the iniquity, the wanton display, and the Jewish materialism disgusted me so thoroughly that I was almost beside myself. I nearly imagined myself to be Jesus Christ when he came to his father's temple and found the money changers. Whereupon Hitler brandished his whip and exclaimed that it was his mission to descend upon the capital like a Christ and scourge the corrupt, claimed Eckhart. The following day Hitler accompanied Stangl to the station, and as they descended the Obersalzberg, remarked that Eckhart, whom he had recently replaced as editor of the party newspaper, had become an old pessimist. A scene I'll weakling Schope, then, Hauer had only turned him int, a doubting Thomas. Where would I get if I listened to all his transcendental talk a nice ultim, it wisdom that, to reduce oneself to a minimum of desire, and once will is gone, all is gone. This life is war. He began whistling the swan song from Lohengrin in a curious soft tremolo. Anton Drexler and his wife also disapproved of Hitler's play acting on the Obersalzberg. They were equally disconcerted by his growing enthusiasm for revolutionary action. Their alarm was shared by others who objected to his associating with industrialists, wealthy socialites, and bankers, rather than building a solid base of genuine socialists from the working class. Hitler must have been aware that he faced another revolt within the party, one born of discontent and dismay among those who first held highest hopes for him as leader of Germany's Renaissance. Early that September, Hitler attempted to bolster his slipping prestige by a public appearance. The occasion was the German Day celebration in Nuremberg, which took place the first 2 days of September, the anniversary of the Battle of Sedan. More than 100,000 nationalists swarmed in the ancient city, parading through the streets and generating such enthusiasm as had not been seen in Nuremberg since 1914. The streets were a sea of Nazi and Bavarian flags as the crowd roared Heil, waved handkerchiefs, and tossed flowers and wreaths at Ludendorff and the marching units. According to a state police report, it was the unbridled expression of that multitude of defeated, miserable, displaced, and shattered people who now saw a ray of hope of freedom from slavery and need. Many women and men cried, so overcome were they by emotion. The largest number of marchers came from the NSDAP. And after the opening parade, Hitler spoke at one of the meetings. He looked more grim than he had at Coburg, with pressed, low-cut shoes and neatly slicked-down hair. In a few weeks the dice will roll, he declared prophetically. What is in the making today will be greater than the World War. It will be fought out on German soil for the whole world. On the second day, the German Battle League was formed. Outwardly an association of nationalists, it was a creature of the NSDAP. Its Secretary-General was Schubner Richter. Its military leader was another Hitler man. One of its main organizations, the Reichs flag, was dominated by him. And its initial proclamation, written by Feder, sounded as if it came out of Hitler's mouth. It declared opposition to parliamentarianism, international capital, the class struggle, pacifism, Marxism, and the Jews. German Day at Nuremberg and the founding of the German Battle League marked Hitler's public return to revolutionary tactics. This became more apparent a month later when he was officially made political leader of the new organization. Its action program called openly for seizure of power in Bavaria, and the rumor spread that Hitler was preparing a revolution. He did, in fact, announce openly that he intended to act rather than allow the Reds to seize power again. The task of our movement, as always, is to prepare for the coming collapse of the Reich, so that when the old trunk falls, the young fir tree may be already standing. Although the minister-president of Bavaria, Eugen von Nilling, shared some of Hitler's beliefs, he had been pushed to the edge of patience by his rabble-rousing tactics. On September 26, Nilling told his cabinet that the emergency was so grave that a state commissar general should be appointed who, while subordinate to the cabinet, who had the support of several nationalist groups and was held in esteem by both conservative monarchists and the Catholic Church, would have a free hand in the exercise of the executive power. He proposed former Minister-President von Kahr. In the name of law and order, Kahr accepted this onerous position, and his first act was to ban 14 mass meetings Nazis had planned for the morrow. This action was both a threat and an opportunity for Adolf Hitler, who had just returned from a trip to Switzerland to solicit funds. If he submitted, it could mean ruin. If he successfully resisted, he could become a politician of national importance. He was cautioned to retreat and fight another day. The movement was not yet strong enough for action, but those close to the rank and file urged him to act. If nothing happens now, the men will sneak away, said the head of the SA regiment, Munich. In order to keep the men together, said Schubner Richter, one must finally undertake something. Otherwise they will become left radicals. These were the urgings Hitler heeded. This impulse for action set him on the road to revolution, and he began searching Munich and its environs for activist allies. His days were filled with interviews and visits to a variety of influential men, military figures, politicians, industrialists, and officials. He talked to the party faithful as well as those who waver, depromising, threatening, and cajoling. The one sentence he continuously used was, "We must compromise these people so that they have to march with us." Absolutely no one could ever persuade him to change his mind once it was made up, recalled Helene Hahn, Stangl. On a number of occasions when his followers tried to coerce him, I noticed the far away, unheeding expression in his eyes. It was as though he had closed his mind to all ideas but his own. That autumn the far away, unheeding expression in his eyes had a specific meaning. He saw himself emulating Mussolini, and his march would be to Berlin. Nor was this a vision he revealed only to intimates. In a conference with right-wing military men, he called for an attack on Berlin with all Bavaria's forces. Hitler now had definite Napoleonic and messianic ideas, recalled one of those present. He declared that he felt the call within himself to save Germany, and that this role would fall to him, if not now, then later. He then drew a number of parallels with Napoleon, especially with the return of Napoleon from Elba to Paris. Chapter 6, THEBRHALLPUTSCH, 1923. On the last day of September 1923, Hitler received an unsettling letter from an old member and fanatic member of Euro movement who pointed out a startling prediction in the current yearbook of the well-known astrologer. Frau Elsbeth Eberton can expose himself to personal danger by excessively unconscious action and very likely trigger off an uncontrollable crisis. The stars showed that this man was to be taken very seriously indeed. A man of action born on 20 April 1889, it said, "He is destined to play a further role in future battles. He was destined to sacrifice himself for the German nation." Although no name was mentioned, it was apparent that Frau Eberton was referring to Hitler, and while she did not specify any particular date, she warned that acting rashly in the near future would endanger his life. Another astrologer, Wilhelm Wolff, years later, he would advise Himmler's SS on astrological matters. Also cast Hitler's horoscope late that summer and was definite about a date. His prediction was also ominous violence, with a disastrous outcome for the subject during the period of November 1923. Such prophecies were seriously regarded in many quarters. Several German psychiatrists and psychologists were already considering the idea of psychological astrology. Dr. O.H. Schmitzen, ardent disciple of the Swiss psychiatrist C.G. Jung, had recently suggested that astrology might be exactly what psychology needed. But Hitler's comment on Frau Eberton's prediction was, "What on earth have women and stars got to do with me?" Whether he believed in astrology or not, Hitler was convinced that his own destiny would eventually lead him to success. And as Helene Hahn, Stangl had noticed, he thinned out all but affirmative voices. By coincidence, he found one of them the same day he received Frau Eberton's astrological warning. It came in Bayreuth at the Villa Winfried Wagner's home, where he was paying homage to Cosima. The 86-year-old widow of the master, Winifred Wagner, the English wife of Wagner's son Siegfried, was already entranced by Hitler and his movement. She welcomed him warmly, her 6-year-old daughter Friedel, and thought he looked funny in his Bavarian leather shorts, thick woolen socks, red and blue checked shirt and baggy, short blue jacket. His sharp cheekbones stuck out over hollow, pasty cheeks, and above them were a pair of unnaturally bright blue eyes. There was a half-starved look about him, but something else too, a fanatical glow. Ill-at-ease Hitler walked shyly, awkwardly around the music room and library, tiptoeing as if he were in a cathedral. His voice took on tone and color and grew deeper and deeper until we sat like a circle of little charmed birds, listening to the music, although we didn't pay any attention to a word he said after he left. But later in the garden, as he told the Wagners of his plans for the near future, Frau Wagner said, "Don't you feel that he is destined to be the savior of Germany, Siegfried laughed indulgently. So far as he was concerned, Hitler was an obvious fraud as well as an upstart. Hitler was across the street, making a pilgrimage to the home of the aged Houston Stuart Chamberlain, paralyzed in his wheelchair. This son of an English admiral had been drawn to Germany, seeing in her people the master race. He was talented and neurotic, and widely regarded as one of the leading men of culture of his day. A worshipper of Wagner, he had married his daughter Eva. The English prophet of racism was so taken by Hitler that he had a longer and more refreshing sleep that night than any since he had seen stricken in August 1914. He wrote Hitler a few days later, "With one blow you have transformed the state of my soul." That Germany in the hour of her greatest need brings forth a Hitlerthit is proof of her vitality. Chamberlain's words must have helped solidify the growing sense within Hitler that he was a man of fate. A week or so later, while motoring in his new car through the Bavarian hills with Rosenberg and the hand, Stangls, fog unexpectedly enshrouded the highway, and the open red Mercedes lurched into a ditch. No one spoke on the way back to Munich. Then he turned to Helene. "I noticed you were not at all frightened by our mishap. I knew we would not be injured. This will not be the only accident which will leave me unharmed. I shall pass through them all and succeed in my plans." Another aspect of fate, in the guise of the inflation, also appeared to be working in favor of Hitler and his march on Berlin. By the beginning of October, it took 6,014,300 marks to equal a single pre-war mark. The price of one egg equaled that of 30 million in 1913. Many municipalities and industrial firms took to printing their own emergency money to meet expenses. The Reichsbank could not refuse to accept this emergency money or to treat it as of equal value with their own notes. The printing of government money itself became farcical. A 1,000-mark note issued in Berlin the previous December was now stamped over in red, 1 Milliard Mark, and a 500 million mark note printed by the Bavarian State Bank a few weeks earlier was stamped 20 Milliarden Mark. This 20 billion mark note presumably could be exchanged for more than, but by the time the holder of the modest-looking little note with the astronomical figure got to the cashier, it would be worth a fraction of that, providing any cashier was willing to surrender hard foreign currency for it. People were frantic. They dared not hold currency for an hour. A missed trolley car to the bank could mean a man's monthly salary was reduced to a quarter or less. A waiter in Baden told a young American reporter, Ernest Hemingway, that he had saved up enough money for a gastus. Now, the money wouldn't buy 4 bottles of champagne. Germany debus her money to cheat the Allies, said the waiter. But what do I get out of it? The burden of inflation naturally fell on those who could not pay, with noticed workers and the elderly. The first were reduced to a near starvation diet, and the latter were brought to poverty level overnight. Pensioners and those who lived on interest from bands and life insurance found themselves destitute. Securities bought with gold marks were paid off in paper money that deteriorated in value in one's hand. In America, only Southerners whose families had suffered a similar fate after the Civil War days would have understood. About the sole ones who rejoiced were those deeply in debt, who could pay off their obligations with worthless paper. But the greatest beneficiaries were the exchange barons, the profiteers and opportunistic foreigners who bought up jewelry and real estate at ridiculously low prices. Large estates and buildings went to these vultures for a few $100s. Family heirlooms were exchanged for enough to feed family a few weeks. There were scenes beyond belief, a woman who had left a basket full of money on the street, returning a moment later to find the money dumped in the gutter and the basket stolen. A worker with a salary of 2 billion marks, a week able to buy his family only potatoes. And when distribution of the most basic food broke down, raids on potato fields in law-abiding Germany became commonplace. By mid-October, Hitler, after drawing almost 35,000 new members into the party since January, was more than ever convinced that the people were ready for revolution. Where my fanatical belief and love for the entire German people led me, never had his speeches been delivered with more passion. I can only take action, he told a Nuremberg audience. You cannot imagine how silent it becomes as soon as this man speaks. One ardent follower wrote her family that October, it was as if the entire audience was no longer able to breathe. Sometimes it almost seems to me as if Hitler used a magic charm in order to win the unconditional confidence of old and young alike. Another fascinated listener got so close he could see the spit fly under his mustache. For us, this man was a whirling dervish. But he knew how to fire up the people, not with arguments which are never possible in hate speeches, but with the fanaticism of his whole manner, screaming and yelling, and above all by his deafening repetition, and a certain contagious rhythm. This he has learned to do, and it has a fearfully exciting, primitive, and barbaric effect. In Bavaria, the pressure exerted by such rousing, hypnotic speeches made Commissar von Kahr's task, despite his dictatorial power, an impossible one, called upon to restrain Hitler violence. He was under pressure from a large segment of the Bavarian leadership to go easy on him. The temper of Bavaria was conservative and nationalistic, and while many regretted Hitler's crude tactics and violent language, they shared his dream of a strong, rejuvenated Germany. There are decent emotions which lead misguided people to the Nazis, commented a liberal member of the Bavarian Democratic Party. Men who honorably desire to serve their people and their state. Because of this attitude, Bavarian police authorities, aggravated as they were, did little to restrain Hitlerian violence. The head of the army in Bavaria, General Otto von Lossow, was also resisting demands from Berlin to curb Hitler and to ban his newspaper. In the face of Lossow's continued defiance, he was dismissed. an act so infuriating to the Bavarian government that it assumed command of all riots, where it's in the state. This defiance, tantamount to revolt, was repeated the next day by army men stationed throughout Bavaria. They renounced the Weimar Republic by taking an oath to the Bavarian government until an adjustment between Bavaria and the Reich has been arrived at. And I renew my obligation to obey my superior officers. It was mutiny executed legalistically, formally and without violence, but mutiny nonetheless. There will be no civil war, a Bavarian cabinet member confided to Robert Murphy. The ship of state had merely listed too far to the left, and it was and is Bavaria's duty to right it. Commissar von Kahr himself attacked the federal government in print. In the Münchener Zeitung he justified Bavarian defiance and called for an overthrow of the new government of Chancellor Gustav Stresemann, a self-made man with liberal faith in freedom and political rights. He charged that 33,000 Marxists held official posts in Prussia, and that as a result domestic politics are purely Marxist. Stresemann himself was a nationalist. That is to say, they are directed against the natural order of things and are oriented towards compulsion, agitation, demagoguery, and street fighting. Foreign policy is becoming internationalized, and those who control it are careful to ensure that Germany never becomes powerful again. Here again were thoughts and words that could have come from Hitler. A few days later, General von Lossow, still in command of his troops despite dismissal by the Weimar Republic, was reported to have made a speech declaring that there were only three possibilities: going on as usual in the old Jugtrot way, seceding Bavaria from the Reich, or marching on Berlin to proclaim a national dictatorship. Hitler was dedicated to the last proposal. The secession of Bavaria from the federal government was as distasteful to him as doing nothing, since an independent Bavaria would probably mean a return to a monarchist government with Crown Prince Ruprecht as king. Yet could he force Commissar von Kahr and General von Lossow to join him in a march on Berlin without declaring Bavarian independence? The pretender, the answer was supplied by Rosenberg and Schubner Richter. Their plan was to kidnap Prince Ruprecht and Kahr at the ceremony on November for celebrating German Memorial Day. Several hundred stormtroopers would seal off the alley near the Felder Hall, where the dignitaries would assemble. Hitler would then politely inform the prisoners that he had seized the government to prevent a red tape over and prevent the separation of Bavaria from the Reich. The putsch would be, according to Rosenberg, both short and painless, since Kahr and Ruprecht would be impelled to cooperate. Hanf Stangl thought it was a crazy plan, arguing that any attack on the Crown Prince would surely force the army to retaliate, emphasizing the impracticability and senselessness of the operation. Hanf Stangl turned his warning into a personal attack on Rosenberg. If Hitler kept listening to these Baltic plotters, he said it would mean the ruin of the movement. Hitler agreed to veto the kidnapping, but would make no immediate promise. Is concerning Rosenberg, we must think first of a march on Berlin. Hanf Stangl remembered him saying, "Once we have dealt with the immediate situation, then we can look around, and I can find Rosenberg another job." By now, the Bavarian government was run under the supervision of Minister-President von Nilling by a triumvirate of Vons, Kahr, Lossow, and Colonel Hans Ritter von Seisser, chief of the Bavarian State Police, who had gathered together a group of bright staff officers young to challenge his position. The triumvirate It resembled a dictatorship in the old Roman caretaker sense, and they agreed that Hitler's revolutionary tactics were not pro bono publico and should either be channeled properly or outlawed. Though the three men represented a variety of ultra-conservative and right-radical values. The breaking point was reached on October 30 when Hitler made it clear to a wildly receptive audience at the Circus Krone that he was ready to march on Berlin. The German problem will be solved for me only after the black-white-red swastika banner floats on the Berlin Palace. He shouted, "We all feel that the hour has come, and like the soldier in the field, we will not shirk our duty as Germans. We will follow the order to keep in step and march forward." In an effort to split the triumvirate, Hitler requested an interview with Colonel von Seisser. They met privately on November 1 at the home of a veterinary who headed the Bund Oberland, a nationalistic paramilitary organization. Hitler tried to persuade Seisser that Kahr was unfit and only a pawn of the Bavarian government, then proposed, as he had a week earlier, that Seisser and Lasso aligned themselves with himself and Ludendorff. But Seisser again declared he would have nothing to do with the World War idol, nor would the top officers in the army. Hitler admitted that while the generals would be against Ludendorff, majors and lower-grade officers would support him in defiance of their own commanders. It was high time to take action, warned Hitler. Our people are under such economic pressure that we must either act or they will swing to the communists. While Seisser privately agreed with Kahr that the Nazis were trash, both did act. On November 6, the triumvirate conferred with representatives of the nationalist organizations. Their most urgent task, said Kahr, was the establishment of a new national regime. They all agreed that the Weimar government had to be overthrown, but it must be done in concert and not independently as certain nationalist organizations were planning. He didn't mention any name, but everyone knew he was referring to Hitler. It was questionable, said Kahr, if Chancellor Stresemann could be ousted in the normal way. The atypical way must be prepared. Preparations have already been made. But if the atypical way must be taken, then everyone must cooperate. It must be accomplished according to a united, sufficiently prepared and thought-out plan. The next speaker, Lasso, supported Kahr and his determination to crush any putsch by force of arms. "I am ready to support a rightist dictatorship if the affair is likely to succeed," said the general. He would participate if there was a 51% chance for success. But if we are merely to be harassed a putsch which will come to a sorry end in 5 or 6 days, I will not cooperate. In conclusion, both he and Colonel von Seisser underlined their warnings to members of the Battle League to cooperate else. That evening, Hitler met with his advisors in the apartment of Schubner Richter to draft their own plan of action. They agreed to stage a full-fledged putsch on the following Sunday, November 11. There were 2 reasons for this date, one historical, one practical. This would be the 5th anniversary of Germany's surrender. It would also be a holiday with all office is deserted and police and military at low strength. The streets would be relatively free of traffic, and the stormtroopers could march unimpeded. The next morning, the conspirators met again, this time with the senior leader of the Battle League. Probably Ludendorff was present, though he later denied it. But Hitler certainly was there, and so were Göring and Schubner Richter. Final arrangements for the putsch were adopted. The major towns and cities of Bavaria would be controlled with the seizure of railroad stations, telegraph offices. Telephone office is radio stations, public utilities, town halls, and police headquarters. Communist and socialist leaders, along with trade union heads and shop stewards, were to be arrested. Numerically, Hitler's forces in Munich would have superiority with 4,000 armed putschs facing perhaps 2,600 state police and army troops. Early that same evening, Hitler called a second meeting, this time with 2 additional members. Ex-police president Pner and his former assistant Wilhelm Frick, who had remained with the police and was still protecting Hitler and his followers. The conspirators discussed a development that called for a drastic change in plan. Commissar von Kahr had unexpectedly announced he was holding a mass patriotic demonstration at the Keller the next night. The outward purpose was to outline the aims of his regime, but it was probably an attempt to forestall any display of unified action by the National Socialists among leading government officials, military leaders, and prestigious civilians. Hitler was asked to attend, but it seemed obvious that the invitation was a trap. Perhaps the triumvirate was going to announce Bavaria's break with Berlin and the restoration of the Wittelsbach monarchy. Hitler argued that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The triumvirate, as well as Minister-President von Nilling and other government officials, would be on the same platform. Why not simply escort them to a private room and either convince them to go along with a coup d'etat or, if they were adamant, imprison them? Hitler was undoubtedly talking for effect. He knew very well that he could not mount a successful putsch without the full cooperation of the triumvirate. He had no real intention of seizing the government of Bavaria, only of attempting to arouse the Bavarians by dramatics, and thus successfully defy Berlin. He actually had no long-range program, and was willing to trust to luck and fate. His co-conspirators were not, and the argument went on for hours, but Hitler refused to budge, and finally, at 3 a.m. on November 8, everyone accepted, if reluctantly, his proposal. The putsch would be launched that night at the Keller. As soon as the guests filed out into the cold early morning, Herr Schubner Richter handed his servant a packet of letters addressed to influential publishers, to be delivered as soon as their office is opened. It dawned bitter and windy. The cold had come early to Bavaria that year, and snow was already falling in the hills south of the city. On the most important day of Hitler's life, he had a headache and a throbbing toothache. His colleagues had urged him to see a dentist, but he said he didn't have time, and that there was going to be a revolution which would change everything. He must follow his star. If that should be the case, or if I should die, it would only be a sign that my star has run its course and my mission is fulfilled. When Hans Stangl asked what would happen to their project if he fell seriously ill, Hitler replied, late that morning orders were issued to S.A. leaders by phone, letter, or in person to alert their men for action. There were no details, no explanations. Moreover, many of those closest to Hitler still had no idea there was a change in plans. Just before noon, in his little whitewashed office, Rosenberg, sporting a violet shirt and scarlet tie, was discussing the morning's Wahl Kischer Beobachter with Hans Stangl. On the front page was a picture of the general who had brought the Prussian army to the Russian side against Napoleon at Torringen. The caption was, "Shall we find a second General York in our hour of need?" While these two, who detested each other, were weighing the possible effects of the picture, they heard stamping outside and a hoarse voice. "Where is Captain Gring?" The door was flung open, and Hitler, wearing his tightly belted trench coat and gripping his whip, burst in, pallid with excitement. "Swear you will not mention this to a living soul," he said with suppressed urgency. "The hour has come. Tonight we act." He asked them both to be part of his personal escort. They were to bring pistols and rendezvous outside the beer hall at 7 o'clock. Hans Stangl hurried home to tell his wife to take their son Egan to the villa they had just built in the country, then informed a number of international journalists, including H.L. Knickerbocker, that they must under no circumstance miss the meeting that evening. By afternoon, Hitler had controlled his excitement and was gossiping at the Kaufheck with Heinrich Hoffmann, his photographer crony, as though this was just another ordinary day. Suddenly Hitler suggested they visit Esser, who was laid up with jaundice, while Hoffmann waited outside. Hitler revealed to Esser that he was going to announce the national revolution. That evening he needed help. At exactly 9:30 p.m., Esser, carrying a flag, was to rush up to the podium of the Weinbrück Keller, where a nationalist meeting was to be held, and announce the National Socialist Revolution. Hitler emerged to tell Hoffmann that Esser felt much better, and the two strolled aimlessly along the Schellingstrasse. Moments later, Gring approached, and Hitler took him off for a private talk, only to return with the announcement that he had a terrible headache and must leave. By now, Hoffmann was completely bewildered. What on earth, he asked, was Hitler doing that evening? He answered mysteriously that he would be very busy on a very important job, then set off for party headquarters. By now the SA men were getting out of their work clothes and putting on uniforms which consisted of filled gray wind breakers with swastika armbands, filled gray ski cap and revolver belt. They were bound for various rendezvous. Karl Kessler of the Second Company was instructed to report to the Auersburger Keller, while shoemaker Joseph Richter was sent to the Hof Bruce. Members of the Bund Oberland were also on the move. Instead of a swastika, they wore a sprig of Edelweiss and were equipped with steel helmets. One of the it's the Führer's special 100-man bodyguard gathered at the Tor. Their leader, a tobacconist, was haranguing them. "Any one of you who isn't going int this heart and soul had better get out right now. It was their task," he said, "to bear the brunt of whatever happened that night at the Bürgerbräu Keller. We're going to run the government out." It was dark when a car stopped in front of Schubner Richter's apartment house, and General Ludendorff got out. He talked a few minutes with Schubner Richter, then left. Moments later, Schubner Richter and his servant also drove off at top speed. Hansel Schubner Richter said, "If things don't go right today, we will all be in jail tomorrow." At party headquarters they met Hitler and other leaders. After some discussion, the group headed for the Bürgerbräu Keller in two cars. It was almost 8 p.m. The beer hall was about half a mile from the center of Munich, on the other side of the Isar River. It was a large rambling building, flanked by gardens and containing a number of dining rooms and bars. The main hall, the largest in the city except for the Circus Krone, could hold 3,000 at its sturdy round wooden tables. Officials knew there might be trouble, and there were on hand 125 municipal policemen to control the crowd. In addition, there was a mounted detachment as well as a number of officers scattered in the audience. In case of an emergency, A company of green uniformed state police had been installed in a barracks only a quarter of a mile away. By the time the Hitler caravan crossed the Isar River, the hall was closed to all but important personages. Every seat was taken and Stangl wasn't able to bring in his little group of international journalists. A few minutes past 8, Hitler's red Mercedes, followed by Schubner Richter's car, approached the beer hall. Hitler was disturbed by the milling crowds. Would his trucks be able to get through this mob? The two cars slowly pushed their way to the front entrance, which was blocked by a phalanx of policemen. Hitler persuaded the police to leave and make room for his troops, which were expected shortly, then led the way through the beer hall door, which Hess held open. There was such a crush that the door shut in the face of Stangl, who was bringing up the rear with an American woman journalist. He warned the police that there would be a scandal if the foreign press was excluded. But what opened the way was the fact that his companion was smoking an American cigarette, a luxury in Germany. At the edge of the ante, Hitler stood near a large pillar peering into the jammed hall at the platform where Carr was speaking in a droning voice. He denounced Marxism and called for a resurgent Germany. His manner was pedantic, as if he were lecturing, and the audience listened politely, reliving the boredom with beer. Hence Stangl figured that Hitler would fit more naturally into the scene if he'd had a beer, and so bought 3 at the serving counter for 3 billion marks. Hitler occasionally sipped his as he waited impatiently for the special brown shirt bodyguard unit. Trucks filled with other stormtroopers were already outside, but they stayed in place until a few minutes after 8:30 p.m. when his helmeted bodyguard finally arrived. This was the signal for action. The trucks emptied and the armed Nazis surrounded the building. Bewildered and outnumbered, the municipal police prepared for a political battle did nothing. Captain Gring and the bodyguard unit, armed with machine pistols, streamed into the building. Ulrich Graf, Hitler's personal protector, was waiting in the cloakroom for their arrival and hurried up to his chief, who had removed his trench coat to reveal a black long-tailed morning coat cut in Bavarian provincial style. Graf whispered into Hitler's ear, and it reminded one onlooker of a patron petitioning the head waiter for a good table. More than 20 police blocked the invaders, but the leader of the bodyguard unit shouted, "Out of the way, you!" There, and the police obediently did an about-face like keystone caps, and marched in step right out the front door. Hitler set aside the beer he had been nursing, pulled out his Browning pistol, and as the stormtroopers shouted, "Heil Hitler!" he started into the hall with ex-butcher Graf, Schubner Richter, who was squinting myopically in the smoke-filled room, and his faithful servant, Harvard graduate Stangl, an ex-police spy, business manager Max Amann, and the idealist activist student of geopolitics, Rudolf Hess. Brandishing weapons, this motley band began pushing its way through the packed humanity toward the platform. By this time, one group of brownshirts had blocked the exit, while another group set up a machine gun positioned to rake the audience. Tables overturned in the uproar. A cabinet member scrambled for cover under his table. Some made for the exits in consternation, but were warned back, and if they resisted, were beaten or kicked. The Hitler phalanx was blocked, and amidst the uproar, he climbed onto a chair waving his pistol. "Quiet," he shouted, and when the tumult continued, he fired a round into the ceiling. In the shocked silence, Hitler said the national revolution has broken out. The hall is surrounded. No one was to leave the hall. Sweat poured down his pale face. He looked insane or drunk to some but a few were struck by the ridiculous sight of a pistol-brandishing revolutionary in such a badly cut morning sit. Comic as he looked, Hitler was dead serious. He ordered the triumvirate to follow him into an adjoining room, guaranteeing their security, but the three men did not move. Finally, Carr took a backward step as Hitler began clambering over a table toward the speaker's platform. Caesar's aide-a-major came forward hand in pocket as if about to draw his pistol. Hitler jammed his own pistol against the major's forehead and said, "Take your hand out." Hitler assured the triumvirate and the audience that everything could be settled in 10 minutes. This time the three men and two aides followed Hitler to the side room. "Come die Spillen put on an act," whispered Lasso to his colleagues. In the private room, Hitler was more agitated than ever. "Please forgive me for proceeding in this manner," he said. "But I had no other means," he answered Caesar's accusations of breaking his word not to make a putsch with an apology. He did it for the good of Germany. He told them that ex-police president Pner was going to be the new Bavarian minister-president and Ludendorff would assume command of the new national army based on the radical Right Battle League and lead the march on Berlin. After the Putsch seized power, Hitler promised the triumvirate it would have even greater powers. Carr would be made regent of Bavaria, Lasso Reich army minister, and Caesar Reich police minister. When the three failed to respond, Hitler drew out his pistol, all in jest. He later testified, "There are 5 rounds in it," he said hoarsely, "4 for the traitors. And if it fails 1 for me," he handed over the weapon to Graf, who already was armed with a machine pistol. Under such circumstance, is to die or not to die was meaningless, replied Carr coolly. What interested him was General Ludendorff's position in the matter. Hitler didn't seem to know what to do. He took several quick swallows of beer, apologized to Carr, then charged out of the room. The audience outside was getting out of hand. Someone shouted theater another that this was a Mexican revolution. There was a cacophony of whistles and jeers until Gring, emulating his chief, fired a pistol shot into the ceiling. He bellowed out that this display was not directed against Carr, the Rayas, or the state police. When argument failed, he tried humor. "You've got your beer," he shouted. "What are you worrying about?" The uproar did not faze Hitler. He pushed his way up to the platform, ignoring the catcalls and insults. He raised his pistol. The din continued, and he shouted angrily, "If silence is not restored, I will order a machine gun placed in the gallery." All of a sudden, he was no longer the figure of fun. What followed then recalled Professor von Muller. The conservative historian was an oratorical masterpiece, which any actor might well envy. Without any pathos, he made it appear as if the triumvirate it was about to come around, as he assured the audience that Carr had his full trust and would be regent of Bavaria. He began quietly. He promised that Ludendorff would assume leadership of the army, that Lasso would be army minister and Caesar police minister. The task of the provisional German national government is to organize the march on that sinful Babel, Berlin, and save the German people. From the first words recalled Han Stangl, the insignificant man in the comical cutaway, who resembled a nervous provincial bridegroom on display in the dusty window of a Bavarian village photographer became a Superman, and the same violin being played by a master Professor von Muller couldn't remember in his entire life such a change of attitude of a crowd in a few minutes. It was like the difference between a Stradivarius lying in its case, just a few bits of wood and length of catgut. Almost a few seconds there were certainly many who were not yet converted, but the sense of the majority had fully reversed itself. Hitler had turned them inside out as one turns a glove inside out with a few sentences. It had almost something of hocus pocus or magic about it. Loud approval roared forth. No further opposition was to be heard. Outside our car, Lasso and Sicer Hitler said earnestly, "They are struggling hard to reach a decision. May I say to them that you will stand behind them?" "Ja, ja," roared the crowd. In a free Germany, shouted the impassioned Hitler, there is also room for an autonomous Bavaria. I can say this to you, either the German Revolution begins tonight or we will all be dead by dawn. The crowd, he headed back for the private room to bring the triumvir to Hill. The man who could decide the matter was already approaching the Bürgerbräu, Keller in Hitler's Mercedes. General Ludendorff was in the back seat with his steps on an ardent Putzgist and Schubner Richter. Despite the fog, their car careened across the bridge from the inner city at reckless speed. The sight of the general at the entrance of the beer hall brought a chorus of howls, but Ludendorff, seeing how far things had gone, was amazed and far from pleased. Hitler hurried out of the anteroom to shake hands with him. They conversed briefly, and the scowling Ludendorff agreed to help convince the triumvirate. They disappeared into the side room, irritated as he was by Hitler's unilateral action. Ludendorff applied the force of his rank and personality on his two fellow officers. "All right, gentlemen," he told them, "come along with us, and give me your hand on it." It was the general who responded first. Lasso extended his hand and said good. Then the colonel gave his hand to Ludendorff. The civilian car was the last to submit, but the first to speak once the entire group returned to the platform. Ramrod stiff, his face a mask, the commissar declared that he would serve Bavaria as regent for the monarchy. The applause that interrupted this sober announcement was fanatic, according to one police official. As he surveyed the enthusiastic audience, Hitler was in a state of ecstasy. "I am going," he said emotionally, "to fulfill the vow I made to myself 5 years ago when I was a blind cripple in the military hospital, to know neither rest nor peace until the November criminals had been overthrown, until on the ruins of the wretched Germany of today there should have risen once more a Germany of power and greatness, of freedom and splendor." Then Ludendorff, pale and somber, spoke briefly and earnestly, giving Muller the impression that here was a man who realized this was a matter of life and death, probably more death than life, in complete control of the situation. Hitler went down the line shaking hands to the accompaniment of wave after wave of cheers. Overcome by mass excitement and beer, the audience could hardly contain its delight. Forgotten were earlier derision and even anger. The crowd stood and roared out Deutsch, and Aber Ale's tears streamed down many a cheek, and some people were so emotionally wrought they could not even sing. But someone next to a state police official turned and said, "The only thing missing is the psychiatrist." There was also high emotion across the Isar at the WWII. Keller, the main hall, resounding with the blast of two brass bands, was jammed with more than 2,000 members of the Battle League and SA. Only a small part of the audience was made up of the scar-faced captain's fanatic followers. But he was the main attraction. He called for revenge and retaliation against the traitors and the despoilers of our people. Then Esser, who had dragged himself from a sick, mounted the podium. The plan had been changed somewhat, and he did not charge up the aisle carrying a flag or immediately announce the revolution. He was to wait for word that Hitler's coup had succeeded. In the middle of his speech at 8:40 p.m., a cryptic telephone message was received from the burgher, Keller, safely delivered and purposefully strode up to the platform and interrupted Esser. The car government, he shouted, had been deposed and Adolf Hitler had declared a national revolution. Riots, where soldiers tore off the Republic cockade, is from their hats leaped on. Tables and chairs shouting. Stormtroopers embraced each other. The band blared out the national anthem. When the pandemonium subsided and shouted for everyone to march on the burgher Keller, the men piled out of the Keller as if it were on fire and formed up. With shouting and cheers, the raucous army started down the street toward the Isar River. A motorcycle courier stopped the procession with new marching orders from Hitler. Irm's men were to turn toward the university and occupy General von Lasso's headquarters on the Schenfeldstrasse. The stormtroopers were to proceed to street Annaplitz, pick up a cache of 3,000 rifles in the basement of the monastery, then take up positions at Gissing. Only the Bund Oberland was to continue on to the burgher Keller. Asm's force marched down the Brienerstrasse, followed by one of the brass bands. Gathering crowds cheered them on. Near the head of the column, proudly holding an imperial war flag, was a fervent young nationalist. There, because of allegiance to Ulm and Strasser, not Hitler, his name was Heinrich Himmler. The enthusiasm of jubilant onlookers was heady, and the men continued like conquerors up the broad Lud, Wigstrasse to the entrance of the military district building. Halted his troops outside the gates and strode into the building where he had worked for so many years. The guards threatened to shid but outfist them. He marched up to the second floor to the office of the duty officer, who declared that he was bowing only to force, and then gave the order to open the gates to the rioters. Posted guards emplaced machine guns at windows and strung barbed wire around the building. He did just about everything except take over the telephone switchboard. This, incredibly, he left in charge of the duty officer who had no revolutionary leanings. At the beer hall, Hess was rounding up enemies of the people as hostages. He stood on a chair in the great hall, calling out names of officials and officers, including Minister-President Nilling, Police President Mantel, and Prince Ruprecht's political advisor. They dutifully stepped forward as if they were unruly Schulbeusel, except Justice Minister Gertner, who made a break for freedom but was caught. At first they were incarcerated in a small room upstairs, but then it was decided that Hess should transfer them for safe, keeping to a house near the Tegern Sea, a lake south of Munich. Others in Hitler's inner circle were off on assignments. Max Ammon, the squat but formidable street fighter, led a group to a bank which he seized for the new government's central office, while Schubner, Richter, Esser, and Hahn Stangl were reconnoitering the city streets to check on the progress of the revolution. They found a city of confusion. Many citizens were enthusiastic, others perplexed, and some indignant. Few knew what was going on, including those involved in the action, since conflicting orders kept emanating from the Bürgerbüro. The man principally responsible for the first successes of the Putz, Gists, was Frick of the Munich Police Presidium. He persuaded his colleagues on duty not to launch any counterattack against the Putz, Gists, then hovered near a phone to calm bewildered police officials who called in for information. His advice always was to wait and do nothing. Because of this state of inaction, his former chief, the deposed police president Pner, was able to walk in police headquarters and without any show of force take charge. His first act was to make arrangements for a press conference with the leading non-Marxist newspapers. At the Bürgerbüro, Keller Hitler was in a state of euphoria, with the police under control and district headquarters occupied by Then came a report from the engineer barracks, the Putz. Gists were having an argument with the engineers. Hitler made a snap decision to leave his command post to straighten out the matter in person. It was a grave tactical error, followed by a second placing General Ludendorff in charge. No sooner had Hitler left the building than General von Lossow said he had to go to his office and issue orders. This seemed reasonable to Ludendorff, who allowed Lossow to march out of the beer hall with Kahr and Seisser not far behind. Hitler did no good at the engineer barracks being turned away at the gate. He returned half an hour later and was appalled to find that the triumvir it had been allowed to escape. He assailed Lud, and how could he have done such a thing now? Lossow could sabotage the revolution. The general looked frostily down his nose at the former corporal, a German officer, he said, would never break an oath. Hitler's spirits were raised at 11 p.m. by the arrival of a 1,000-man military unit. It was almost the entire complement of the infantry school, an elite group of cadets, except for a handful of dissidents. They had been persuaded to join the uprising en masse by Lieutenant Gerhard Rossbach, a veteran of the Free Corps movement. The cadets had placed their own commander under house arrest and accepted the flamboyant Rossbach like a homosexual and gallant fighter as their new leader. To the blare of a brass band, the cadets marched smartly up to the beer hall, wearing swastika armbands and carrying National Socialist flags. Standing at attention, former Quartermaster General Ludendorff and ex-Corporal Hitler reviewed them. Then the cadets marched off to occupy the offices of Commissar von Kahr, while the leaders of the putsch set off in their cars for military district headquarters. Atom's command past the office of General von Lossow's group began discussing the future course of the revolution. Ensconcing himself in an easy chair, Ludendorff demanded that someone get hold of Lossow or Seisser on the phone. A number of calls were made, but neither could be reached. Schubner Richter expressed the feeling that something was wrong. Lossow had said he was coming here to his own office. Where was he, and where were Kahr and Seisser? Ludendorff again protested that these three gentlemen had given their oath in full view and sound of thousands. They could not possibly have changed their minds. Major Max Schwindner, an officer on the staff of the commander of army units in Bavaria, was just entering the building. He had heard rumors of a putsch and sought out the duty officer. Captain stormed into the room in full uniform of the old army with all his medals and asked for General von Lossow, who could only say that the affair was extremely unclean and fishy. While we spoke, recalled Schwindner, I immediately told him that this putsch was in clear violation of yesterday's understanding with von Lossow. Replied in a voice vibrant with sincerity that everything was all right. Kahr and von Seisser had all declared themselves in accord with everything and would soon come to Hitler in the military district headquarters. Von Lossow said only that that was something different. Was with Seisser and the commandant of the Bavarian army at the 19th Infantry Barracks and would definitely not come. Here a little later a call came through the still unmonitored switchboard. After left, the duty officer motioned to Schwindner and whispered, "The affair is crooked, Lossow," he said. It was from Lossow at his new command post safe in the center of the regimental barracks complex. He ordered a counterattack on the Putz. Schists he had recently pledged to support loyal army battalions in Augsburg, Ingolstadt, Regensburg Land, Schutt and other surrounding localities were to be transported to Munich by rail. Schwindner promptly called the transport officer, passed on Lossow's orders, and agreed to phone instructions to half of the battalions himself. The putsch was being planned in one room and sabotaged in the one next to it. Finally, just before midnight, it occurred to the plotters to limit the switchboard to Putz's traffic, but by then all of Lossow's counter orders had been transmitted. Despite the marching troops, the bands, and the excitement, most Munchers had no idea revolution once more had come to their city. One of the Führer's closest friends, Heinrich Hoffmann, spent the evening in the Fledermausser without learning that anything out of the ordinary had taken place, and only at midnight did he discover that the revolution was on. By that time, jubilant gangs of young people were keeping guests in downtown hotels awake with their songs and cries of triumph. At the American consul, Robert Murphy, the acting consul, was composing a telegram to the Secretary of State. According TOHITLE, RTASKOFTHISGOVE, RNMENTIS, TOM, ARCHONBE, RLINW, UAGETW, UEL, FTHHOURFIGHT, NATION, ALGOVE, RNMENTORTHED, ATHOFTHE Spico. It was a night of terror for those opponents of the coup who were dragged from their homes and held hostage, and for some picked out of the phone book, if their names sounded Jewish, who were corralled by the brown shirts. One it descended on the socialist Munich Post, but while it was smashing the presses, orders came from an irate Hitler to desist since he wanted the plant for his own purposes. At military district headquarters it was becoming increasingly evident that the triumvirate it had broken there would know. One seemed to recall that it had been made under duress, and that events were getting out of hand. Schubner Richter and his servant Einer left to bring back Seisser, but could not locate him. On their return they found a somewhat depressed Hitler. Einer was ordered to take Rosenberg to a printing shop to make copies of the announcement of the new government signed by the principal partners. This done, Rosenberg proceeded to the offices of the Wahl Kischer Beobachter to write an editorial for the morning edition. Entitled Call to the German People, it exhorted the public to hand over President Ebert and other social democrats, dead or alive, to the people's national government. Einer was already back at military district headquarters, where he was instructed by his employer to go home for champagne and food, and to tell Frau Schubner Richter that everything was in order and she should not worry. The situation was deteriorating. Had finally become suspicious of what was going on in the next room, and arrested the duty officer. He also issued orders to seize all other army officers in the building, but not in time to catch the enterprising Major Schwendner, who had accomplished his mission of summoning troops to Munich. Warned by a civilian employee, he slipped out just before the cordon was drawn. Things were also not going well for the Putz schists at the headquarters of Commissar von Kahr. He had gone there after his escape from the beer hall to find that machinery had already been set in motion to crush the Putsch. Understandably, he did nothing to stop these measures. He had just received an indignant message from Prince Ruprecht. Crush this movement at any cost. Use troops if necessary, and was helping direct the defense of his building against the lively threat of Lieutenant Rosbach and his 1,000 cadets from the infantry school. It should have been easy for the revolutionists to carry out Ludendorff's order to take the building, whatever the cost, and it would have been an important victory, but it turned into a standoff with cadets and police facing each other at bayonet point, each group waiting for the other to fire the first shot. No one wanted bloodshed. The cadets had no wish to fire at men in uniform, and many of the police shared the young men's faith in Hitler. Negotiations went on interminably until the man of action Rosbach became impatient and shouted to his cadets, "What? Still negotiating here? You know General Ludendorff's orders. Why the hesitation? Order your men to fire." At last the cadets moved into position with skirmishers advancing in a circle followed by machine gun crews. The police countered by inviting 3 rebels inside to discuss the matter. They accepted the invitation, but with the understanding that if they did not appear in 10 minutes, the attack would begin. The minutes passed, and just as the cadets prepared themselves for action, command rang out, "Companies withdraw." The cadets pulled back. The siege was over. The battle that might have swung the decision was lost by default, primarily because the Hitler forces were reluctant to fire upon men they wanted as allies. All the cadets had done was keep Commissar von Kahr bottled up for several crucial hours. Now he left the building and joined Lasso and Seisser at 19th Infantry Barracks. The faint hope held at military district headquarters that the triumvirate would not act overtly against the putsch faded when it was learned that General von Lasso had sent out this message to all German wireless stations at 2:55 a.m. State Commissar General V. Kahr, Kul V. Seisser, and General V. Lasso repudiate the Hitler putsch. Expressions of support extracted by gunpoint invalid caution is urged against